Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Jason didn't think there was anything wrong with his operation, although in his opinion, it's best to kill all the super criminals so as not to come out and harm others, but now that Bruce Wayne has said it, he can only grant this cheap man one wish. After all, Bruce Wayne is still very good to him. It would be good for him to make the prison more sturdy. Okay, let's start the preliminary construction according to this design plan. Arkham Asylum could be repurposed in parts. I don't believe the defense has reached this point. There were still people who were able to get out. Okay, Master, Tianwang said with a strong heart to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. And Master, the 3 people you asked me to find already have clues. According to drone detection, they are in a certain house in the slums. The Wayne Group is planning an attack. I heard Skynet say that. Jason slapped his forehead in frustration when he killed Joker. I don't know how the news was leaked. Now these plagued villains are trying to cause trouble for him. It made it impossible for him to study technology properly. It's just too much. I was sulking for a while. Jason was quite helpless. Catch these 3 guys. I want to see how these 3 people are put out. Dare to deal with our Wayne Group. Jason was also angry inside. Such 3 chickens. Batman can beat them all. I don't know where these guys got the courage. This may be the legendary fearlessness of those who don't know, and capture these guys. Jason didn't even bother to take action himself. Just lining up a few battle armors is enough. After all, a suit is equivalent to a member of the Avengers. He has a team of Avengers with him. It's the young Master. A pursuit team has been sent out. One more thing, the personal secretary you needed to find some time ago has been selected. Now you need to pick one yourself. Wayne was stunned for a moment when he heard this and then quickly reacted. There is such a thing as the heir to Wayne Group. He doesn't just have that much money. There are also all kinds of troubles, although not as egregious as Tony Stark. Every move can cause a carnival in the news section. But the news is still very curious about him, especially some journalists. Often running to the front of the Wayne family's estate to block the door. It troubled him very much. In addition, he will be invited to various parties and gatherings. So Bruce Wayne suggested he get a personal secretary. As for the loyal old butler Alfred, I only loaned him out for a period of time. Bruce Wayne himself has more to deal with than Jason, so some time ago, he asked Skynet to help him recruit a secretary online. There should be results now. Okay, let me see who is there. Jason quickly flipped through the operational projector interface. Have to say, although Skynet is an artificial intelligence, its aesthetics are still very good. The ones selected are all beauties. Regardless of his temperament or appearance, Jason looks like a junior high school student. Educational qualifications and work experience are even more blinding. What about Wharton Business School, MIT graduate, Cambridge PhD student, working for many Fortune 500 companies? No matter which one of these. In his previous life, he could only look up. Now he is choosing one by one like a beauty pageant. Have to say, the world is truly wonderful. Looking through these resumes, Jason's eyes suddenly froze. Maria Hill graduated from Wharton Business School, proficient in French, Spanish, Japanese, Russian, Huxia. Seeing this information, Jason's mouth twitched. How come this woman's information appears here? Skynet, what's going on? Master, this SHIELD agent submitted his resume a few weeks ago. Because I'm just a life secretary, I don't have the ability to leak information. I didn't filter it out. Seeing this, he rubbed his forehead. What Skynet said does make sense, but when this woman comes, she will definitely not be honest. A high-level agent is not that simple. Black Widow's status in SHIELD is indeed higher than that of Maria Hill, but in terms of the degree of confidence, but she is not as good as Maria Hill agent. This is the true henchman of Nick Fury. He even served as the acting director of SHIELD. Such a woman. How could it be a simple item? No need to ask, such a troublesome person should be his secretary. Please give me flowers, it must have been old guy Nick Fury's idea. Looks like the old guy is going to rope him into Avengers. Indeed, he seems more suitable than Tony Stark. The Wayne family has a long history, except for a few oddities in family history. Most of the Wayne family are good people, like Bruce Wayne's parents. In order to transform Gotham City's environment, most of the Wayne family's wealth was even used for Gotham City's infrastructure. Bruce Wayne has always been Batman, punishing evil and promoting good. It's because Wayne's family is in Gotham City, so there are very few SHIELD people in Gotham City. Plus, over the years, the money that the Wayne family supports SHIELD all falls into the hands of Nick Fury himself. The Wayne family still has a very high reputation with him. Compared to the unreliable Tony Stark, he is naturally more optimistic about Jason Wayne, who comes from the Wayne family, but Jason doesn't want to be an Avenger at all. The Avengers are busy saving the world every day, encountered countless dangers. Jason can accept this. He was not a peaceful person to begin with and liked taking risks. Besides, by doing these things, he can also be exposed to more plot tasks, get a lot of fresh technology. But being an Avenger is so tiring, busy with various things every day. Sometimes you have to be kidnapped by morality. It's like there are some trolls on the internet. The Avengers couldn't do anything about it. Jason would have directly located his position and hit him with a big-eared melon seed. How great would it be to be free to do whatever you want? Why do you have to suffer with the Avengers? And what if the Avengers end up having internal strife? Who is he helping in a fight? Logically, he should help Tony. But Captain America's concept of fighting against the street is more in line with him. He doesn't like these idiot politicians either. So joining the Avengers is out of the question, but becoming a consultant shouldn't be a problem. Tony Stark could only be a consultant because of his personality problems at first. Why can't he? After thinking for a while, Jason looked at the photo of Maria Hill and fell into deep thought. That's it, Tianwing, let her come for an interview tomorrow. Skynet's work efficiency has always been very high, as a competent artificial intelligence. He did everything Jason asked him to do very well, such as arranging interviews. The next day, Maria Hill had already appeared in the reception room of Wayne Manor, not like Bruce Wayne. After all, he is just the successor of Wayne Group, not the leader. Many shareholders of Wayne Group actually don't give him much face. Jason is also very disgusted with these guys who only know how to fight among themselves. Therefore, he rarely goes to Wayne Group. Naturally, it would be more comfortable to have the interview in Wayne Manor after breakfast. Jason walked into the reception room calmly, met Maria Hill with a deadman face. Not that this woman was targeting Jason, but he seems to be like this when facing anyone, even 993 Nick Fury. Maria Hill didn't smile much either, even less so when facing Jason. This made Jason a little envious of Tony Stark. Black Widow is so great, she is so eye-catching, can smile and has a good figure. The spinster in front of Kobe is much better. How much lack of love does it take to look like a mother all day long? I complained about Maria Hill in my heart. Jason then spoke. Miss Maria? Yes. Hill agent had a serious look on his face, which made Jason feel as if he was about to do something big. Okay, relax, don't be so serious. Jason yawned. Coffee or tea? Coffee, thank you. Ms. Maria Hill has no interviewer consciousness at all. Jason didn't care much either. Pour her a cup of coffee directly, made myself a cup of tea, take a sip. Jason just asked, Miss Maria, I don't know why you came to apply for my secretary. High salary. Maria Hill cherishes words like gold. He said these 3 words directly. This made Jason almost spit out the tea in his mouth, looking at Maria Hill with a strange expression. He was doubtful. With the character of Maria Hill, can she do this position well? After all, his secretary is a role that requires a lot of skill. How did he feel about letting Maria Hill be his personal secretary? Will it offend everyone? Maria Hill didn't care about Jason's face at all. In fact, if it weren't for Nick Fury's request. She didn't even want to come on this mission, be a secretary to a teenager. We also need to assess her psychological condition and make her feel like a nanny. Although this child is taller, stronger, and more handsome, that was also a teenager. She now wants to serve that playboy Tony Stark. I don't want to stay here either. Naughty children are the most annoying. Jason didn't even know he was being disliked for no apparent reason. Not knowing much about Maria Hill, he thought this was a normal situation. After all, Maria Hill behaves like an iceberg beauty no matter where she is, but look at her like this. It doesn't seem like he's easy to communicate with either. Jason is straightforward and doesn't pretend, just say it directly. What, Miss Maria, isn't SHIEL? D's salary as high as what I offer, don't deny it so quickly. Jason stopped Maria Hill, who was about to speak. When I say this, I am certainly confident. Although Miss Maria's identity is very cleverly disguised, but it is not impossible to investigate. Some of the fabricated data are unreliable. Jason smiled and said to Maria Hill, Maria Hill, the agent, goes out in the field very rarely. Most are led by Nick Fury as the lead on large projects, not as good as Black Widow in some places. For example, Black Widow's fake identity information is shown. She once worked as a lingerie model in Tokyo, and Black Widow did exactly that. Maria Hill is different. Many things are fake. Most people may not be able to find out, but what Skynet faces is full of loopholes. Mr. Jason, you misunderstood. What organization is SHIELD? I'm just an ordinary person, Maria Hill said very calmly. The psychological quality is very high. Miss Maria, our Wayne family is an ally of SHIELD. And it's not difficult for me to investigate something, so your excuse is very ridiculous. Miss Maria Hill, level 9 agent. Jason stared straight at Maria. The expression on his face was very oppressive. Maria Hill looked at Jason's expression. Just know that her identity may have been leaked. Although she knew where the problem was, she needed to solve the problem now. The Wayne family has always been an ally of SHIELD. It would be bad if Jason misunderstood him. So Maria Hill said with a serious face, now that you've discovered it, I won't hide it. Actually, you are in great danger now. We SHIELD have discovered that someone wants to harm you, so I was sent to protect you secretly. Maria Hill looked sincere. If Jason didn't know so much, he might really believe it. Good guy, worthy of being a level 9 agent. This ability to tell lies with open eyes is indeed worthy of her level. Since Maria Hill likes acting, Jason is also very cooperative. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. When did I need a woman to protect me? Besides, none of us at Wayne Group have received the news. How do you SHIELD know? As far as I know, your SHIELD doesn't seem to have much power in Gotham. I think you SHIELD are interested in the wealth of our Wayne family, right? Jason crossed his arms and sneered. Maria Hill saw Jason's face. I cursed inwardly. Bad boy. If you weren't on a mission, I would have given you a beating today. Although Maria Hill thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to actually do it. Only 08 could squeeze out a smile on his face. Jason, you misunderstood. Our SHIELD and the Wayne family have always been friendly. Besides, the Wayne family supports us very much every year. How can we have any thoughts about the Wayne family? We really got the news that someone is trying to do you harm. It's a terrorist organization called the World Gang from the oil country. Hearing this, Jason was a little surprised. He now believes that someone will cause trouble for him. 10 Rings and him are old enemies. He destroyed a stronghold and killed a leader. I also got a lot of benefits from there. However, he couldn't say that on his face. You said there is one. What kind of organization is 10 Rings? Perhaps SHIELD made it up to deceive people. I want to see Nick Fury. Jason Wayne, just talk to me about whatever you want. No need to ask for director Nick Fury. Maria Hill said with some gritted teeth. If Jason really asked Nick Fury to come here, didn't her mission fail? That woman, Natasha Romanoff, can maintain such a high mission success rate. How could she lose to her? You cannot. Jason glanced at Maria Hill with contempt. It's not that he thinks Maria Hill's ability is not good, quite the opposite. Maria Hill's ability is definitely among the best among humans. She is a level 9 agent of SHIELD, whether it's fighting ability or mind. They all stand at the top of mankind. Jason had no reason to look down on people who became strong through hard work that he disdained. The reason why he said that, totally because of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, this old guy, is so ruthless. He doesn't trust anyone in his eyes. Anyone can pose a threat to the Earth. Because, 26, he is like Zhuge Liang, who died from exhaustion during the Three Kingdoms period. Everything is done personally. I can't bear to delegate power at all. There are many secrets that only he knows. His men were kept in the dark. Only when doing tasks he might reveal something. Although Maria Hill is his absolute confidant, but I still don't know much, Jason thinks. There's really no point in talking to her. She couldn't decide whether to be an Avenger or not. Although Jason doesn't want to be an Avenger. But I really want the privileges given by SHIELD, to put it bluntly. He just wanted to have S*X for free. Prostitution makes me happy. Yelling in his mind, Jason had an inexplicable smile on his face. Maria Hill looked a little confused. Mr. Jason, do you really want to see our director? Definitely. Jason replied without saying a word. All right. There was no room for rejection in Jason's tone. Maria Hill reluctantly sighed. Director Nick Fury is waiting for you at the nearby cafe. Maria Hill said. This time it was Jason's turn to be a little surprised. Nick Fury actually came in person. Really interesting. It seems that director Nick Fury still attaches great importance to me. I will go and see for myself. Jason thought for a while and decided to meet Nick Fury, the old fox, under the leadership of Maria Hill. Soon he saw the Cyclops. At the moment this guy was drinking coffee with Yaoya leisurely, I saw Maria Hill walking in. There was no surprise in Nick Fury's one eye. Ha, Hill, go down and I'll talk to Mr. Jason personally. Yes, director Nick Fury. Maria Hill glanced at the two people, quietly withdrew. Sit. Nick Fury said to Jason like a master. Jason looked at Nick Fury a little confused. Take a sip of coffee. Nick Fury finally spoke. Should I call you Prophet or Jason Wayne now? Hearing what Nick Fury said, Jason was suddenly shocked, but he soon calmed down. Director Nick Fury, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jason, let me teach you something. There is no airtight wall in the world. Since you did it, you will be discovered. Nick Fury stared at Jason with one eye. Jason saw Nick Fury's determined look. He frowned. How did you know? Jason, you are not the only superable person in this world. Nick Fury said earnestly. Hearing this, Kang Sen slapped his head. My heart is filled with annoyance. He forgot one thing. This was not his previous world. This is a comprehensive world of the Marvel world and the DC world. Here, there are countless people with special abilities. Many people have incredible special abilities. Whether it is predicting the future, divination, or even going back in time, it is possible. He is still careless, but Jason wasn't terribly panicked. It's no big deal that Nick Fury knows his identity. He hid his identity simply to avoid trouble. Unless Nick Fury is crazy before he shows anti-human nature. There was no way he could use the power of SHIELD against him. At most, I was a little wary of him. But then again, who is Nick Fury defenseless against? Okay, Director Nick Fury, now that you know everything, I won't hide it. What do you want? Jason said very bachelorly. No, it's not what I want, it's what you want. Nick Fury asked, staring at him with one eye. I just want to live. Jason said with a bitter tone. Why has he been working so hard on advanced research? It's been nearly a year since he traveled through time. He didn't go to parties or have fun, and he didn't even look for girls. Instead, I spent all day in the laboratory. What is it for? Just to survive. He wants to make sure that he can survive in the future war. If Thanos got all the infinite gems, hit it with a snap of your fingers, what if he is the missing half? He didn't want to put his life or death on luck. He needs to be strong enough to stand up to Thanos. Nick Fury looked at the expression on Jason's face. His face looked ugly. The future you see is so bad. 223 Seeing Nick Fury's appearance, Jason snorted coldly. It's just going to be worse than you think. Maybe half the people on the planet will die. What? Nick Fury is a bit out of his element. As an old fox, Nick Fury is definitely a cunning guy. It is the most basic thing to calm down your anger and not show it in form. Add a layer of black protective color on his face. Very few people can figure him out. This time he shouted out in shock. One can imagine how shocked he was at the moment. This is impossible. After Nick Fury was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Nothing is impossible. You should have seen the power of the Tesseract. Why do you think this is impossible? And maybe you will have a record of what will happen in the future. Jason had a sneer on his face. If Nick Fury didn't let people study the power of the Tesseract, everything might come later. Definitely, as long as the Ancient One, the Asgardian, and Odin, the Old Man, die, Thanos will definitely invade Earth. But the decision was not so quick. No more Tesseracts. Want to reach the Earth from it? It will take at least several hundred jumps. This takes more time. It is not certain that human power will be stronger at that time. There is nothing wrong with Nick Fury taking the blame. The atmosphere between the two people fell into silence for a moment. Two people with their own thoughts face each other, nor spoke. Until the coffee in front of the two of them was cold, Nick Fury asked with a gloomy expression, "What do you mean?" Seeing Nick Fury ask, the corners of Jason's mouth raised slightly. He took control of the conversation again, already in the beginning. Nick Fury is taking control of the situation intentionally or unintentionally. Whether he claims to be the master or suddenly reveals his identity, he wants to disrupt Jason's mentality. Good control of the rhythm. However, what he didn't expect was that Jason knew much more than he thought. For example, the Tesseract project. Not many people in SHIELD know about it. He studies this in a subterranean building that cost nearly $10 billion to build. Relevant scientists. After entering the project, I never went out again. There is no possibility of leaking secrets. Nick Fury feels that even Hydra in SHIELD cannot possibly know this, but Jason just knew it. Nick Fury can only attribute this to Jason's precognitive ability. It is precisely because of this. Jason's words became very credible. That's why he asked that question. That's what it means literally. Although you have good intentions, you don't know how to use it. Natural will bring disaster. Jason shook his head. The ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. If only the Tesseract were in the hands of the Ancient One and Odin. No one is interested in infinite gems. Like Odin, he doesn't even bother to use the power of infinite gems. He even gave the reality gem, a cosmic treasure, directly to the collector. There is absolutely no intention of owning it. The same goes for the time gem in Ancient One's hand. She has mastered gems for hundreds of years, but no one has ever coveted the gem in her hand. Only Nick Fury was working on the Tesseract. Only then did he catch Thanos' attention. Nick Fury has no power to protect the gems, nor any ability to block other prying eyes. It is completely normal to be targeted by others. Nick Fury had a gloomy expression on his face when he heard Jason's words. Jason spoke again. You should know that we are not the only civilization in the universe. The reason why our civilization can still exist peacefully, it's because there are people you don't know who are protecting us, like you said to Tony Stark. He is not the only superhero in the world, and you are not the only protector in the world. But what you do and say has attracted the attention of the entire universe to the Earth. Director Nick Fury, do you think what you did was right or wrong? Jason said while staring at Nick Fury. Nick Fury was silent. I'm just trying to protect humanity. Nick Fury said he really just wants to protect humans. No matter what, Nick Fury has a good heart, and everything he does is to protect mankind. It was not his fault that he studied Tesseract, it was just limited by his vision. This is the only way he can choose. However, it cannot be said that he is completely correct, at least he doesn't trust anyone. This is also one of the root causes, such as the Insight Project. I want to eradicate my confusion through monitoring, without fundamentally solving the problem. It was originally a way to take shortcuts. This thing is inherently wrong. Human nature is complex. To evaluate a person, one must look at it dialectically. Nick Fury is a very complicated person. Jason doesn't expect to change Nick Fury's mind either. He said it just to remind Nick Fury, just to avoid something from happening. Director Nick Fury, the wheel of fortune has begun to turn. All we can do is to enhance our strength in this world of great change. Protect your own race when the time comes. Jason said directly. Nick Fury gave him a deep look. It seems you know a lot more than I thought. Yes, I know a lot of things. It's the same for everyone. Doesn't Director Doohan originally have a lot of secrets? I know you know a great guy. If possible, call her back early and the situation will be much better. Jason said directly. Captain Fantastic is the most awesome. The combat power is comparable to that of Thor, who possesses Stormbreaker. Physical combat ability can fight Thanos. He is also a fierce man who can physically destroy starships and challenge the Kree fleet. If she comes back early, where would so many people die? Don't tell me this woman also has many new technologies. Captain Fantastic still needs to come back soon. When Nick Fury heard this, he took a deep look at Jason again, even a little vigilant. Jason saw this look and smiled disdainfully. Nick Fury, you and Tony Stark are actually the same type of people. They are all the kind of people who are extremely proud in their hearts, but they feel a little inferior in their hearts. Having witnessed so many things, you don't trust others at all. I just feel like I'm the savior. Always suspect that others will harm this society. This is actually a sign of lack of confidence. Jason glanced at Nick Fury. If it were him, it's definitely not like Nick Fury if anyone wants to cause trouble for him. He just beat the shit out of this guy, still causing trouble. Nick Fury was secretly preparing various means. He doesn't even trust his own possession. Simply a hermaphrodite. Hear Jason say that. Nick Fury glanced at him again. You have mastered extraordinary power and don't understand the fears of ordinary people at all. Tony Stark and I are just normal people. We neither have Superman's power like Hawkeye, nor do we have the ability to predict things like you. We are all facing the unknown. Rather than trying to save something after a tragedy occurs, it's better to prepare in advance. Jason was a little surprised to hear Nick Fury's words. He hadn't thought about Nick Fury's thoughts. Come to think of it, he and Tony Stark are ordinary people after all. Ordinary people are inherently afraid of people with super abilities. Nick Fury thinks so, and he can understand it, as long as their goals are inhibited. I didn't consider this aspect. But I still don't agree with some of your ideas. But I won't interfere with your behavior. I will only tell you the information you need. You can judge the rest for yourself. And the Avengers, I won't be involved. I can at most help you. But my fees are very expensive. Jason looked at Nick Fury, all smiles on his face. Nick Fury looked at Jason in front of him. I feel that his understanding of the 3 words shameless has deepened. Listen, is this human language? His lover hasn't paid yet. No need, Nick Fury said coldly. Mexico. Jason said rather nonchalantly. Are you sure you don't need my help? Jason looked at Nick Fury with a smile. Nick Fury's face suddenly darkened. Fortunately, the color on the face is relatively dark, so it is difficult to see. He has never been in such a situation. At a disadvantage everywhere. In fact, he knew nothing about Jason, but Jason knew a lot about SHIELD, especially the matter of Mexico. As soon as they SHIELD got the news. Just block it there, a forward base was even established locally. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for this news to leak out, but Jason just knew it, which made Nick Fury feel defeated. What do you know? You found a hammer and you have no clue, right? Jason smiled and said, Mjolnir. It was an artifact that Odin collected the core of the Death Star and gave it to the dwarf family and then received Odin's blessing. Except for Kungunir in Odin's hand, probably the most powerful artifact in Asgard. In the universe, these are among the best weapons. It is not easy for people on Earth to study this thing, but he knew it very well. This is the essence of negotiation. Nick Fury took a deep breath after hearing Jason's words. This thing falling from the sky made him feel terrified. The unknown is the scariest thing. Humans are never afraid of powerful enemies. What they fear is the fear of the unknown. Mjolnir, for Shield, it's something unknown. Mjolnir looks man-made at first glance. And they don't even have the strength to lift this thing. Nick Fury is hard to imagine. If a civilization with such weapons wants to attack the Earth, how should they resist? His trump card is Captain Marvel, which is pretty good. But the captain is always in the universe. He didn't know how far away from the Earth it was, and it was impossible for him to call Captain Fantastic back for such a trivial matter. So he was extremely panicked. Now that Jason told him that there was a way to understand this thing, it was hard for him to refuse. Okay, I can sign a contract with you. You can become a special advisor to SHIELD. CJ, you can receive your salary every year at SHIELD. Do you think I'm short of money? I need permission to purchase supplies from SHIELD if I helped you SHIELD. I would like some special supplies, Jason said flatly. The strength of a large organization is very powerful, unless you reach the level of strength that one person can destroy a country. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an individual to confront the state. Organizations like SHIELD, if you really want to target someone, everything can be investigated clearly. Even your behavioral habits and details of your actions can be analyzed. This is especially true in terms of materials. All the minerals on Earth are available in SHIELD. Not to mention the various alien products they collected. These things are what Jason covets the most. If he could obtain the crystallization of alien technology, he might be able to reverse engineer many technologies, get more advanced materials. This is the fundamental reason why he cooperated with SHIELD. Don't rush to agree. The research I'm talking about is not just ordinary things, including the things in your special bases. Jason said slowly, Nick Fury is a very cool guy. After taking power, he built several secret bases. Launch alien weapons into the sun-destroying base Slingshot. A base sandbox that stores physical weapons, metaphysical substances, and various unknown items that can be used. The 4 bases where superability criminals are imprisoned are islands, domes, cubes, and mansions. The prison where Captain America is imprisoned has 3 other SHIELDs of the same size. Just ask you if you are afraid. Jason has already been salivating over these. Go in and take a spin. He felt like he could beat Thanos. Hear Jason say that, Nick Fury said flatly. Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Director Nick Fury. You can use those things yourself, why can't I? You don't even have a PhD, why do you think I'm not as good as you SHIELD? People in research. Nick Fury spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's wrong with not having a PhD? He has undergone special training. I know a lot of things. What does it mean? See Nick Fury unmoved. Not to mention anything else, are your things as dangerous as my steel battle suit? Jason glanced at Nick Fury disdainfully, although there was no expression on Nick Fury's face. But I sighed in my heart. SHIELD. D's special base does have a lot of useful things. What alien weapons, alien corpses, and some weird items. A metal that will petrify a person upon contact, a crystal lotus that will kill someone at a glance. These things are dangerous though. But most of them are not as destructive as the Jason steel armor. Seeing Nick Fury move him, Jason spoke. If possible, I can exchange the technology of steel armor with you, including energy systems, Nick Fury said silently. Including energy systems. Jason nodded. Although the steel armor is advanced, but it's not impossible for Marvel's scientists to replicate it. For example, engineers from Stark Industries developed Iron Overlord themselves. They really can't make it. It is a small arc reactor, like the Bald Eagle military. They owned War Machine and reverse engineered it. But the military still only has one armor. It's because there's no way to replicate the reactor. Nick Fury asked this, which shows that he is the one who knows the business. I heard Jason agree so easily. Nick Fury hesitated instead. Why did you do that? This was what he suspected most. In his opinion, the technology contained in the steel armor is enough to change the entire human race. Light is an arc reactor. It can change the entire human energy system. Traditional energy sources will be eliminated. And it will not emit a lot of heat like a traditional nuclear reactor, cause the greenhouse effect. It's simply a perfect energy source. In his opinion, the value of this thing is even higher than that of a small country. Why was Jason able to hand this thing over so easily? This is something very incredible to him, so he was very confused, even doubting, does Jason have any conspiracy? Are you trying to infiltrate SHIELD or something? Why? Jason looked at Nick Fury with some confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why Nick Fury asked this question. In his opinion, technology is something that should be exchanged in order to be valuable. Bernard Shaw once said, "You have one thought and I have one thought. After we exchange, we both have two thoughts." According to Jason, the same is true for technology. Steel armor can be powerful, but is what SHIELD possesses amazing? SHIELD is possessing alien technology. In fact, the level of steel armor, there may be no one on Earth who can surpass it, but in the universe it really is nothing. At the very least, Guardians of the Galaxy's rocket. He once mocked Tony Stark for his poor technical skills. In the universe, a rocket is just a modified object, an ordinary engineer. One can imagine, Tony Stark's skills are not outstanding in appearance. Avengers are truly awesome. The world mainly relies on Thor and Hulk. Therefore, Kunson does not think that the technology of steel armor is valuable. And isn't it supposed that science as a thing can only progress by constantly making progress? His skills come from the system, but he doesn't want to become a vassal of the system. If he can only rely on what the system gives him, what is the difference between him and a puppet? He should exploit the system, instead of letting the system take advantage of him. So he doesn't understand Nick Fury's thinking. Director Nick, why do you think I won't hand over this technology? This technology is so precious. Nick Fury said without saying anything. Oh, I see. Jason suddenly understood when he heard this. Maybe Iron Man's technology is nothing to him. He has various techniques, whether it's Extremis or Hulk strengthening potions. Its value is no less than that of steel armor, and he knows there are more advanced technologies in the universe. More importantly, he is a very confident person. He believes that even if Nick Fury gets his skills, he won't be able to surpass him. He will definitely be able to develop more advanced technology, maybe after giving it to Nick Fury. You can also get inspiration from other people's armors. Isn't this a good thing? It's a joke that I cherish my broom. Nick Fury, why do you think this technology is valuable? You must have been to the universe, right? You have seen the Kree warships, you have seen the Skrull warships. Why do you think this thing is advanced? Jason couldn't understand it. Why would a person who has seen a space battleship feel that steel armor is advanced? Is it because I don't read enough? Or is it because of that crazy woman in Captain Marvel? Did she destroy the Kree fleet and make Nick Fury think that starships are nothing more than that? Hearing Jason ask this, Nick Fury was also confused. Why is this? Jason looked at the confused Nick Fury and sighed. This is the disadvantage of reading less. He simply doesn't understand what is truly powerful. He felt that the steel armor could break through factors at every turn and its combat effectiveness was very high. But he didn't know. This is for a civilization that colonizes the stars. This might be a spicy chicken. Kree warships are very powerful. Ronan the Accuser's flagship even crashed directly into the Nova Legion's atmosphere from space. Then there was no explosion. One can imagine how terrifying his material is. Nick Fury may have only seen the scene where Captain Fantastic directly destroyed the Kree battleship. He didn't know what it would take for me to do all this. Captain Marvel's powers come from infinite gems. Her body is no different than Thor after awakening. A woman who can fight a titan like Thanos in hand-to-hand combat. How could it be that simple? It's unfair to compare such perverts. Director Nick Fury, science can only progress by communicating with each other. I don't think you will suffer a loss by exchanging steel armor's technology for SHIELD. Why don't you agree? Can you promise not to abuse the power of those things? Nick Fury said, why did I do that? If I want to rule the world, I will build tens of thousands of armors. Can you stop me? Since I have no reason at all, what are you worried about? Jason asked rhetorically. This is the unlikable part of Nick Fury. He doesn't trust anyone, he only believes in himself. You don't understand, the comfort of 7 billion people lies with us, SHIELD. I have to be cautious. Please give me flowers, Jason laughed disdainfully. Nick Fury, you are too arrogant. SHIELD cannot protect the Earth if it weren't for the Ancient One and Odin. After the Earth was discovered, it would definitely not be so safe. In ancient times, the Kree even used humans as material for biological experiments, create the special warriors they need. It's the appearance of the Ancient One and Odin. This tragedy was avoided. SHIEL. D cannot do this. Things they do more to maintain world peace. Solve some ordinary people with special abilities and prevent them from harming society. SHIELD does this really well, but protect the Earth, never mind. Forget it, you won't believe it if I tell you these things. Your horizons will only be limited to the Earth. Time will tell. I ask you whether you agree with my proposal. Nick Fury looked at Jason with his one eye after a while. He just said it. I can agree with you to purchase resources from SHIELD after you help us solve the problem. I can also approve some special resources. But special items, no, that's okay too. Jason nodded reluctantly. People like Nick Fury are not moved by words. He won't really change unless he goes through something, can get this result. Jason feels it is already very good, the asking price is sky high, so just sit back and pay back. If you don't offer a higher price, how can you negotiate the price? If he had proposed this exchange in the first place, Nick Fury and Old Fox would definitely not agree. It's good now, he won't have to worry about resources anymore. Then let's sign the contract. Nick Fury took out the contract he brought. This is a contract with SHIELD Consultants. Basically, he helps SHIELD solve some problems that SHIELD cannot solve. He can obtain certain resources in exchange. Nick Fury has already prepared such a contract. Jason could only sigh. SHIELD is indeed SHIELD. It had been analyzed in advance that he would propose this kind of deal. The power of large organizations is truly incredible. I signed the contract with great surprise. Only then did the two of them relax. Wait until the SHIELD confidentiality contract is signed. Nick Fury put away. He just asked, "Now can you tell me about the hammer?" Jason took a sip of coffee first. He said slowly, "Have you ever heard of Asgard?" "Asgard? You mean in the legend, the gods in Norse mythology?" Nick Fury said with a frown. "So be it." "What does it mean?" Nick Fury asked. "It is true that Asgard in Norse mythology, but this Asgard does exist. Rather than saying that they are mythical gods, it is better to say that they are aliens." Jason spoke. "Alien? That's right. Not all legends on Earth are false. There are many legends, but they all have the origin of 620. The legendary god King Odin in Norse mythology is real. I don't know how many light years away from us there is a planet named Asgard. The Vanir clan lives above. They are different from us Earthlings. Asgardians not only possess superior technology but also possess the power of magic. In a sense, they are indeed gods compared to us Earthlings. And the hammer in Mexico is the artifact of the Asgard people. You must have heard of Mjolnir, Thor's stooge." Nick Fury listened to Jason's words. The expression on his face was uncertain, and there was no expression on his face. Although he thought this matter was very ridiculous, whether it's an Asgardian or a legendary god. It all made him unbelievable. However, he didn't think Jason would lie on this issue. "There is a question. The people of Asgard are who knows how many light years away from us. How did they get Mjolnir here?" "Definitely because of Bifrost," Jason said enviously. "Bifrost, Asgard's most powerful artifact, can draw power from all of Asgard and travel through space. It can span an unknown number of light years in a matter of minutes." Jason was very envious. The Bifrost is said to be a huge road connecting Midgard, that is, Earth and Asgard. It's called the Rocking Road to Heaven. Actually, in my opinion, this is a very powerful space shuttle device, able to teleport anything from Asgard to Earth in minutes. Jason explained to Nick Fury. "Anything, including people," Nick Fury said with a frown. "Yes, including people. You are right, they can deploy their troops to any place on the Earth in an instant, but you don't need to worry at all." "What do you mean?" "No need to worry, he's almost dying of anxiety." Now Nick Fury even wants to go back and build an organization immediately. See how you can stop being invaded. An alien race that can deploy its own army to Earth at any time. He was really worried. I mean, there's no point in worrying about it. If Asgard wanted to take over Earth, it wouldn't need an army at all. Odin can take over the Earth by himself. You don't understand how terrifying a strong man like Odin can be. You may think that Captain Marvel is powerful enough, but in front of Odin she is nothing. Jason shook his head. "I think Nick Fury is a bit ignorant and fearless. It goes without saying how powerful Odin is. The lifespan of an average Asgardian is only about 5,000 years. But what about Odin? He has lived for at least 500,000 years. What a concept. Before humans appeared, Odin already exists. Moreover, when he was old and frail. In the entire universe, there is still no civilization that dares to face Asgard's army. This was after Odin's Valkyrie army was basically all killed by Hela, and Odin was alone. Just guard all the star fields of Asgard, except the giants of Jotunheim dare to jump. No other force dared to happen, such a cosmic giant. Nick Fury wants to guard against him, it's so naive. Do you think we need to be on guard against this kind of person? No matter how powerful the Asgardians are, if they want to invade the Earth, I will definitely resist to the end. Nick Fury said coldly, "Come on, my director Nick. Earth was the territory of Asgard in ancient times. To be honest, the Earth can't develop like this without the protection of Asgard." Jason shook his head. "And what are you resisting with? The Bifrost is more than just a teleporter. That's a Star Destroyer weapon. Bifrost is more than just a teleporter. Still Asgard's most powerful weapon. By absorbing the power of Asgard, this thing can destroy planets. Loki had wanted to rely on Bifrost, directly destroy the planet of giants of Jotunheim, if it weren't for the old man Odin trying to protect his own image. The giants of Jotunheim have long since perished. Human beings, on the other hand, do not yet have the ability to travel across the planet. I don't even know where the coordinates of Asgard are. Why should you resist others? All nuclear weapons on Earth explode. It will not have any impact on the Earth originally. The only thing that can be destroyed is mankind itself, compared to a civilization capable of destroying the planet. The force of the Earth is not worth mentioning. Not to mention, Asgard has no intention of attacking humans. As early as ancient times, Asgard became the sovereign state of the Earth, but beyond protecting the planet, they didn't ask for a donation or anything else. This Kaisi civilization. Nick Fury didn't want to make friends but was ready to have a chance encounter with him. Is your brain not working well? Jason had so much on his mind. Nick Fury was shocked by Jason's other words. Star Destroyer weapon? Yes, is there anything surprising about one too? Is it abnormal for a civilization that controls a huge territory to have such a thing? So, it doesn't make any sense for you to be on guard against others now. It's better to maintain a good relationship with them first. As far as I know, the eldest prince of Asgard seems to have arrived on Earth. What? Nick Fury's voice has changed. Long after Jason told him about Asgard's strength, he was extremely afraid of this civilization. I have always regarded Asgard as my imaginary enemy, see if Earth has a chance to win. But after his calculations, it seems that Earth's chance of winning is not very high, so Jason is absolutely right. You need to maintain a good relationship with Asgard first. Now Jason told him again. The eldest prince of Asgard arrives on Earth. How could he not be surprised? Nick Fury felt heartbroken. Things he knew today, each one was more shocked than the other. First the aliens, then Asgard. There is also a strong military strength. All this frightened Nick Fury. But now, Jason actually told him that the eldest prince of Asgard came to Earth. Do you know what this means? Please don't know if something happens to the eldest prince of Asgard on Earth. Will it cause a very serious diplomatic dispute? Nick Fury said a little crazy. They bald eagle people don't know what diplomatic disputes are. As the most powerful country on Earth, it's all other countries that worry about this. Now he finally realized the feeling of fear. A weak country has no diplomacy. You are overthinking this diplomatic dispute. Director Nick Fury, that's Thor. Do you know what Thor means? As long as you don't have anything to do, use a nuclear bomb to blow him up. I don't think there's a force on Earth that can threaten him. Jason rolled his eyes and said, "Why are the Asgard royal family always 26 Din and his family? It's not because Odin is some kind of holy emperor. It's not because Odin's family is full of geniuses. Look at that idiot look like Thor. Where does he look like a king? The reason why Odin's family is able to rule Asgard is because their family is strong enough. Even if he seems to have a low IQ, Thor is also very funny. After awakening, Force can fight Thanos directly. He even chopped off Thanos' head with an axe, even if he becomes decadent and becomes a fat house. Still the absolute mainstay of the Avengers. It can also resist fixed star light exposure. After fighting for more than 1,500 years, we encountered countless enemies. Thor didn't even break his arms or legs. Why would Nick Fury think there would be a problem with such a guy? Director Nick Fury don't think so much. The relationship between Asgard and us is not that simple. Asgard will not attack Earth if it has nothing to do. You don't have to worry about anything when I come to Earth this time. After he has dealt with his own affairs, he will naturally leave on his own. And this is not something we can get involved in. This is the battle for Asgard's inheritance. Jason spoke. To be honest, it is not that accurate to say that it is a battle to seize the inheritance. To be precise, it's a shill that Odin is training. He obviously knew that his end was coming. I can't protect my two children like before. Now begins to pave the way for Thor. But what they didn't expect was, his son will be like that. It would be inappropriate to leave the good Asgard prince alone, come to Earth and be a superhero. I don't want to go back yet. Until Odin died, his sister killed everyone in Asgard. In the huge Asgard, there is only a boatload of old, weak, sick, and disabled people left. Thor just started to grow. The growth effect is just not very good. As for now, Thor is still an arrogant B********D. He didn't think it was a good idea to contact Thor, but Nick Fury obviously doesn't think so. Looking at his eyes, you can tell that this bald, one-eyed dragon is planning some conspiracy. But Jason didn't think he could succeed in the face of absolute strength. Intrigue and intrigue are completely useless. Even the destroyer sent to Earth by Loki to kill Thor. Unless the people on Earth come up with nuclear bombs, they probably won't be able to defeat this kind of war weapon. Nick Fury, I have no control over what you plan. But be careful not to bring disaster to the Earth. You have done this kind of thing not once or twice. Don't always think about controlling things you can't control. Even if your purpose is to protect mankind, doing so is no different from those conspirators. Nick Fury glanced at Jason and said nothing. Jason also sneered. You'd better not make any small moves. You wouldn't naively think that there is a developed cosmic civilization. You don't have any investigative methods, do you? I'm afraid everything you do will fall into Odin's eyes. If you really anger Odin, Asgard will call you. You are the sinner of mankind. Hearing this, Nick Fury trembled. Asgard can monitor the Earth. Their monitoring capabilities are much better than you think. At least your underground base cannot be hidden from others. Jason said with a sneer. A big-muscled tyrant like Thanos who is not proficient in magic. Nick Fury's actions can all be detected. Why can't Heimdall, who is responsible for monitoring the 9 realms, see this? I'm afraid that whatever Nick Fury does will fall into his eyes. This is the most powerful henchman of the Odin family. It would be nice if Nick Fury was more friendly. If it's really some kind of conspiracy, discovered by Odin, even if he doesn't hit the Earth, it will also cause a lot of trouble. Nick Fury is better off being honest. He even began to regret telling Nick Fury these things now. Nick Fury looked serious when he saw Jason. He also spoke up. I'm measured. You're so measured, Jason yelled. You went to study the Tesseract, what a fool. I cursed Nick Fury in my heart, then he started talking. I don't care what you think, I'm going back there. No, Nick Fury subconsciously objected. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm informing you. Jason said with a sneer. Nick Fury took a deep breath. Calm down quickly. You can go, but you can't interfere with SHIELD's operations. I'm not interested, I just want to meet the Asgardians. Maybe there will be a fight. Jason added in his mind, he wanted to try it. Hulk can be inseparable from Thor, can he, for the martial Asgardians anyway. There's nothing wrong with beating Thor up. Maybe they will respect you even more. Besides, he might be able to extract some skills from Thor, so he must leave this time. Nick Fury saw Jason's attitude. I felt a little annoyed, but there is something helpless. He thinks about too many things. It was impossible to do anything to Jason. Now I can only suffer a little loss in terms of face. In that case, you better go. However, you are responsible for protecting the safety of our SHIELD employees. Nick Fury thought about it and said, no problem. Jason agreed immediately. But it will cost more, Jason said succinctly. Nick Fury was almost P******D off. I didn't go there to be a nanny. I advise you to withdraw the agents and residents there. Then send the army. This is probably your only chance in this life to test Asgard's strength. Although Jason has seen Mjolnir in the movie, but in fact, this thing is much more handsome than Jason imagined, and it's really heavy. Jason didn't believe it and went up to try it. It is true that this thing cannot be lifted by pure strength, and the material is very strong. He fired several shots without any change. He even wants to try laser cutting on his fingers. However, he was stopped directly by Phil Coulson. Mr. Jason, that's not necessary. If something happens, I can't explain it. Phil Coulson's tone was full of resentment. Their SHIELD scientists study this thing. That's a caution. Looking at Jason. If he doesn't stop it, not sure what to use, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Jason smiled awkwardly. He was sure that his operation had no effect on Mjolnir at all. It has Odin's blessing on it. If Odin hadn't died, Hela might not be able to crush this thing. His operation was nothing more than a small fuss. Phil Coulson agent, this is a destructive test, Explained. Jason started his normal analysis with SHIELD's equipment. He performed spectral analysis, proton analysis, thermal difference analysis, etc. on Mjolnir. I want to analyze the structure of this thing through this. Pity, useless. The atomic structure of this thing was much more stable than he thought. The spectra and rays in existing scientific facilities cannot penetrate its structure. Something that is reflected back. There is no information to analyze. It is indeed very troublesome for scientists to analyze this thing. Jason suspected that this was a material that reached at least the quark level in terms of observation. It is still difficult to study this thing now. It is indeed a civilization that can dominate the universe. The people of Asgard also have space battleships. The level of technological development is not low either. The highest crystallization of their civilization, it's not something that can be reproduced so easily. Let Skynet record the measured data. Jason turned around and left. Phil Coulson, agent, is there a small town nearby? Yes, it's 2 kilometers from here. Although Phil Coulson didn't know why Jason asked, he still answered. Nick Fury asked him to follow Jason's orders on certain things. This made him very confused. It even seems like Jason bribed Nick Fury with money. Otherwise, why would you send Jason here? This is completely amateurish. I muttered a few words in my heart. Phil Coulson had a big smile on his face. Mr. Jason, what's wrong? Is there any problem? No problem. Come on, I'll take you to meet the owner of this hammer. With that said, Jason took the lead and walked outside. Phil Coulson quickly followed with several agents. He was afraid that Jason would get into some big trouble. A group of people drove SHIELD's special car to the town closest to the hammer. SHIELD makes sense after all. Although Thor broke into the military-restricted area and injured an agent, SHIELD didn't do anything to him after all. After a few words of education, just put it back, therefore. At the moment Thor, the eldest prince of Asgard, according to Skynet, he was still drinking in the town. There is no trace of the appearance of his recently deceased father. The most important, it was still Jane's money. Jason didn't know what to say anymore. All I can say is that adept people are Zinchen. Pushing open the door of the bar, Jason and his party filed in. The whole bar fell silent for a moment. Dr. Jane, who was sitting in the corner, quickly saw Jason and his group, especially Phil Coulson, who was following Jason. His eyes were full of vigilance. Wait until Jason walks in front of her. Only then did she confirm that Jason and the others were indeed here to find her. What do you want to do? Didn't you take away my research results? What else are you doing? Ms. Jane, I'm not here to find you. Please be quiet. Jason is not someone who can't stop walking when he sees a beautiful woman, moreover. Jason feels that Jane's assistant is not as good-looking as her assistant. Therefore, Jason didn't give this woman a good look. Midgardians, what do you want to do? Jason hasn't let Jane leave yet. Thor next to him had already spoken loudly. The beer in his hand hit the table, staring hard at Jason. He looked back at the people in the bar. The surrounding drinkers had been dispersed. Jason then spoke. Thor, an Asgardian, I am God. I am a god from Asgard, Thor said with some displeasure. The tone was very unhappy. God, can you fly? Jason asked directly. If I hadn't lost my divine power. Thor's eyes widened and he did not continue. Jason pouted. Thor is too naive. Even according to the age of Asgardians, he is equivalent to a person in his 30s. As a result, he still looks like a child, no precautions at all, but yes, in his eyes there is probably no one worth guarding against. Okay, Your Highness Thor, why did you come to Earth? Aren't you supposed to be the eldest prince of Asgard? Jason was too lazy to say anything and asked directly, pretending not to know. Hear this, Thor's eyes darkened. I was banished by my father. Exile. Interesting, Jason smiled. So you might not be able to go back. Hearing this, the expression on Wanger's face became even more ugly. News brought to him by Loki, his father is dead. Naturally, no one in Asgard can let him go back. Even Heimdall doesn't have this right, because Thor was very disappointed about this. About his father, he was extremely regretful. Kyan Lee's her face naturally looks good. The expression on Thor's face was not good to see. Jason laughed. I wonder, what are your plans for the future, Your Highness Thor? You won't stay in this small town for the rest of your life, right? You know there are many good things on the earth. Thor looked up at Jason. I always felt that there was some evil intention on his face. What do you want to do? Let me introduce myself. I am the heir to the Wayne Group, Jason Wayne. We at Wayne Group are the largest philanthropic group for Bald Eagle. If His Highness Thor needs it, our Wayne Group can definitely provide some help. Thor was about to say something. He was stopped directly by Dr. Giant. What do you Wayne Group want? Thor is actually just an ordinary person and his is just nonsense. Hear what Jane said. Jason has always been a guy who can't afford to be early without profit. He came to Mexico so diligently, also got in touch with Thor. It's not for charity but to gain benefits. Asgard is a fairly advanced civilization. Although they are taking the path of magic and cultivating personal power, but that doesn't mean they don't have technology. On the contrary, Asgard is in contact with the outside world. Their technology is still quite advanced, such as medical technology and spacecraft technology. They are very advanced. Jason came here just for this. Thor, this guy looks silly, but people will be reincarnated. He is the Prince of Asgard. Maybe Odin is watching him at this time. He gets in touch with Thor. Sooner or later, I will be able to come into contact with more Asgardians. When the time comes, there will be great potential, so helping Thor now would be beneficial without any harm. Thor might make a small profit, but he will never lose. I saw Dr. Jane with a vigilant face in front of me and Thor with a sperm-like brain in front of me. A smile appeared on Jason's face. Dr. Jane, what you said is wrong. Never treat others as fools. You are not the only one in this world who has researched Asgard's Bifrost. I can be sure of Thor's identity. Stop doing this. As for His Highness Thor, don't worry, we will never do anything bad to him. We Earthlings are a peace-loving race. We must treat alien friends like His Highness Thor well. Jason told lies with his eyes open and his mouth opened. Jane is not as innocent as Thor, and because the research results were taken away, she has a distrust of government. But now it seems that Jason is acting very mildly, not at all as vicious as the bald man behind him. In addition, the reputation of the Wayne family is very good among the people. She said tentatively, "Since you say so, can you return my research results to me?" "Definitely, it's all small things." Jason smiled. "Phil Coulson, agent, I think it is very unethical to confiscate other people's research results. What do you think?" Although Phil Coulson wanted to spit directly in Jason's face, but Nick Fury has an explanation, plus Jane's research results. To be honest, there's really nothing of value, so it's okay to give it back to them. Therefore, Phil Coulson agreed half-heartedly. "Okay, Mr. Jason, I will return the scientific research materials to Miss Jane." Jason nodded with satisfaction. He looked back at Jane. "How is it, Doctor?" "Jane, are you satisfied?" Jane nodded hesitantly. There was still some doubt on Jane's face. Jason said with a smile, "Dr. Jane, I have a proposal. I know that Dr. Giant is quite accomplished in outer space and energy research. Why don't you join our Wayne group? I can give you 100 million in research funding every year, and then you have your own independent laboratory. Wayne Group will not interfere with your normal research. Definitely, you must bring His Highness Thor with you. What do you think?" Hear Jason say that. Jane swallowed. She admitted that she was moved. If it weren't for Thor, she would have agreed directly, although she is a doctor. But the research has been fruitless. Therefore, it is always difficult to attract investment. My life depends entirely on my salary from the university. This amount of money is just enough to survive, and it is impossible to do research. She is reluctant to buy good instruments. Now that Jason suddenly proposed this condition, how could she not be moved? But she also knew that these benefits did not come without a price. So she asked, "What do I have to give?" "Dr. Jane, you made a wrong question. I'm not paying this money just for you. Besides, this is just a small amount of money. You don't have to worry at all." CGFA, Jason explained. Jane immediately felt slighted. And then quickly gave in, nothing else. Jason gave too much. What is the concept of 100 million US dollars? The annual research expenses of top universities and top laboratories like MIT are only about this amount. That's just the cost of a lab. Only a fool would refuse. "Mr. Jason, you have to promise me not to harm Thor." Jason laughed directly when he heard this. "Dr. Jane, you are thinking too much. Why should I be disadvantageous to His Highness Thor? Leaving aside the possible diplomatic disputes, what are the benefits of us being unfavorable to Thor? You are also a scientific researcher. Do you think we will perform an autopsy on Thor?" Hearing this, Jane was also a little embarrassed. She has a natural distrust of government and big business, but think about it. If the Wayne Group wanted to be disadvantageous to Thor, they would not waste so much saliva. She can't stop people from doing whatever they want, even if you want to study Thor. It is impossible to dissect this only living body. At most, I can get some hair, draw some blood, and do an examination. Unless Thor dies, no scientific group will kill precious living bodies. Even good food and drink should be offered. A little monitoring is possible. Only a fool would believe that there is such a thing as an anatomy study. I thought about it for a long time. Jane really couldn't imagine what a large enterprise like Wayne Group would do to her. Pursuing her beauty, do not be silly, she still has some ideas. Isn't that Playboy magazine cover girl better than her? Okay, let's sign the contract. Dr. Giant thought for a while and said, "This is the smart choice. A pleasure to work with." Jason smiled and said, "A pleasure to work with." Jane stretched out her hand and Jason was in touch. At the same time, I made up my mind to find some time to investigate Jason's background. Wait until the contract is signed. Jason then gave Thor a bright smile. "Your Highness Thor, I wonder if you can provide us with some tissue or hair." Thor shuddered. "Don't even think about it. Your Highness Thor, do you know how many kinds of ale there are on Earth? From what I know, there are at least 1,000 kinds. And Earth has much more delicious food than Asgard. Jason said casually, in terms of combat effectiveness, Asgard may be stronger than Earth, but in terms of entertainment, thousands of Asgard are no match for Earthlings. Loki pretends to be a king and can only watch the drama. It can be seen from this that Asgard's entertainment is lacking. At most, it is equivalent to medieval Europe. As for food and wine, that would be even worse. What an ordinary person eats today is at the level of an ancient emperor. How does Asgard compare? As expected. As soon as Jason finished speaking, Thor just swallowed. He suddenly felt that there was nothing terrible about providing some tissue and hair. Jason is a very rich guy. In order to let Thor wait 2 more days in this town, Jason bought a house directly in town. The people of Asgard will definitely not leave Thor alone, especially some of his friends. Even violating Asgard's ban by passing the Bifrost came to Earth. Loki will also rule out the Destroyer from pursuing Thor. This stuff makes Jason very greedy. This kind of puppet is created using high-end magic. The combat effectiveness is very strong. It's Asgard's war machine. If he can copy it through the system, that is really developed. In his opinion, magic is nothing but energy. Since it is energy, we can use the scientific calendar to power the temple. Tony Stark was able to build anti-Thor armor. You can also use the thunder summoned by Thor. There's no reason why he can't, not to mention. Several of Thor's friends are much stronger than Thor in his opinion. At least I know a lot of things. He might also be able to find something good. Therefore, he must make his friends from Asgard feel at home. Chatted with Thor and the others for a while. Jason left the tavern. Phil Coulson also returned Dr. Jane's things to her, however he was quite critical of this. Mr. Jason, why did you give this back to her? What if it leaks out and causes chaos? Jason heard this, there was no rebuttal. Bald eagles are the lower-class people who are proud of their lack of intelligence. Drinking bleach and disinfectant can become a fashion. If we knew there really were aliens, that would be okay. Phil Coulson is also right about this. Don't worry, Phil Coulson, Dr. Jane is not a fool. Will you publicize your research results everywhere? What's more, Dr. Giant is just an ordinary astrophysicist. Her research results are of little value. Jason shook his head, astrophysics. To say it is valuable, it can be considered valuable, but you can tell what research results they can produce. That's really not necessarily the case. This subject is more like astronomy than physics. The most famous astrophysicist is probably Hawking. Among the people, his popularity is very high. But in physics, to put it bluntly, Hawking can only be regarded as a younger brother. His contribution is more in the field of science popularization. There is nothing commendable about real theoretical research. Even Hawking did not have any groundbreaking research. One can imagine Jane Foster. Her research is more like discovering the connections between the 9 kingdoms. But the connection between the 9 kingdoms is entirely based on the world tree. It's magic, but it's not scientific at all. So Jason wasn't worried at all. What bad consequences will there be if Jane Foster takes her research back? It was his teacher instead, Eric Selvig. There are still many things to master. This old man is the main force in researching Tesseract, worth a lot of Jason's attention. Phil Coulson didn't know what Jason was thinking. Although I thought there was something wrong with what Jason did, he still didn't say much. Is that Thor really an alien? Half a day later, Phil Coulson asked, still a little curious. That's right, didn't you SHIELD study that hammer? That's obviously not a creation of the Earth. Hear Jason say that. Phil Coulson nodded. I didn't expect there to be aliens. But Mr. Jason, what do you mean? Why are you so nice to this guy? What do you think? Don't you SHIELD have any ideas? Jason looked at Phil Coulson with a half smile and said, he saw SHIELD's agent quietly collecting his hair. Thor's blood is probably also collected by SHIELD. Now what is Phil Coulson saying here? Has SHIELD collected enough alien corpses yet? You don't have to do less research, right? He collected this thing himself just as a formality. Research can't find anything. Wouldn't it be nice for other systems to provide technology? SHIELD is really something that needs to be studied hard. Maybe we should do some experiments. Plus they have Hydra within. Maybe something can happen. Phil Coulson, go back and tell Nick Fury that the Asgardians are not like the Kree people he has. People have mastered the method of coming to the Earth in an instant. Better be careful when doing research. 2 reminders. Jason no longer wanted to talk to Phil Coulson, left directly, please give me flowers. He already had the information prompted by the system in his mind. Returning to his newly purchased house in this small town, Jason began to review the information in his mind. Get in touch with the plot characters. Technology extraction in progress. Due to your sensor authority, you can choose among the following technologies. How to make Asgard Golden Ale. Illustrated Book of Creatures in Subdimensional Space. Small anti-gravity subsonic craft. Jason was confused when he saw this. Then he cursed in his heart. Thor, this be asterisk 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 D is really ignorant. You, the eldest prince of Asgard, want to learn how to brew beer. He is indeed a naughty kid, doing nothing but business. Subdimensional space biological illustration. What's the use of this thing? Can the creatures near Asgard be the same as those near Earth? The few subdimensional spaces near the Earth are not places for humans to stay, especially the hell that Mephitos controls. That's not a good place to be. Although Mephitos is not as good as the Ancient One, he is definitely on the same level as Thanos. Did he go looking for death? Moreover, the Earth simply does not have many stable subdimensional space tunnels. How does he get there? This thing Thor prescribes is completely useless. Only the last small anti-gravity one is worth seeing, but Jason thought. It's not because Thor knows how to make it. Maybe it's because Thor destroyed too much to be able to open it, but it's better than nothing. At least the anti-gravity technology is pretty good, as long as he masters it. This thing can definitely be used on the space carrier. Thus, the aerospace carrier can be greatly improved in terms of flexibility and load-carrying ability. It can also be used as artificial gravity in space. To know. Although the space carrier can be used in the universe, it still cannot sail long distances. The big reason is that it doesn't have its own gravity system. After humans adapted to the Earth's gravity environment, suddenly into space, it is easy to suffer from many diseases. Now there's this anti-gravity system, everything will work out. As long as you can master the long-distance jump engine, then find a star map from Asgard, he might be able to enter the universe. This time it's different all of a sudden. Gravity is a very magical force. This force is based on gravity. Human beings still have no research on it. Even gravity, human beings have no understanding of it either. Although Jason is with the help of the system, ability to manipulate gravity to a certain extent. But it is really difficult for him to develop anti-gravity equipment. The real thing is that the study of gravity is very difficult. In most science fiction works, all spacecraft have begun to use centrifugal force to replace the gravity system, like in the movie The Wandering Earth. The space station where the protagonist sits, there is a ring of very large weights just to provide enough centripetal force to simulate gravity. Therefore, Star-Lord's ship can continuously shuttle through the universe. A spaceship that also has its own gravity system. In fact, it is very advanced. 147 Jason was able to get this anti-gravity ship. He was naturally very happy. Moreover, this small spacecraft has more than just anti-gravity technology, such as remote communication, detection, weapons, and other systems. They are all very instructive. After Jason got this technology, get addicted immediately. Know that Phil Coulson is looking for someone to inform him. Mr. Jason, 4 more Asgardians have arrived in the town. When Jason heard this, his eyes lit up. How many more came? Thor, a guy who only knows how to fight and cause trouble, can use these skills. Aren't his men more powerful? There are 4 of Thor's men. One is Sif, the wife Odin and his wife have chosen for Thor. Asgard is second only to Valkyrie's female warriors. Fighting ability is very strong. Another Hogun from Vanaheim, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, has the ability to heal. There are unique medicines with powerful effects. There is also a warrior Fandral who is good at swordsmanship and often calls himself the best swordsman in Asgard. But Jason thinks it's mostly a lie. The last one is Volstagg. The one that can eat is very powerful in combat and is considered very powerful among the warriors of Asgard. These 4 people all have their own things that they are good at, although most of them are good at fighting skills. But maybe there are some secrets to blocking doors that others do know. If Jason draws one, he will make a profit. Hear the news. Jason didn't bother researching anti-gravity technology. Follow Phil Coulson's agent directly to find these 3 Asgard warriors if he remembers correctly, if you're lucky. Jason even gets to meet Loki. Meet Odin's artifact destroyer. This is another good opportunity to win prizes. He deserves to be rich today. Bring base O to you and excitement. Jason soon arrived at the house he had prepared for Thor. This is a single-family villa. Jason considered that this place might soon be in ruins, so it's quite a distance from town, on a private farm. Jason bought the farm directly at that time, make it easy for people at SHIELD to block information. Far away. Outside the door, Coulson heard the cheerful shouts coming from the villa. It sounds like the gang is already inside drinking. Jason pushed the door open and walked in. Sure enough, I saw Thor and a few people changing cups and cups, looking very happy, after seeing Jason come in. Thor immediately introduced it to the people of Asgard. This is what I call my friend from Midgard, Jason. Originally, Thor was quite critical of Jason. When treating Jason, he seemed quite arrogant. But after Jason provided countless beers, food, snacks, and various language measures, Thor immediately fell. After enjoying it for a while, Thor immediately made Jason his confidant. The look in his eyes could no longer be arrogant. Jason had to sigh. The money ability, which is passed down from the Wayne family, is really easy to use. After hearing Thor's introduction, the four Asgardians came up to speak. Jason also said with a smile, "You must be Ms. Sif. Thor often talks about you and me. I have long heard that Ms. Sif is the strongest female warrior in the county palace. Looking at it now, it turns out that it really deserves its reputation. Jason understands the essence of adulthood. Even if you don't wear it 1,000 times, you won't wear flattery. I heard him say this." Jason's eyes immediately softened as Sif looked at him. "I also heard Thor mention you. Thank you for taking care of Thor. Sif's monetization is very modest. She doesn't look like a female warrior from Asgard at all." Jason then followed the other three Asgard warriors in a passionate handshake. It made them a little surprised. "I have always said that people in Midgard are very kind." Jason smiled but said nothing. What is passion? He wanted to make these people feel at home. It's best to stay on Earth reluctantly. As long as one of these four people explodes with technology, he will make a sure profit without losing any money. What's the point of paying some money under Jason's special guidance? Everyone's atmosphere seemed very good. It was a happy scene. Just when Jason was about to teach these Asgardians how to drink, boom, there was a loud bang. Then the whole room lit up. The group of people looked up. The wooden roof and second floor were missing. Some of the wood was set on fire. Several SHIELD agents rushed in directly. "Mr. Jason, no, there's a monster outside." Jason knew it as soon as he heard it. It's Loki coming. Loki has been ignored since childhood. I saw several friends of Thor's friends still sticking with him after Thor made a mistake in answering the question. Start making lemonade right away. Plus, Odin is adding fuel to the fire. Loki directly dispatched Asgard's highest war weapon, the Destroyer. This is Asgard's most powerful war weapon, ordered by Odin, can crush any substance, even though Thor seems to be fighting easily. But this thing is a battle armor. Similar to his steel battle suit, the Destroyer is also a type of armor. The power is very powerful. Wearing this 1/8 armor, Odin can even challenge dozens of strong men of the same level as him, if Loki is not a remote control. In addition, Thor has Mjolnir, who is also blessed by Odin. We don't know what the real result will be. Therefore, Jason knew that this thing was a killing weapon, immediately ordered several detectives. You retreat immediately and evacuate the people in the town. Enclose the entire area of 10,000 miles and prohibit any unrelated persons from entering. Seeing Jason speak very solemnly, the SHIELD agents did not dare to delay. Turn around and leave, evacuating the crowd. Several Asgardians also came over and said, "Jason, do you need any help? We in Asgard are trying to kill our friends." Hearing this, the corners of Jason's mouth twitched. "Everyone, I'm afraid this is not our trouble. I think this thing outside may be aimed at you." The moment Jason finished speaking, several Asgardians across from him thought he was joking. "Jason, we have no grudges on Earth. How could this be coming to us?" Several Asgardians looked at each other and laughed. Jason looked at them and said in a faint tone, "You really have no enemies on Earth. But that's not necessarily the case elsewhere. The things outside are not like the things on our Earth. How is it possible? Even in Asgard, I have no enemies." Fandral, who thought he was handsome, said with a smile, "In Asgard, he is a girl killer. He is also very gentle, and he doesn't think he has any enemies." Picking up the sword in his hand, Fandral walked out. The few remaining people were still laughing very happily. Thor shouted loudly, "How long do you think it will take for Fandral to finish off the enemy? Whoever guesses wrong can't drink the ale. I bet he'll take 2 minutes." Volstagg and the others also responded loudly, 5 minutes? I guess 26 will come back in a few dozen seconds. Jason said in a faint tone, "Don't be kidding, it's not possible." Thor just finished speaking. Only a loud click was heard outside. A man directly crushed the wooden house and broke it in. It was Fandral who was the target of their bet. What happened to Fandral? Thor saw Fandral flying in and heard the news. Several other Asgard warriors also went up and asked, "It's the Destroyer." Fandral grinned and said, "Destroyer, how is it possible?" Several Asgardians were extremely shocked. Jason was also very shocked. The Asgard guys are really physically powerful. Being beaten in by the Destroyer, it's like nothing happened. If we were a human on Earth, all the bones in his body might be broken. It is indeed a race that can conquer a large territory in the universe and call itself a god. Jason was shocked in his heart. Thor over there was also full of disbelief. How is this possible? Only my father can control the Destroyer. But my father is dead. What? Odin is dead. Several Asgard warriors were also very shocked. Thor, where did you get the news? When we came, Odin was asleep, but he was still alive. Sif asked Thor. I heard Sif say this. Thor was confused. He didn't think Sif would lie to him. Someone between Loki and Sif must have lied, and who told the lie is actually clear at a glance. Loki. With a roar, Thor rushed out angrily. Then, within a few seconds, he flew back the way he came. The whole person is embedded directly into the wall. Fortunately, although Thor lost his divine power, but physical fitness has not declined, still very powerful, apart from being a little embarrassed after being beaten back, still lively and energetic. Thor, has your divine power recovered yet? It can't be the opponent of the destroyer. Let's go and deal with him. You go and find your own power. Sif comforted Thor and walked out directly with the 3 Asgard warriors. Jason looked at Thor, who was lost in thought. He went up and comforted him. Thor, only if you find your divine power can you help. Imagine why you lost Mjolnir. He comforted Thor with a few words. Jason also walked out. Definitely he didn't go out to fight the destroyer but came out to watch the fun. He was curious about the way Asgardians fought and how powerful Asgard's supreme war weapon is. Get out of the villa. Jason saw Asgard's most powerful weapon of destruction. The destroyer is about 3 meters closer. The whole body is covered with silver-white metal. Under the metal skin, traces of flames surged. The head was even redder. At the moment, it was firing at several warriors in the immortal camp. The few warriors of Asgard could only run for their lives in the face of the destroyer's powerful firepower. Fortunately, there are many barns and other buildings on this farm. A few people would not be beaten passively. But in Jason's opinion, they are still at a disadvantage. Although the body has no hands, it looks unusually embarrassed. Volstagg and several other Asgard warriors have very good fighting skills, but there is no place for it. He finally managed to rush forward by moving. The sword struck the destroyer, but there wasn't even a spark. The person being destroyed was immediately knocked away, maybe even get a laser shot. Fortunately, it seems that no one is controlling the destroyer at the moment. Doesn't look very smart. I don't know the importance of last hit at all. I actually had a back-and-forth fight with a few of them. Sif obviously saw the destroyer's slowness, shouted loudly. Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral attract its attention. The 3 Asgard warriors looked at each other. Hogun and Vandal square off. Come Volstagg. Volstagg swallowed. He quickly ran towards the 2 of them, although Volstagg looks very bulky, but he has agility that doesn't match his size. He ran over quickly and stepped on the hands of 2 Asgard warriors. He just flew up. For Asgard, shouted all loudly. Volstagg rushed out. Pick up the axe in your hand and chop down the destroyer. Only, the destroyer is obviously much more agile than Volstagg. With one slap, Volstagg was directly pulled back from midair. That speed was faster than the speed at which he rushed forward. Fortunately, Asgardians are physically stronger. Volstagg was just lying on the ground moaning. Only this time, it was as if the destroyer suddenly became smarter. I want to come up and hit the target. However, Sif behind it suddenly took action. This female warrior from Asgard, the god of war second only to Valkyrie. It is indeed not a simple role, jumping directly from the flat ground to a height of more than 3 meters, holding the sword blessed by Odin, directly inserted into the head of the destroyer. This is also the first time the destroyer has done so since his arrival. The light on his head suddenly dimmed. Smiles appeared on the faces of the Asgard quartet. Only, they were not happy for long. The flame patterns on the destroyer's body lit up again, then a mechanical sound sounded on the destroyer. The whole machine of the destroyer seemed to turn over, front-facing backward. The laser on the head also started to point towards the back. Sif is already very fast though, but her sword got stuck in the destroyer's body. This sword blessed by Odin was obviously very important to him, therefore it was delayed for a while. Don't be hit directly by the destroyer's beam. The whole person flew into the sky. He fell hard to the ground. A large mouthful of blood spurted out directly. The destroyer is indeed one of the best artifacts in Asgard, the 3 warriors of Asgard plus Sif. He is also one of the strongest in the entire Asgard, except for Heimdall, who guards the gate, and the missing female war goddess Valkyrie. This almost represents Asgard's highest combat power. But in front of the destroyer, there is still nothing they can do. Several people directly lost their fighting ability, except that Vandal and Hogun are slightly better. Several other people seemed unable to stand up. The only people standing on the field were Jason and Thor, who secretly ran to help Zixeo up. Only, although this guy Thor looks silly but very cunning, completely in the blind spot of the destroyer's sight. Therefore, only Jason stood in front of the destroyer openly. The destroyer controlled by Loki looked directly at Jason. Do you believe me when I say I came here to watch the fun? Loki clearly didn't take his words seriously. Or, in Loki's eyes, the life and death of people on Earth may not matter at all. A blazing light glowed from the destroyer's head. He shot straight at Jason. This kind of high-energy ray can explode, although it claims to be able to crush anything. But not under Odin's prompting. He is obviously not as powerful as imagined. The steel armor on Jason's arm rapidly shapeshifted. A shield appeared on his arm. This shield looks silvery white. It exudes a metallic light. He directly waited for the beam in the destroyer's hand. However, Jason was pushed a few meters further. A long mark was drawn on the ground. "I said I came here to watch the fun, didn't you hear?" Jason looked at the destroyer very annoyed. He knew that Loki was controlling the destroyer at the moment. He is fully capable of seeing everything happening on Earth, but he still chose to take action. I'm afraid that in his eyes, Jason's marriage doesn't matter at all, like ants on the roadside. When you trample him to death, will you ask for his opinion? This is why Jason is angry. Loki had no intention of listening to Jason's tirade. Another ray shot over. Want to get rid of Jason? Only, this time he had no intention of resisting. He dodged the attack and rushed in front of the destroyer. Even the Asgardians present were stunned, barely keeping up with Jason's pace. Asgardians are not known for their speed. Loki over there also didn't react. Jason is so fast. The original muscles are extremely powerful, coupled with the medical phoenix jet from the nozzle under his feet. However, his quality has reached a very astonishing level with huge kinetic energy. Jason hit the destroyer directly. Thorn tilde. A heart-wrenching sound sounded. It sounded like huge amounts of metal being torn apart or like nails scratching across a blackboard, extraordinarily harsh. Several Asgardians covered their ears. The destroyer is also in bad shape at the moment. The entire right leg was flattened. It seemed like it was squeezed by some huge force. Jason grinned beside him and rubbed his shoulders. It doesn't look like it's easy either, but even this scene. The few Asgardians nearby also looked at them as if they were monsters, especially Thor, who lost his divine power. Some were stunned. Midgardians, when did you become so strong? In the eyes of the Asgardians, people on Earth are very fragile. Only a few people may be able to get their attention. Now look at Jason's performance. Thor felt that he had underestimated the guy in front of him. This kind of power is probably almost the same as him who has divine power. When Thor was stunned, Loki, who was far away in Asgard, also had his eyes widened. Impossible, a Midgardian. Passing the destroyer, Loki took a closer look at Jason. It should be because of this armor. He glanced at Jason sadly. Loki once again controls the destroyer to attack. This kind of attack is nothing more than painless to the destroyer. The destroyer is essentially a warframe. The metal outside is a magical alloy. As long as there is no problem with the destroyer's energy core, this damage can be repaired very easily. Under Loki's control, the destroyer's body flashed with fire. The deflated thighs returned to their original shape again. At the same time, a blazing red light shot towards Jason from his head. Jason dodged again. He also saw the restoration process of the destroyer. Neither Sif nor he caused any fatal injuries to the destroyer. Real troublesome stuff. Jason grinned and said, a flick of the arm. A long knife about half a meter long appeared in his hand. Jason moved his finger. A layer of light blue light appeared on the silver-white blade. Sparks kept falling from the blade. Thor, have you given your power to others? Sif said, looking at Thor. No, this is not Fudian. Thor stared hard at Jason. Just at this moment, Jason moved. Dragging the long knife, Jason rushed forward. A blue afterimage was left in the air. Bah! There was a sound of red-hot iron falling into the water. Jason's long knife pierced directly into the destroyer. The original materials of plasma-cutting weapons can withstand high temperatures. The high temperature inside the destroyer had no effect on this long knife at all. Under Jason's strange power, he directly dragged the long knife down on the destroyer. The entire destroyer was sliced open. A material similar to magma was exposed inside, exuding a dazzling red light. Jason knew the key to taking advantage of his illness and killing him. The long knife in his hand is constantly flying. Just dismember the destroyer. The high temperature inside the destroyer produced some transparent crystals on the surrounding ground. Wow, see the good Jason succeed. Several Asgardians cheered. Thor even helped Sif come up. Jason, you are a true warrior. Patting Jason on the shoulder, Wanger had a silly smile on his face. It was as if it was not Thor who killed the destroyer but himself. Jason could only smile helplessly. He really just wants to watch the fun. But Loki, that B********D, wanted to cause trouble for him. If you don't do it, I really thought he was easy to bully. Jason smiled and was about to speak. He saw Thor's expression in front of him change drastically. Careful, yelled loudly. Thor pushed Sifkai away directly, then a red light as thick as a human head hit Thor directly. Thor's clothes were smashed to pieces. He spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Then he flew out, falling on the ground. I don't know whether I will live or die. Jason looked back. The destroyer didn't know when it had been repaired. Looking at the destroyer in front of him, Jason really had a headache. What the hell is this? Isn't this dead? No wonder it can become Asgard's highest war weapon. Just the ability to resurrect is a big headache for others. You take Thor and go first, I'll hold on to him. Jason turned around and said hello. Go up and get entangled again. 36 strategies, best move. Since we can't defeat it now, we can only shift our strategy first. Come back and deal with him again if you have the chance. If it doesn't work, let Nick Fury send the army. He still doesn't believe it. If a nuclear bomb is fired, there will still be things that can survive. Such a bulky thing as the destroyer, but there is no escape from the core of a nuclear explosion. While thinking about it, Jason said, Skynet trying to scan the destroyer to find out what its core may be, performing particle scan, building a digital model. The target is made of unknown metal and is extremely hard. High-energy reactions were detected and no areas of energy concentration were found. Skynet's execution report is fed back on Jason's helmet. Jason looked helpless. How can we fight this? There is not even an energy core. This thing is indeed no match for him, but it may not be easy to completely destroy this thing. The main reason is that this self-healing ability is really terrifying. Jason could only try to limit the movement of this thing 990. Let's see if we can get large equipment sent by Skynet. Just capture this thing, but he still fought for a while. Skynet's voice rang in his ears. Surge in energy index detected. The energy increases exponentially, more than 10 times that of the arc reactor, approaching rapidly. At the same time, a red dot appeared on the panel of Jason's helmet. There is a strong red light emitting from it. Via camera, Jason could tell that's a hammer. The hammer is very fast. In Jason's detection, its instantaneous speed even reached a factor of 10. Along the way, it caused violent air currents. Thor, who was lying dead on the ground, suddenly stretched out his hand. Mjolnir was in his hands. A barrel-thick thunder and lightning fell from the sky. A burst of air burst out from around him, in the light of thunder. Pieces of silver-white metal armor appeared from an unknown space and stuck to Thor's body piece by piece. The scars on Thor's body are also repairing quickly. After a while, Thor, wearing armor, stood on the ground. Jason stared at Thor with surprise on his face. After Thor regained his divine power, his whole temperament has changed, become confident. Next, leave it to me. Thor said something, took out his hammer and rushed forward. A hammer just hit the destroyer dozens of meters away. Jason's pupils shrank. He is indeed the strongest of the Avengers, the son of Odin. Let's not talk about the energy fluctuations on the body, just this kind of power. A trace of envy flashed in Jason's eyes. These magicians are just unreasonable. The power is so powerful that it is unreasonable. The energy fluctuations on his body are also extremely powerful. The detection interface on his helmet flickered a little. Skynet records energy fluctuations, performing a particle scan, use satellites for remote monitoring, analyzing energy sources. Jason suppressed the envy in his heart. This guy Thor looks childish. In fact, he is already a 1500-year-old guy. It is normal to have this kind of power. What he needs to do now is to monitor carefully and not be jealous from here. Run to the side. Jason took off his armor directly, removed the scanning device from above and monitor carefully. At the moment Thor was flying into the sky, Mjolnir constantly flicked in his hand. A huge amount of tornado is forming. It's not exactly accurate to say it was a tornado. To be exact, it's a swirling wall of clouds. There is also a blue thunder light constantly flashing in it. From time to time, red light flashed through it. The value of the energy detection device in his hand has exceeded the sky, based on testing. The energy inside is probably not much greater than the energy in natural rainstorm clouds. General thunderstorm weather. The voltage can reach tens of thousands of volts. More importantly, this energy is released instantly. The power is very amazing. Among the testing instruments, the thunderstorms created by Thor are at least 5 times more powerful than ordinary thunderstorms. Its destructive power may easily reach a level close to that of a missile. And this ability to change the sky in an instant, it's really scary. No wonder these people are so arrogant that they call themselves gods. Odin and Thor, the powerful men, may really have such powerful strength, while Jason was recording data crazily. Huge amounts of red light flashed among the clouds in the sky. After a while, Thor walked out of the clouds heroically. He is completely different from the Tihanhin who lost his strength before. Saw Thor coming out. Several Asgard guys ran over quickly. The corner of Jason's mouth twitched as he watched. What a bunch of beasts they are. He was half dead just now after such a short time, just jumping around. The people of Asgard are a bunch of beasts. No wonder he heard that Asgardians like to race boats since they were young, and they also like to race boats after drinking. With such a physique, it is not surprising that he can do such crazy things. I left and exchanged greetings with a few Asgardians. Thor took the lead and walked over. Jason, thank you for your help these days. It's just that I have to go back and ask my brother now. If I have the chance, I'll treat you to a drink of ale. There's a chance. But do you want to go see Jane first? After giving Sif a calm look, Jason spoke. Yes, I want to see Jane now. Vostager, we will meet at the Bifrost marker. As he spoke, Thor swung his hammer and flew into the sky. Jason wanted to say something else. Then I heard Thor's voice coming from far away. Jason, the remains of the destroyer are yours. Hearing this, a trace of joy flashed across Kunson's face. Thor, enough bro. Suddenly he became friendly towards several Asgardians. I'm afraid it's not very close to the Bifrost landmark. I'll send you there. That's a problem for you, Jason, Sif said politely. The other 3 Asgard warriors were much more enthusiastic. Good brother, if you come to Asgard, I'll treat you to ale. As he spoke, Volstagg patted Jason on the shoulder with his fat hand. Jason smiled. It's just a little effort. Also, aren't you afraid of heights? We are the bravest warriors in Asgard. How can we be afraid of heights? Volstagg looked insulted. That's good. Jason waved his hand. 4 pieces of armor fell from the sky. They'll send you there. Thank you, Sif said something. I put on my armor and flew towards him. There is a big difference between Asgard and Earthlings, whether in customs or other aspects. When a civilization or a race, if there is no opponent for thousands of years, they will also be too lazy to think. Naturally, they will not engage in all kinds of intrigues like the people on Earth. It's easy to understand why Thor and those Asgardians easily trust others. However, Jason doesn't hate this feeling at all. On the contrary, he thinks, compared to a dark-hearted old guy like Nick Fury, obviously Thor has better contact, shaked his head. Jason no longer thinks about these things. His eyes were shining as he looked at the wreckage of the destroyer in front of him. This is good stuff. Although the destroyer at the moment has lost its inner light, only the silver-white metal shell remains, but it's still a rare good thing. Whether it is the composition of metal or the metal structure that can grow again, or maybe it's shape-shifting, all can give people a lot of inspiration. Skynet, send a transportation team to transport this thing back. The destroyer was much heavier than he thought. A metal body less than 3 meters long. In Jason's feelings, this thing cost at least hundreds of tons, lie flat on the ground. Half of his body was sunk into the soil, so one can imagine how shocking his weight was. This also means the alloy that the destroyer is made of. Its density exceeds that of any metal on Earth, just like the Asgardians. Their bodies have 3 times the muscle density of Earthlings. What this brings is their amazing strength and ability to fight against attacks. MJU4NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZY4 NZCY OJ I equals. Jason had reason to be suspicious. The gravity environment of the planet Asgard is probably much greater than that of the Earth. Record various conjectures and data into Skynet's database, then pack the destroyer into a truck. Jason was ready to go home. Only someone he didn't expect appeared in front of him. Hey Jason, what do you want to say to me? Nick Fury's hoarse voice sounded in front of Jason. Looking at Nick Fury blocking the door, Jason took the car away. What do you want to know? You've got something amazing, haven't you? Logically speaking, this is the property of our SHIELD. Nick Fury spoke. Property of your SHIELD? Why didn't I know? What did you SHIELD do? It's too much to want to come here and pick peaches now. Jason mocked Nick Fury. Nick Fury, this guy. I really want to get my hands on any good thing I see. Except for him, everyone with special abilities in the world will destroy the Earth. I really don't know where this character came from. Nick Fury, even if I gave it to you. Are you sure it can be used to protect the Earth? How are you doing with the cleanup within SHIELD? As soon as Jason talked about this, Nick Fury just has a dark face. His secret work was not going well. At Jason's reminder, he launched a secret investigation inside SHIELD, but only a few corrupt elements were found. Hydra. He didn't notice anything at all. This made him feel dazed for a while. If Jason wasn't lying, it was Hydra's infiltration that was beyond his imagination. And he already had the evidence. There is indeed Hydra lurking in SHIELD. He has lost control of SHIELD suddenly. Nick Fury never mentioned handing things over to SHIELD. He stopped talking when he saw Nick Fury. Jason was a little surprised, but soon he reacted. Director Nick Fury, you're probably not here just because of me, right? Let me guess you're here for Dr. Selvig. Jason stared Nick Fury. Dr. Selvig was Jane Foster's teacher. He has conducted profound research on multi-layer space bridges and astrophysics. Nick Fury probably wants to ask this guy to study the Tesseract, although Nick Fury's underground base has been built long ago, but I'm afraid I haven't found anyone who can preside over the experiment. This time it's because of Thor. He discovered that Selvig was unusual. Now it's time to invite Dr. Selvig. On his side, I'm afraid Nick Fury is here to take a look, in line with the idea of playing 3 poles if there are dates but no dates. Let's test it out. If he gives in, I'm afraid Nick Fury will make a lot of money. In fact, it's pretty much what Jason guessed. Nick Fury did come here to test it out. Please give me flowers, even though Jason told him again and again. Research on the Tesseract would bring disaster to the planet, but he still didn't give up the idea. The power of Tesseract is too tempting, as long as he can develop it. You can get powerful weapons to protect the Earth, but Jason's reminder is not without effect. At the very least, he was a lot more cautious. The personnel in the underground base were replaced by his confidants, even they don't know the role of this base. He even went all the way to Mexico in person. I want to invite Dr. Selvig back. As for what Jason gained, he just came to test it out. I didn't even think about it. Seeing Jason expose him, Nick Fury didn't refute. You can take things away, but don't let me know you are doing bad things. I'll keep an eye on you. Jason gave him a disdainful look. You'd better take care of yourself first. To master a power that you should not control is to play with fire and burn yourself. Sooner or later you will bring disaster to the Earth. I can handle my own affairs by myself. Nick Fury said something, turned around and left. Jason curled his lips inwardly. What do you pretend to be all day long? It's like 2,500,000 yuan, nothing. I cursed Nick Fury in my heart. Jason got in the car again. In fact, it's in his heart. He knows that it is still not easy for Nick Fury. SHIELD Light is at the Delta Wing headquarters. There are 40,000 employees. The lowest level agent has a monthly salary of $10,000. This does not include various subsidies and office supplies. Take the bald eagle's favorite snack, donuts. The Delta Wing building consumes hundreds of thousands of donuts and 10,000 cups of coffee every day. Think about how much this would cost. There are also various bases, SHIELD Academy, upgrade agent equipment. The SHIELD organization consumes more funds every year than the total GDP of some countries. The World Security Council is no fool either. It's impossible to support Nick Fury unconditionally. Nick Fury must maintain international stability. At least on the street, few people are affected by people with super abilities. This is all thanks to SHIELD, and these are all done by Nick Fury. How developed is a civilization? It's not about his upper limit but his lower limit. And material. It is the most intuitive way to see the lower limit of a civilization. The Destroyer is undoubtedly the highest crystallization of Asgard materials in the Marvel Universe. Except vibranium and adamantium, there is another very famous alloy, magic metal Uru. This metal is produced from Nidweel, the hometown of Asgard's dwarf. Uru alloy looks like stone but has metallic properties, and can store a large amount of energy, especially magical energy. When Uru is endowed with magic, he will become quite strong and durable. Because of its unique and ugly appearance, Ulu is also called inferior cast iron. It is a non-sparking metal that is quite strong and wear-resistant. Moreover, due to its nature, Uru is highly unforgeable. Only extreme 530 conditions can be cast, such as the energy of fixed star or powerful magic. Thor's Mjolnir and Odin's eternal strength Gainir are all made of this alloy as the main material. The Destroyer as another Asgardian war artifact. Its main body is naturally this magical metal. Maybe it's because it lost its core energy. Jason was finally able to get a glimpse of its internal atomic structure. The interior of any atom on Earth is actually very similar. There is an atomic nucleus in the center, surrounded by various electrons moving in fixed orbits. Ulu is completely different. He seems to have no such thing as electrons at all. An atom is made up of a large atomic nucleus. It is precisely because of this special structure. He doesn't create a spark, logically speaking. It has no free electrons and should be a completely non-conductive metal. But actually, Thor's Mjolnir has a powerful ability to conduct electricity. Jason had reason to suspect that this was due to magic, or maybe he didn't observe the more impressive metal structure of Uru alloy. Record these observed data in the database of Near Sky Network. Jason then spoke. Skynet, build a digital model of the Destroyer. Project to the operational projection interface. I want to see his specific structure. Although he figured out the structure of the Destroyer. He still didn't understand how this thing regenerated, and what is its energy source. Energy is eternal, whatever it is. Whenever you want to do work, you need energy, especially a war machine like the Destroyer. Its energy consumption is terrible, like the destroying light ejected by the Destroyer. I'm afraid one shot can consume the energy of a small village, not to mention that it requires a lot of energy to repair itself. But now, the Destroyer is just an empty shell. The source of its energy is not seen at all. This is simply unreasonable. Skynet, have you scanned the target energy source? To scan the target energy source. No energetic reaction detected. Skynet's serious voice sounded. Jason was disappointed. It seems like it's magic again. It is estimated that it is energy from subdimensions, like Odin. He looks just like a human, but he can blow up planets. The power that erupted was higher than the energy erupted by tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. This is simply unreasonable. This can only be attributed to magic. And with his current level of technology, he is still unable to analyze the energy of subdimensions. Things attached to the underlying structure of the universe. I want him to study now. It's still a bit overwhelming. Forget it, let's perform a performance analysis on the Destroyer's material. Analyze hardness, tensile strength, compressive strength, yield ratio, stress. Study the internal structure and try to figure out why it can repair itself. Try to inject energy and see if it activates. Jason issued a series of orders. Skynet began to test one by one. Jason looked at the data. The properties of metals are very complex. Various performances include contradictions and promotions. For example, if a metal wants to be hard, it must sacrifice a certain amount of flexibility. An alloy with extremely high hardness like Uru, there is almost no resilience at all. But the resilience shown by the Destroyer is still very good. The outer armor relies on shapeshifting to absorb a very large portion of kinetic energy. Jason was a little curious as to what the reason was. It took most of the day. Skynet completed performance testing of the Destroyer. As expected, Uru alloy, whether in terms of hardness, wear resistance or corrosion resistance, surpasses any metal on the Earth. Even atomic Wakanda's vibranium. In some properties it is not as good as Uru alloy, and it doesn't show any toughness or renewable properties. This made Jason very curious. He believes that as long as he understands the reason, he can grasp why the Destroyer is so powerful. Conducting energy injection experiments. Jason slammed the table and said, since the Destroyer has lost its internal energy, many properties cannot be expressed. He just provides energy. First, he tested electrical energy. Thor's Mjolnir can pass through large amounts of electrical energy, exert great power. He wanted to try if the Destroyer armor could work. Therefore, Jason directly plugged the reactor's function line into the Destroyer, to his surprise. Destroyer does not exhibit electrical conductivity similar to Mjolnir. Powerful electric current to the surface of the Destroyer just disappear. There is absolutely no intention of passing. It is indeed a good insulator. But why can Mjolnir conduct electricity? Is it because an unknown metal is added to it? Jason scratched his head. Start other energy tests. In the existing technology, the amount of energy that humans can control is actually not much. The only things that can be directly utilized are electrical energy, thermal energy, and solar energy. Other energies such as chemical energy. There is currently no good way for humans to utilize it. But Jason does not think that low-purity energy can drive the behemoth of the Destroyer. Inject high-temperature plasma directly into the Destroyer and see if there is any reaction. The state of high-temperature plasma is very special. The temperature is very high. If there is a thermal unit inside the Destroyer, it can absorb the heat emperor and convert it into energy. The Destroyer should have responded. After all, the energy used by Asgard to activate the Destroyer has high caloric content. Jason had reason to be suspicious. Inside the Destroyer, there is a very efficient thermal energy conversion device. It can convert heat into some kind of subdimensional energy, which can be used to activate the Destroyer. Skynet is a very good enforcer. As soon as Jason asked, he did as he was told. A large amount of blue plasma was poured into the Destroyer. Scientific experiment is a very rigorous process. Careful comparison and verification are required to arrive at the results. But it's a unique material similar to the Destroyer that resists manufacturing. Jason is naturally not that particular. Various violent measures are directly arranged. In this way, I can test the nature of my Destroyer faster. For example, current plasma infusion. He now has no other high-concentration energy sources at all, so he can only use his methods more directly. Hopefully, the Destroyer can handle it himself. Skynet, have you detected changes? Jason asked Skynet. There is a weak energy response, but it cannot be ruled out that it is caused by plasma interference. Further sample analysis is required. Record the energy model and perform simulation analysis. Stop the perfusion and check the energy model. Try switching to a high-energy laser to see if the same energy-based reaction occurs. Jason said, plasma originally also has huge amounts of energy, so it was difficult for him to confirm. Is this energy reaction originally from the destroyer, or is it an energy signal from the plasma? The same cannot be said for high-energy laser beams. The energy concentration is very high. Basically, no energy escape occurs. 26 is perfect for comparison testing. As the device for generating high-energy laser beams, he used an industrial-grade laser cutting machine. The maximum temperature can reach 20,000 degrees. Just control the power and don't worry about laser damaging the destroyer, under the control of Skynet. Soon, a machine of huge amounts of money was sent up. This 3-meter-tall machine is a laser cutting machine, used to cut somewhat hard metals. Now Jason is going to experiment with it. With a buzzing sound, arc reactor huge amounts of energy are injected into the laser cutter. A dark red laser shot out. It shot straight into the destroyer's chest. The laser energy is being absorbed rapidly. Surge in destroyer energy index detected. Unknown energy circuits appear on the surface of the destroyer. The destroyer is disintegrating. Needless to say, Jason saw it too. The destroyer seemed to be alive under the illumination of borrowed light. Dark red lines appeared from under the metal, instantly covering the destroyer's body. Then these lines become densely packed, like flowing magma under the outsole, split the destroyer into thumb-file-sized pieces. Then starting from the head, the destroyer began to collapse. It's as if the destroyer was originally composed of these small pieces of objects. Stop the energy supply. Take out a small piece of the body and see if its properties have changed. Jason stared at the destroyer with an unusually calm expression on his face. Skynet let out his own exclamation from the side. It's incredible. Even under a scanning tunneling microscope, it still appears as a whole. Now it can be split into countless parts. The molecular structure has definitely reached a more microscopic level. Jason nodded aside. It is remarkable that he can now observe the scale of atomic nuclei. This is a world of 7 orders of magnitude under normal conditions. Like a more onlooker level, more advanced equipment is needed. For example, the quantum realm that Ant-Man involves is even more so, and it is no longer observable. Now he wants to figure it out, which is nothing more than wishful thinking. Even so, he didn't gain me anything. A single structural unit for detecting the destroyer. See if you can see how the material heals itself. It's different from the human body. Guys like Banner and Thor who have abnormal resilience. Self-healing actually relies on nutrients inside the human body. Just need to store a lot of amino acids beforehand plus other trace elements. The rebirth of limbs is actually not difficult to understand. It just enhances the body's self-healing tens of thousands of times. But metal is different. Due to its original structure, there is no spare metal material inside. The repair of the body seems to be directly supported by energy. This is basically impossible one. The direct conversion of energy into matter can indeed be achieved at some level, but it cannot be achieved with just one armor. There must be other reasons for the destroyer's self-repair. If he could research it, then the performance of his steel armor will be greatly improved. Like nano battle armor, even if it is damaged, it can grow back. Whether it is resistance to ability or other abilities, you will get huge amounts of growth. Jason's thinking time. Skynet's data has been detected. Feedback came directly. What was formed after the destroyer disintegrated was tiny resonant units. When tens of thousands of resonant units form a whole, the destroyers were formed. This is why the destroyer is difficult to destroy and can shapeshift freely. Destroyers are actually resonant units the size of a thumb file. The destroyer cannot be destroyed except by destroying them directly. Jason nodded after listening to Skynet's introduction, pretty much what he expected. Build a digital model. I want a clearer view of the internal structure. Waited for a while, an enlarged digital model of the resonant unit was directly projected into the midair by Skynet. Amazing skills. The dwarf craftsmen of Asgard are truly a race of genius. The reason for Jason's sigh is simple, on the tiny resonant unit. It depicts densely packed small circuits. This energy returns to root 113, which is probably thinner than a hair. It's these tiny circuits of energy, those energy circuits that constitute the huge destroyer's body. Various functions are formed. It's hard for Jason to imagine how these dwarfs are done. The average height of Asgard's dwarfs is about 4 to 5 meters. Although it is called a dwarf, it is actually not short at all. It's not an exaggeration to call him a little giant. Such a race. To be able to create such a sophisticated device, it's incredible. Their forging technology in some aspects is probably unmatched by the most cutting-edge technology on Earth, such a race. They were actually killed by Thanos, leaving only a single meow meow. Thanos, this B asterisk 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 D, really deserves to die. If Dwarf was his subordinate, he might be able to research something. He's even considering it. Do you want to look at the relationship with Thor, deceive a few dwarfs to come to Earth? At least leave some blood for the dwarfs. Shaking his head, he shook these distant things out of his mind. Jason once again observed the energy circuit in front of him. Skynet, are these energy circuits reproduced? Copy it and then conduct simulation experiments to understand its principles. I don't understand. It's possible to copy the effect. Jason gave the order and Skynet began its work. Artificial intelligence is very powerful, especially in the simulation of data. As long as the computing capability is sufficient, artificial intelligence can perform tens of thousands or even tens of millions of operations at the same time. Simulation of the action of energy loops. Essentially, it's a process of trial and error over and over again. This is really easy for artificial intelligence. It only takes a few minutes. Skynet has obtained the results of the test. A total of 3 large energy loops were detected on the resonant unit. Adsorbent elements, energy pathways, perform repair. Preliminary speculation is that the destroyer's self-repair comes from this. The destroyer was not originally composed of pure Uru alloy. Adsorbent various substances in the air can completely repair the destroyer. Hearing this, Jason frowned. How to ensure the strength of the body in this way? The reason why the destroyer is so strong. In addition to the sword blessed by Odin in Sif's hand and the plasma-cutting weapon he made, few weapons can defeat it. Like the weapons of Asgard in the hands of Fandral and Hogun, can't even break through the defense, can't even get a spark out, if large amounts of adsorbent-free elements in the air repair themselves. The destroyer's body strength will most likely decrease. What is the difference between this and no repair? There are a large number of redundant Uru alloy elements inside the resonant unit. Through the energy circuit, these Uru alloy elements can move throughout the entire destroyer body. Skynet said so. Jason understood immediately. The destroyer is kind of like the liquid robot from the Terminator. Its body is fluid, although it is composed of small resonant units, but the material inside the resonant unit can flow. Distribute the repaired weak points to the entire body. The decrease in intensity is naturally not obvious. Definitely there is a limit to this. If Jason could destroy half of the destroyer's fuselage instantly, he would not be able to achieve repair. Only, this is somewhat impossible. Uru alloy is Asgard's hardest metal. There is only one documented instance of Uru alloy being destroyed in the Marvel Universe. That was Thor's hammer that Hela crushed, but something needs to be noted. Odin was already dead by that time. The blessing he had placed upon Mjolnir had dissipated. Mjolnir's defense is at its lowest point. Even so, only a pervert like Hela can destroy Uru alloy. One can imagine just how strong is this thing. It's easy to cut, but it's not that difficult to destroy. After thinking about it, Jason stopped thinking about these things. Asked towards Skynet, have you understood the principle of this energy circuit tilde? There are insufficient samples to analyze. It is completely outside the scope of any technology on Earth. Jason was a little disappointed when he heard this, but it's not impossible to understand. This is Asgard stuff after all. There is also magic, Odin's blessing, and other fantasy things attached to it. It is very normal for them to not understand this kind of materialism. He just needs to be able to take advantage of it. Can the copy be completed? After copying the energy circuit, can the original function be preserved, capable of perfect replication? Whether it maintains its effect will require experimentation. Based on the simulation, no issues were found. Skynet answered meticulously. Jason nodded, indeed. No matter how real the simulation is, it is still a simulation. The final effect will depend on experimentation. Let's start by creating an enlarged version of the energy circuit. Try to see if it works. Jason ordered. Skynet controls the industrial robot and reproduces the same energy circuit. On the metal surface, a highly sensitive material such as lithium-titanium liquefied metal is used to simulate the energy circuit inside the original destroyer. Plus, Skynet's perfect replica technology, Jason can say. The energy circuits are exactly the same as those inside the destroyer. Connect the energy and see if there is any effect. Jason stared nervously at the metal plates in the laboratory. Next to it are various monitoring instruments, as long as a reaction occurs inside. He can get feedback immediately. The experiment has begun and universality has been injected into the army. 1/5 power. The power of the large arc's reactivity is terrifying. One reactor may be able to supply as much electricity as New York City if the output is full. The resistance inside the metal may cause the metal to melt instantly. 1/5 of the power is already the experimental goal, the maximum electric current that can be tolerated. Because the voltage is too high, before the two come into contact, a discharge occurs. Blue electric current pathways appear on the surface of the alloy, but the energy path inside the alloy is as warm as an old dog with no sign of change at all. Jason's brows suddenly frowned tightly. Change energy sources and try plasma and high-energy laser beams. Skynet cuts off the electric current, start changing energy types, but the energy that plays a role in destruction. On the energy circuit he copied, it had no effect at all. The copied alloy plate is just lying in the laboratory. It seemed like he was mocking Jason for not knowing. Jason frowned and thought, what could be the reason? He didn't think Skynet's replication would go wrong. There must be no problem with the energy circuit. The problem can only be energy. What is the difference between the destroyer and the energy circuits he creates? Magic. Jason's eyes suddenly lit up. Although dwarf crafting equipment uses fixed star energy for forging, but it is also inseparable from magical energy. That is, the subdimensional energy among others. This kind of energy exists widely in subdimensions and the main universe, although he couldn't observe it. However, this energy originating from subdimensions can also be manipulated to a certain extent. This is also thanks to the white coat of the 10 rings he destroyed. Skynet brought over the subdimensional energy generation device. Try to inject subdimensional energy. The subdimensional energy generating device is very large. Li-Lihao, but he used the space expansion device to place it somewhere else. The subdimensional energy he controls is the ultimate ice power zone. Can lower the temperature to near absolute zero. Just change a few parameters. He might be able to find the same subdimensional energy that the destroyer harnessed. He can rely on this to activate the energy circuit. Skynet, input the destroyer's abnormal radiation parameters into the machine. Let's see if we can find the right energy parameters. Skynet complied. Soon from the machine, an energy-emitting light blue light was input among the samples he made at the same level as this. In distant Asgard, Odin, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt someone was stealing Asgard's power. Soon he closed his eyes again, nothing else. This energy is really too weak. Asgard naturally dissipates more energy than this every year, not worth his energy. Of course, Jason doesn't know. His operation actually caught the attention of Odin, the king of gods. He is still immersed in the joy of success. Subdimensional energy is indeed the same magical energy, although I don't know the specific principle of it, but being able to use it is already a very big improvement. If he can monitor enough data now, it can even produce any magic in revenge. What Jason is particularly coveted is the Ancient One's space magic, not just random teleportation, just fight for a while and create a mirror space. It's really too generous. If he could get these data, he might be able to deduce a lot of things. I was envious in my heart for a long time. Only then did Jason stop this meaningless thought. Skynet later used SRT-21 project. Build the body and add the energy circuit simulation program. Activation using submicron energy. Transforming nanorobot materials and using new titanium alloys. Jason stated his goal. This plan that starts with SRT, actually Tony Stark's nanowar electronics plan. He had acquired this technology long ago. However, due to the high technical difficulty and high cost, for him there is no qualitative improvement in performance. Jason never started manufacturing plans, now after he has perfected many other techniques. Especially after solving the self-repair problem, nano warriors can finally be manufactured. And it has an advantage over Tony Stark. He can completely use space devices to put a large number of nanorobots together. Flexibility is greatly increased. As long as he is willing, he can even make a second or even a third war box. It's just that under normal circumstances, there is no need to do that. Wouldn't it be nice if he used space devices to decorate ordinary armor? Why spend so much money to create nanorobots? 1 cubic centimeter of nanobot. The cost would be hundreds of millions of dollars. A battle armor requires half a square nanorobot. The cost of a single piece of armor is close to hundreds of billions of dollars. Who can withstand this? The Wayne family's money didn't come from strong winds. If he hadn't saved some savings through various means, he wouldn't have been able to build this thing. When Tony Stark created the nanosuit, it was already more than 10 years later. Materials that will be available everywhere in the future. It's probably all in the lab right now. That price is really sad to hear and shed tears to see. Big dogs like him feel like they are robbing money, But now Jason deeply feels the shortcomings of the armor. His strength can no longer keep up, so only upgrade can be done. The biggest advantage of nano battle armor is that it is very flexible, through the assembly of nanorobots, able to compile various advanced equipment, perfectly making up for the rigid shortcomings of the original steel armor. It's very suitable for his current state where his body is stronger than his armor. Master, are you implanting the underlying self-destruction structure inside the nanorobot? Well, let it become inactive after it loses control. Jason said calmly, this has been planned for a long time. Nanobots are very scary things, has strong self-reproduction ability, can absorb minerals and multiply itself. If this kind of thing loses control, it will be very scary. It is difficult for any living thing to stop invasion at the nano level, so in order to avoid accidents in the future, Jason would be better off fixing the underlying architecture from the beginning. There are definitely advantages and disadvantages, and there are advantages. Nanorobots form a battle armor. In fact, it is the most wasteful way to use it, whether it is medical treatment, strengthening, or self-repair of machines. Nanorobots can perform extremely well, for example, cancer. The biggest difficulty in treating cancer is to distinguish cancer cells from normal cells. With nanorobots, you don't have to worry about this at all. Rely on external control. Nanorobots can clearly distinguish cancer cells from ordinary cells. Able to achieve targeted drug delivery, achieve the effect of curing cancer. It's just that the price is a little higher. I am afraid that concrete applications will only be realized in a few years, but it would be good to use it as a gimmick in Wayne Group CGFH. At least you can make money in the stock market, while thinking about whether there is something or not. Jason waited for the nanobots to be built. In modern industry, the manufacturing of products is actually a very fast thing. Especially a factory like Jason's that is entirely operated by artificial intelligence. Efficiency can be improved to a very frightening level. Half an hour, that's just one meal. The finished product has been delivered to Jason. Nanobots look a bit like flour, however the color is silvery white. It feels very delicate to the touch. Its energy supply methods are very diverse. Electrical energy, thermal energy, light energy, chemical energy, etc. As long as it is an energy method that humans can now utilize. These microscopic robots at the nanoscale can be used, definitely. Now they are using the power of the arc reactor. Skynet load weapon template loading, plasma cutting weapon model loading. Skynet's gentle voice sounded. The flower-like nanorobot in Jason's hand seemed to suddenly come to life. Like water, it flows quickly in Jason's hands. A long knife was formed. Jason picked it up and looked at it carefully. You can't tell any difference with the naked eye. Connect to energy. A plasma flow appeared on the long knife, and the items it cut were the same as the original weapon. This made Jason a little surprised. Nanorobots are really powerful and are definitely one of the highest achievements of science and technology. Such a little guy can form any device known to mankind under the control of Skynet. Tony Stark really made a fuss out of making a suit. Don't say anything else. Laser weapons, electromagnetic guns, plasma weapons, etc. Skynet can be synthesized without any pressure. Even Thanos. If you are hit head-on by a plasma weapon with a temperature of several degrees Celsius, you will be in a panic. Tony Stark is really on a narrow road. Made to financial standards. Unless a pervert like Ancient One takes action, he was going to let Skynet create a space device. At the same time, I also built the mobile warehouse I envisioned. The thought of this, Jason didn't think anyone could be his opponent. In the warehouse underneath his laboratory, Skynet, try your best to make it. Jason's face was full of joy. It's such a waste to keep this thing down there. One man is an army. Later, he can also expand. Such a long time, Jason spoke, at least on Earth. When the time comes, just take thousands of armors with you. He finally has such a day. I'm afraid there are thousands of armors stored. Jason has been staying in the laboratory for the past few days, in addition to the manufacturing of nano battle armor. He also has other technical needs to research. For example, the anti-gravity spacecraft taken from Thor's body Tilda. The weird thing is, the Asgard 4 whom he had high hopes for gave him nothing. The system didn't even give any prompts. It made him extremely depressed. We can only start researching anti-gravity spacecraft, but the difficulty of the research was a bit beyond his expectation. After Jason obtained the system's technology, it is not made directly based on the information. Instead, try to absorb it yourself. Exactly. This technical information comes from Asgard and is completely different from the human system. It was extremely difficult to understand. It made him extremely distressed. This means we have to talk about the differences between the two civilizations. Asgard's civilization system is a typical idealistic civilization. For them, power is just a tool, like Thor. He was born with the power of thunder. This kind of magical power that can change the celestial phenomena is simply unimaginable on Earth. In Asgard, it's very normal. However, there is a problem, although Thor can use these divine powers. But he doesn't understand the divine power at all. How is divine power generated? What are its properties? What can divine power do? What is its principle? Don't call these Thor. Even Odin doesn't know. And such a phenomenon, that's a common occurrence in Asgard. Technical data is also full of this phenomenon. This made Jason extremely troubled. It is very difficult to understand the technology. He felt like he had lost a lot of hair in the past few days, if not in good health. They might all die suddenly. But Jason has no intention of giving up. Science is interesting because it explores the unknown. But he doesn't go out. It doesn't mean no one comes to him. One day, Jason was studying something. They were asked to come to us, this person. It is his cheap man Bruce Wayne, but this time, Bruce Wayne seems a little decadent for no reason. The first words I said to Jason, he spoke. Jason, please help me become the CEO of Wayne Group. Jason was confused. The Wayne family is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group. In Wayne Group, most shareholders have a good relationship with the Wayne family. The decision made by the Wayne family group was very supportive, like the Waynes of the previous generation. Wayne Group spent so much money in vain. Run to Gotham City and build infrastructure. This is completely a public welfare investment, and it is very good to recover the capital. Such a plan, in any other company, it would be impossible to implement it. It worked at Wayne Group. One can imagine the ability of the Wayne family to control the Wayne Group. Even though Bruce Wayne was little more than 10 years old, wait until he comes back, he still became the chairman and CEO of Wayne Group. Jason couldn't understand. Why did Bruce Wayne suddenly lose his mind? I actually want to quit this job. Jason didn't bother to guess the mental journey behind Bruce Wayne, asked directly. Reason? I heard Jason say this. Bruce Wayne started to complain. All in all, it's at today's shareholders meeting. The second largest shareholder of Wayne Group has taken some medicine. I have to pull together a bunch of people to oust Bruce Wayne from the CEO position. I want him to feel at ease as a shareholder and pay dividends. This is the first time since the establishment of Wayne Group. Definitely, this crazy guy didn't succeed, but it also caused a lot of trouble for Bruce Wayne. What is the corruption problem within the group? Some people cooperate with gangs and carry out some illegal actions. There is an inexplicable lack of funds within Wayne Group. In general, just a series of troubles. Bruce Wayne may have to deal with these things in the past month. This also gave him the idea of handing over the power to Jason. Hear this, Jason's face darkened. Is it because you don't have time to go out at night? Bruce Wayne smiled sheepishly. Jason was speechless. Bruce Wayne is a very disciplined person. In addition to exercising every night, I also go out to do heroic things, fight crime and act bravely. Not at all like the playboy Tony Stark. This kind of justice cannot be carried out for a month now. How could he bear it? Aren't these shareholders usually very honest? Why are there so many things lately? It's not like Wayne Group has had problems for a day or two. Why does it seem to have been discussed recently? Jump out together, heard Jason ask. Bruce Wayne also spoke. Who knows? I didn't find out anything behind the scenes. There is no sign of any connection between this group of shareholders. It seemed like it just burst out. Bruce was very helpless when he said this. The way Jason looked at him, also very helpless. He was very active when it came to using money from Wayne Group. But let him manage such a large group. Forget it. How did Zhuge Liang die? Managing such a large group is no easier than managing a country. Moreover, where does he have time to manage so many things? He still has to do research. I'm going to have a try with this guy Thanos. Think about it. Jason spoke. How about forget it and find a professional manager? We just need to be shareholders from the back. I think Fox is very good. His management ability is very strong and his relationship with us is also good. Bruce Wayne glanced at him, said angrily, You think I didn't think of it? Fox said he wanted to study technology, but he didn't have time at all. Who asked you to provide so much technology? Now Fox has no interest in running the company. Jason was a little helpless when he heard this. Is this still my fault? Fox is a technician after all. Advanced technology is now available. Naturally, I have no interest in doing management work. However, now he has a very headache. He was even a little envious of that B***** D Tony Stark. Don't worry about anything. Little Pepper took care of everything for him. Before the little peppers grow, there is also the tool man Obadiah. He doesn't have the right talent at his disposal. There are only a few people the Wayne family can trust, but there is no talent that can be trusted. This made him very distressed. Although the Wayne family's businesses are managed by trusts, but Wayne Group is different. As a company on the surface, Wayne Group maintains a high degree of independence. Those shareholders also distrust trust institutions, so things are very troublesome for B. After all, Wayne Group is his own family's industry, and it is now his largest source of cash flow. Jason still couldn't ignore it. Well, let me help you deal with the recent affairs first. I will investigate several shareholders and find out various things. After dealing with these things first, let's talk about professional managers. Jason said helplessly, it's really not possible to recruit directly from the public. Make Bruce Wayne the de facto controller. Find someone to take care of the practical stuff. All Bruce Wayne needs to do is sign. Isn't that what Tony Stark did? In addition to causing trouble for the Stark Group, other matters are not handled by Obadiah's tool. It's just Pepper taking care of it. Tony Stark only signs. Stark Group has not collapsed, Jason thinks. Bruce 223 Wayne could also learn a lesson. Bruce Wayne heard Jason say this. He also said helplessly, that's all we can do now. I'll deal with these things first. Bruce Wayne just came to find someone to vent to. I didn't expect to really push Jason to the front desk. Telling Jason these things made him feel much better, turned around and left. Corresponding, the expression on Jason's face was not very beautiful, well-researched. Are these people causing trouble for him? What kind of behavior is this? This is preventing him from saving the world. Skynet, investigate this group of people carefully for me. If they make me angry, they will send them to prison. In a place like Gotham City, as long as it is capital, none without blood. Even the Wayne Group is not without lives in its hands. It was impossible for the Waynes to detect the lowest level of behavior. As long as it is capital, it carries original sin. He didn't believe it. Can do this. There is no shit behind these shareholders. Normally there is no problem when no one is looking for trouble. You can let them grasp the handle once. Even if there is a small problem, all these people will be sent in. Also, investigate whether there is any secret connection between these people. Are there any internal corrupt officials who were instigated by others? Is there any exchange of interests between the factions? Jason said directly with a cold face. Although Jason time traveled to a foreigner, but I still have traditional Japanese thoughts in my heart. I like growing up in a humble way and farming with peace of mind. If you don't let me farm with peace of mind, I will prevent you from seeing next year. He said something viciously. Jason asked Skynet to start a rigorous investigation in today's society. As long as they have a conversation, there is no way to escape Skynet's eyes because of an order from Jason. Within Gotham City's network, countless data streams are constantly flowing. Countless data have been collected into Skynet's database. Not long after, a report was placed in front of Jason. Skynet made the problems facing Wayne Group clear. Internal corruption issues. It is a spontaneous act of several group members. This is unavoidable in any large enterprise. People are selfish. Once you have a large number of corporate rights, you must seek benefit for yourself. Jason has nothing to say about this. Just send these people directly to jail. The real trouble is the issue raised by shareholders. There is indeed a connection behind this. Skynet investigated. A confidant of the second largest shareholder. I've been very busy lately. In front of a few small shareholders, there are all kinds of good people dancing. I secretly want to cause trouble. Skynet, investigate carefully and see who Mr. Anderson has met recently. Are there any major fund changes within the company? Did you encounter any crisis? Jason had a cold face. The second largest shareholder of Wayne Group. The group equity held is not very large, only 20%. I have always had a very good relationship with the Wayne family, and Jason doesn't think he has the ability to replace Bruce Wayne. This is very interesting. This shareholder is not a fool. Without enough assurance, how could he do such an irrational behavior? Could it be that he suddenly lost his mind? Jason is even more convinced that someone is doing something behind this. Want to be detrimental to Wayne Group. Expanding the scope of supervision. Detect everyone who might be causing trouble. Check every message they have. I still don't believe it. Gotham City is his rear area. He has a lot of good science and technology, but without the support of Wayne Group. He can't produce it at all with these techniques. Like the miserable Dr. Bruce Banner, also a top scientist, Tony Stark is a hot drinker. Dr. Bruce Banner drinks Northwest Wind every day. Tony Stark also mastered Superman's powers, and it doesn't give the military face. Does anyone in the military dare to pursue him? No, that's because Tony Stark has money, so does Jason. Without the massive financial resources of Wayne Group to support it from behind, his situation must be much more difficult. Now someone is trying to mess with his base. This is because I want to fight him for my life. Do these people really think he is the same as Bruce Wayne? Don't you like revenge? Jason sat quietly in the laboratory, waiting for Skynet's report. Inside the laboratory, the only silence was the buzzing of various instruments. Master, we found some encrypted databases. Perform brute force. Jason raised an eyebrow. Skynet is currently performing all related operations. In other words, the database Skynet found has a very close relationship with the Wayne Group. Perform a brute force attack. Look what they've hidden. Soon. Skynet mobilized all the computing resources of the server. Start performing brute force cracking. The data was quickly sent directly to Jason. Jason was a little surprised when he saw what he saw in front of him. Court of Owls, Replacement Plan 24, Talon. These people have nothing to do if they have too much money. They rely on wealth, power, and the claws of their men. The Court of Owls is doing a lot of things in the back. This is the Earth Emperor of Gotham City. They did it all. He began to secretly control everything in Gotham City. It is even involved with many outside organizations. Jason was very surprised now. It is not a formal organization, but an organization similar to a secret association. Recent events at Wayne Group. The power of SHIELD. Used to record many things, controls the entire Gotham City. They are made up of wealthy people from Gotham City. It's also related to Hydra. Why there isn't much power in Gotham City, Court of Owls. What Jason cracked was their secret, the database, Court of Owls. It is an organization with a very long history. Back in the colonial days of bald eagles, they were already in Gotham City. They have a very close relationship with the big and small forces in Gotham City. To maintain their rule, they do everything possible. Wealth and power are just the basics. The secret deterrent is the claws. Talon is an organization composed of 46 super abilities. These people have super fighting ability and are proficient in assassination. There is no difference between everyone's fighting ability and Batman's. It also has regenerative healing factor. Jump off a building, cut in half, or even explode. They all survived it. In Gotham City, this power is already very powerful. After all, this is not like New York next door. SHIEL. The magician, holy place of the Ancient One, various superheroes with powerful abilities, large corporations, and the military. I'm afraid any one of them could beat even my mother from the Court of Owls. The reason why owls are so rampant, it's because the Wayne family is so kind. Even among the Wayne family, they are considered dark-hearted. None of the criminals caught were executed, they were all sent to prison. Such behavior. 26 is just a joke, let's not talk about it yet. Can various prisons be able to house these super ability people? You imprison other people's men in other people's prisons. Isn't this just playing house? Don't say anything else. Bruce Wayne's best friend Superman, get him to Gotham City, less than a month. Let Gotham City be selected as a civilized city, but Bruce Wayne didn't do that. I hope to influence or scare these people. Have to say, Bruce Wayne is so naive, now it seems. People in the Court of Owls seem to think that Jason is also a traditional Wayne family member. The bullies came to my door without any regard. If a tiger doesn't show off its power, can it really be considered a sick cat? I really thought that because I was a member of the Wayne family, I wouldn't dare to kill anyone. A sneer appeared on Jason's lips. Skynet, how many people in Talon are keeping the highway? There are 27. Skynet's voice sounded. Determine their unknown and start taking action tonight. Jason said with a sneer, want to bring down the Court of Owls. First, we must cut off their means of force. A rich man who lost the protection of force. That's the chicken on the chopping board. Let him be slaughtered. This time the whole Gotham must be washed away with blood. Let Gotham be the only voice of the Wayne family. In this way, no one would hold him back. He can then concentrate on dealing with other people. Take a deep breath and speak directly. Skynet, activate all steel armors directly. Designate an arrest plan to ensure nothing goes wrong. Also contact Nick Fury. Ask him if he is interested in getting involved in Gotham City's forces. According to the character of this guy Nick Fury, I'm afraid he must have been very unhappy in a domestic enclave like Gotham City. Now he just needs to be offered a chance. Plus the Wayne family agree. He didn't believe that Nick Fury wasn't moved. With a cold face, Jason began to make arrangements slowly, including letting Skynet contact some people, ease the panic in Gotham City and control the fishing environment in Gotham City. He could imagine. All he had to do was take action. What kind of rebellious enthusiasm will the rich people in Gotham City have? With their power, controlling the fishing boat couldn't be easier. By the time, Jason may become a sinner in Gotham City's history. Maybe they can promote him as a demon against humanity. Jason naturally had to be prepared in advance, and in a short moment, get the job done. Don't give these people a chance to resist. This is sure to cause a lot of confusion. That's why he wanted to collaborate with Nick Fury. It couldn't be better for SHIELD to come out and clean the floor. It was exactly as Jason expected. Soon, Nick Fury video called him directly. Nick Fury on the other end of the video looks very tired. What do you want to do? What you do is definitely uphold justice and do what you SHIELD should do, Jason said coldly, logically speaking. The emergence of an organization like OWL is a failure of SHIELD definitely. The Court of Owls is older than SHIELD, but if SHIELD suppresses it with all its strength, the Court of Owls will definitely not be so powerful. When Jason is thinking about something, Nick Fury looked at Jason with a tired expression on his face. He heard about Jason. I went to check SHIELD's reports. Although SHIELD has no power in Gotham City, that's compared to other cities. Compared to ordinary small organizations, SHIELD is still very powerful. He soon got the news. Heard what happened at the Wayne Group shareholders meeting. He cursed the people of the Court of Owls 10,000 times in his mind. It was an eventful time. These people are still causing trouble. It seemed that he really indulged them too much. These rich people. Did you think this was the colonial period? In desperation, Nick Fury spoke directly. What do you want to do? Do you want to take action against the Court of Owls? You do know? Jason snorted coldly. Nick Fury is indeed not a good person, clearly no, and let it go. It would be a waste to leave SHIELD to him. I scolded Nick Fury in my heart. Jason suddenly felt that he was so swollen that Nick Fury didn't even care about him anymore. Nick Fury doesn't care about Jason 197's little thoughts. He spoke directly. No, you can't touch the people in the Court of Owls. No, why not? Jason said with a cold snort. The influence of this group of people is so great that you don't even know how many industries they have. Nick Fury spoke. What does this have to do with me? Jason asked rhetorically. Could it be that this group of people is powerful and influential? Can they not be punished if they make a mistake? They can always control Gotham City. Let the entire Gotham City become a hotbed of crime. Big picture are random grannies and dogs coming to covet the Wayne family's property, but to be bullied. Nick Fury, I'm just letting you know. SHIELD, get ready. Seeing the disdain on Jason's face, Nick Fury spoke again. What's the big picture? Hasn't prosperity been restored? Jason shook his head when he heard this. After saying that, Kunson Naixon hung up the phone. The Wayne Group does so much charity every year. After the Battle of New York, how many people died in New York? The situation has been tense recently. You don't want to make the situation more chaotic. If you keep the overall situation in mind for too long, you will become a person who can only compromise. Jason, you have to take care of the overall situation. And he didn't believe how much chaos could be caused by eliminating a few wealthy people. Why saved so many people? Nick Fury hung up the phone. My nose was crooked with anger. What do you mean by just informing him? It's really too swollen. He really wanted to ignore the B***D Jason and let him play by himself. I was angry for a long time. Nick Fury calmed down. The situation is irreversible. He knew Jason Wayne was destined to take action against the Court of Owls. SHIELD can only deal with the aftermath. Maybe. It would be most beneficial to them. SHIELD determined. Nick Fury directly summoned several elite soldiers from SHIELD, including Black Widow, Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and others. Wait until everyone arrives. Nick Fury just started to issue tasks. Now we have a big problem. We need to get to Gotham City. Gotham, this should not be our SHIELD's sphere of influence. Maria Hill asked, although several other agents have doubts in their hearts. But they are just tool people, wouldn't speak at all. Hill, the entire Earth is our sphere of influence. Nick Fury glanced at her and said, when I saw Hill, I still wanted to speak. Nick Fury spoke first. The Wayne family wants to go to war with the Court of Owls. There will definitely be a lot of trouble then. We need to solve these problems. Compared to Maria Hill, several agents are much crisper. Director Nick Fury, what do we need to do? Barton asked directly. Natasha Romanoff, Barton, you go and capture the Talons scattered around the world, sent directly to the prison on an isolated island. Yes, Zhang. Black Widow and Hawkeye replied, turned and left. No unnecessary questions at all. Hill, you need to go to Gotham City. If anyone from the Court of Owls contacts you, tell them that we SHIELD can provide them with shelter, but they need to pay. Nick Fury said to Maria Hill. Maria Hill nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Nick Fury once again turns his attention to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, you need to lead the field and support Staff Tilda. If there is chaos in Gotham City, try to calm the civilians as much as possible. When you go to Gotham City, someone will provide you with the necessary place to stay. Remember, try to keep civilians safe. Nick Fury stares at Phil Coulson with one eye. Yes, director Nick Fury. Phil Coulson accepted the task and nodded, leaving Nick Fury's office. Wait until the agents have left. Nick Fury picked up the phone again. Congressman Gavin made a dozen phone calls. Nick Fury just put down his phone. Then I stared at the scenery outside the window in a daze, to be honest. Jason's messiness really messed up his plan. Gotham City is a very large city. There were a lot of wealthy people inside, including several members of Congress. He could imagine it. Jason actually got into a fight with the Court of Owls. What kind of uproar will it cause in the entire Bald Eagle Empire? These are troubles, think of this. Nick Fury felt his head hurt more and more. Jason didn't know what was bothering Nick Fury. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. After meeting Thor, he suddenly realized. As long as an individual is strong enough, any organization will compromise with him. SHIELD is truly powerful. But Nick Fury wouldn't be crazy enough to antagonize a humanoid self-propelled cannon like him, especially after he has a nuclear deterrent. His intimidation was once again enhanced. Naturally, he would not compromise on some things, for example, Court of Owls thing if it was before. His first thought was definitely to endure it, but now, he couldn't stand it anymore. He was going to make the Court of Owls pay. He wanted these people to know, what are the consequences of messing with the Wayne family? A good person will be bullied by others and a good horse will be ridden by others. He allowed this to happen, as night falls. The time for him to take action is getting closer and closer. Skynet, has the target's location been confirmed? The target location has been confirmed and a hunting plan has been formulated. Simulate the other party's ability and analyze the target's behavioral habits. Develop the optimal hunting plan. Jason nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Don't affect civilians. Jason reminded, he was afraid that Skynet only considered it from the perspective of profit. Causing a lot of casualties is not what he wants. Replanning is underway. A 10% increase in injuries is expected. Should we revise the plan? Correction, it's acceptable. Jason nodded. A 10% loss is nothing unacceptable. Anyway, the advantage of steel armor is that it can be recycled. Moreover, if you kill these people, you will definitely be able to collect something good. This loss can be completely ignored. Plan revision completed. Do you want to start taking action? Take action. Jason looked through the window at the night in the distance and spoke softly. Execute information blockade. Perform fishing vessel monitoring. Enforce network regulation. Complex sounds sounded from the speakers. The hunting team is dispatched. In the night, the ground next to Wayne Manor suddenly opened up. Countless black shadows emerged from the ground, soaring into the sky, leaving bright traces. Jason watched all this and remained silent. Each tactical team is composed of 10 pieces of armor, including assassination, information blockade, logistical support, frontal combat, and other models of armor. Every team, they can fight independently for a long time. And they are all mainly assassinations. After investigation by Skynet, none of the members of these claws are good. Everyone has at least a dozen lives on their hands for these scum. He doesn't care whether he lives or dies, good thing. He doesn't look like Bruce Wayne either. We have to go to great lengths to capture these people alive. He chooses the least laborious way. Get rid of them all. First, the assassination armor in the tactical team will carry out the assassination. If unsuccessful, engage in head-on combat again. Moreover, Skynet also formulated corresponding assassination plans based on each person's behavioral habits. Make sure your actions are foolproof. After the opponent loses combat effectiveness, the body must also be completely incinerated. Prevent these guys from being resurrected by unknown means. In the Marvel world, after killing someone, the body is cremated. It's really a good habit, can avoid a lot of trouble. Jason doesn't think so. There will be big trouble in this operation, whether it is strength, intelligence, or tactical literacy on both sides. They are not on the same level. Talon's defeat was a given. Jason looked at the video screen. The first person has made contact with the target. Although Talon is a super ability person, but on the surface they are no different from ordinary people. At least from Jason's point of view, he couldn't see any difference. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. Most people fell asleep. The always lively Gotham City also fell into silence. This time is also the time when people are most relaxed. Even these sharp-clawed killers are no exception. This first sharp claw has already entered his sleep. The shadow armor, which is good at stealth, easily reached his side. The poisonous needle came out from the tip of the finger, and Tian-Fuchs botulinum toxin was injected into the body. This toxin precursor is produced by the bacterium Clostridium botulinum. After entering the digestive tract, it will be activated by human trypsin and become various botulinum toxins. Among them, Types A and B can prevent the release of acetylcholine in the human body like tissue toxins. And this substance is the most important thing in the human nervous system. It only takes a few dozen nanograms to kill a person silently. What's more, Jason injected 10 milliliters directly, this dose. It is more than enough to poison dozens of elephants. If you are an ordinary person, that person might die silently in the hands of the shadow armor. But this clawed warrior is different. The poison needles used by the armor are very small. The pain it causes is 970% worse than a mosquito bite. That's how painful it is. The member of this sharp claw also woke up in an instant. From under the pillow, he took out his pistol and attacked the shadow armor. Although the shadow armor is a model specially designed for concealment, but the material used on the surface, Jason has no intention of letting go. They are all made of metal materials similar to ordinary armors. The military Glock pistol used by Talon didn't even show a spark on it. This Talon member also noticed something was wrong with the sound. Who are you and what have you done to me? At the moment, the effects of Botox are starting to show up. Acetylcholine cannot be released. It means movement is blocked. All human activities controlled by nerves will cease, including activities such as breathing and heart beating controlled by the brainstem. At the moment, this member of the Talon had begun to have difficulty breathing and difficulty moving. If it weren't for his body's super recovery ability supporting him, I'm afraid he would have died of various tissue injuries by now. Dicker Rayson, a member of Talon, is suspected of murder and threatening to kidnap innocent civilians, killing many wealthy people and civilians. CGAB. I sentence you to death in the name of the Wayne family. After the announcement, Skynet sent in several war boxes from outside. I want to completely kill this guy from the physical level. Wait a minute, the Wayne family. I have no grudges against the Wayne family. I have never touched any of you Wayne family members, Digger Lyson shouted loudly. Jason heard these words in secret and shook his head. Talon is indeed the poor tool of everyone. They have no idea. Bruce Wayne is Batman, no grudges or grudges. Without any grudges, would Kunson put so much effort into carrying out this operation? No matter what Digger Rayson said, Skynet directly controlled the dozen armors and prepared to kill him directly. Digger Lyson saw several dark shapes emerging from the darkness, shouted at the top of his lungs. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. I'm under the protection I bought for nothing. I am a member of the Claw. Jason sneered. Those who are killed are members of your Talon. Do you really think he will be like Bruce Wayne and lock up criminals? Food and drink are provided. Don't you even need reform through labor? Beautiful thought. Under Jason's will, Skynet controlled the armor to directly kill Digger Lyson on the physical level. Give him a gentle tap on the back of his brainstem. Digger Lyson lay limply on the ground. The dead can no longer die. The human body's nerve center is in the brainstem. All basic life activities of the human body are controlled by the brainstem. Breathing, heartbeat, and other life-sustaining activities are controlled by the brainstem. Once the brainstem is destroyed, people will die painlessly. This is how mice and frogs are executed in laboratories. Testing Dig Rayson had no vital signs. The armor immediately began to incinerate the corpses. High-temperature plasma up to several thousand degrees. It is used to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. It is infinitely better than the zombie water in the novel. The human body is exposed to this high-temperature plasma. It will be vaporized directly. Not even ashes will be left behind. Silent and breathless, one of the sharp claws. K. Grayson died in his home after fighting Batman countless times. Jason thought about it and thought it was normal. The iron armor is something that can fight even cosmic giants like Thor and Thanos. Isn't it normal to kill a few killers affiliated with a mafia-type organization? Saw this claw taken out, Jason lost interest. Start looking at other actions. Most Talon members, in front of the battle armor there is no way to fight back. Only a few top killers can resist, but no matter how powerful the mortal body is, it cannot be an opponent of the Man of Steel. The steel armor can withstand a 100 tank main gun head-on. Who would keep such a weapon at home when they have nothing to do, even shoulder-mounted RPG missiles? It is also impossible to pose any threat to the steel armor. Therefore, the steel armor was unscathed and killed all the members of the Claws. The situation that Skynet expected to cause massive losses did not occur at all. An hour passed. There were more than 20 members of the Claw and only the last member was left. Lincoln March. Jason looked at this person's name and muttered to himself, the reason why this guy is placed last, it's because Lincoln March's identity is very special. He is a candidate for mayor. He often puts on a show in Gotham City, and on the surface, he is a great political figure and philanthropist. Even if he is the chief, he will die today. Strictly control relevant information. An ordinary philanthropist can secretly be an executioner. But soon, because people won't believe it, this Lincoln March still offended the Wayne family severely. Not to mention, it is very troublesome to kill such people. What about candidates for mayor? Just do it. Block all the information channels of several media outlets. Since you have decided to become an enemy of the entire Court of Owls, isn't it only a matter of time? Lincoln March, kill this guy and make his actions public. Jason ordered directly to Skynet. Since you have chosen to go against the Wayne family, you must be prepared to suffer revenge. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Jason just laughed. Lincoln March's original name is no longer known. The first time he appeared in Gotham City, he used this name. And he soon became a rising political star in Gotham City, want to directly run for mayor of Gotham City, and in terms of charity, Lincoln March is also very good at putting on a show. In the eyes of many people, he is probably a very kind person. According to Skynet's investigation, secretly he is not a good person. There are at least hundreds of people killed with my own hands. Moreover, he also participated in an operation. That's why Jason hates him so much. His cheap son, Bruce Wayne, has not always been the heir to the Wayne family. After his parents were accidentally killed, Bruce Wayne fell into a long period of silence. Even Alfred couldn't reteach Bruce Wayne at that time in order to pursue spiritual strength. Bruce Wayne went to a distant ninja academy for training. At the same time, a plan begins against the Wayne family due to the disappearance of the legitimate heir, just the first few years. Wayne Group can still remain stable under the control of Alfred and a few other old people. As time goes by, everything changes. Within the group, there are gradually different voices. Some people even spread rumors. Alfred killed Bruce Wayne and wanted to control the powerful wealth of the Wayne family. This is definitely a rumor. Human nature has always been like this. Always like to use huge amounts of malice to speculate on others. Don't be tempted to guard tens of billions or hundreds of billions of wealth and be willing to be a steward. Who believes it, plus the Court of Owls is behind it. The rumors intensified all of a sudden. There's a reason why the people in the Court of Owls put so much effort into this. They do. Naturally, they are eyeing the huge wealth of the Wayne family. Being in the hands of others is naturally not as comfortable as being in your own hands. Then, they launched a plan to replace Tao Zhang. Want to find someone, pretend to be the heir of the Wayne family, then rule the Wayne family and gain the powerful wealth of the Wayne family. Lincoln March was the man they were looking for. At that time, Lincoln March was ready to appear as the heir to the Wayne family, but dramatically, just at this time, Bruce Wayne reappears. Then he took control of Wayne Group with thunderous means. Lincoln March could only take his current name and start running for mayor. Became a star politician in Gotham City. So, Lincoln March and the Wayne family, that's an old feud, in Jason's opinion. None of the guys who covet their family's money are good. All deserve to die, I thought fiercely in my heart. Jason placed the implementation on the screen in front of him. Lincoln March is a very sinister guy. Make your home look like a fortress. Various traps. There were even booby traps set up. This left Jason speechless. Is this a persecutory delusion? There are so many things set up in your own home. Don't be afraid of accidentally blowing yourself up. Although there is no threat to the steel armor, but assassination is completely out of the question and can only be attacked by force. Along the way, the steel armor team walked directly into the trap. What poison gas, booby traps, firearms, etc., just experienced it over and over again. Fortunately, this is a suburb and there are not many people at all. The sound cannot travel very far, otherwise it might cause some confusion. Along the way, the district iron armor has gone through a lot of hardships, finally arrived at Lincoln March's room. Although these armors are not damaged now, they look a little embarrassed, colorful on the surface. It looks like it just came out of the dying room. Jason was speechless when he saw this. Fortunately, what he sent out was a steel armor. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died 10,000 times by now. Open the door. Jason saw Lincoln March on the screen. It was different from what he had guessed. Lincoln March looked very calm. I was even in the mood to drink a glass of red wine from there. It seems very pretentious. Jason couldn't stand this kind of person the most. Let Skynet directly control the armor. The 12-shot Hive missiles on the shoulders fire directly. This missile looks to be the size of a cigar, although it looks small. But the power is not small at all, although it's not like the Javelin missile in the arm, can take out a tank in an instant, but blasting a car is pretty easy. The entire room suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Please give me flowers. The roofs were blown off, the armor stood still, unmoving, the sea of fire poses no threat to them at all. Opposite Lincoln March is different. Cough, 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 shed. Lincoln March's yelling voice came out from the sea of fire. Wait until the flames dissipate. Jason just saw Lincoln March. Now he no longer had the calmness he had just now. His clothes were in tatters. There were also huge amounts of wounds on the face, looks like Two-Face. There is also blood flowing out of the body constantly. The injuries should have been caused by exploding shrapnel. Carbon-based life is too powerless in the face of modern weapons. Lincoln March is regenerative healing factor though. The body is not as strong as Superman. Is 0. It can only be done slowly after being injured. He could see the flesh sprouting out of Lincoln March's face now, started to slowly repair it. Jason Wayne, do you know what you're doing? You have no idea what enemy you've made. Lincoln March looked at Jason fiercely. His eyes were full of anger. Jason pouted. Sure enough, his identity was revealed. Is Lincoln March instantly recognizable? However, Lincoln March feels too good. Have you not figured out the situation yet? Who are you talking about? Is it your claws or the Court of Owls behind you? Jason laughed. Impossible. Now that you know it, you still dare to do it, Jason said coldly. Do you, the Wayne family, want to be wiped out? Did you do it? Besides, there are no more claws in the world. But soon he will kill them all. Destroy our Wayne family? How many years have you been saying this? The taunting voice could be felt through the armor. Lincoln March. Lincoln March said viciously again. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Jason said something. It's just that the tone sounds a bit stern. Lincoln March shouted. Now you'd better follow your claws and disappear into thin air. Although there are still some people with sharp claws outside Gotham City. Impossible, nothing is impossible. Let Skynet control the armor to kill Lincoln Matchib. For the words of Lincoln March, Jason didn't take it to heart. There are many people who say harsh things, but there are really not many people who can actually do it. Do you want to say your last words? Jason said something. The arm of the steel armor has been raised. The plasma beam pulse cannon in his hand has begun to charge. Other armors also revealed various weapons. If all these weapons are fired, I'm afraid Godzilla will be killed. What's more, Lincoln March has slightly better self-healing ability. In other respects, he is just an ordinary human being. You want to kill me too easily. Ha ha. Lincoln March let out a laugh. Is your armor still moving? Hearing this, Jason had a sneer on his face. Strong magnetic restraint device. Do you think I am a fool for using the 687 method over and over again? It's okay to use this kind of thing twice in front of him, still used over and over again. Do you really think he is mentally retarded? It was impossible for the same method to work in front of him a second time. His armor has long been equipped with an anti-magnetic device. There are even anti-ionization and EPM isolation devices. Want to interfere with the armor? It would be easier to just cut off his communication. Lincoln March saw that the iron armor was still able to move. I immediately realized something was wrong. Turn around and run. In a flash, he jumped out from upstairs. This can make yours run away. I still don't believe it, Jason muttered to himself. Then the armor began to take action under the control of Skynet. A piece of armor suddenly stepped forward. Rocket nests sprouted from the shoulders. Dozens of black thumb-thick things were launched. Disposable high-voltage electrical restraint module. It can emit hundreds of thousands of volts of high voltage in an instant. An elephant can be electrocuted and knocked to the ground in an instant. A dozen hit Lincoln March. Lincoln March emitted a burst of blue electric current. He let out a scream and fell directly to the ground, lost the ability to resist. Jason smiled disdainfully at this scene. This is the power of technology, ordinary carbon-based life. As long as the physiological structure is not very special, it can't be stopped at all. What is the use of self-healing ability? There is no chance to use it at all. At most, he may wake up faster than ordinary people. Saw Lincoln March lying on the ground like a dead pig. Jason spoke. Bring this guy back and torture him for information. Jason always felt that the Court of Owls might be hiding something. It's something that Skynet can't investigate. Artificial intelligence is not omnipotent. A lot of real-life stuff Skynet can't investigate. Organizations like this have existed since colonial times. Maybe their ancestors left something to them. Skynet may not be able to find out. It's better to torture him. This guy Lincoln March seems to know a lot. After turning off the screen, Cunson was ready to take a rest. In a few days, the real war will begin. And when Jason went to rest, the outside world caused an uproar because of his actions. Although Jason's action was in the early morning, but not everyone rests at this time. There are a few extra people who are still doing some activities, such as multiplayer activities, secret meetings, etc. plus when killing some people. The noise Jason made was not small. No matter how slow the people in the Court of Owls were, they still reacted. Shepparton Murger was one of them. The Milger family came to Gotham City during the colonial period. Relying on the primitive slave trade, they quickly accumulated huge amounts of wealth. Civil War period. They have both sides, various weapons for sale. He even made a fortune, peak period. It even monopolized the arms support trade to Eagle country, although it declined later. But the Murga family is still the leading arms dealer in the Bald Eagle Empire, and it is also involved in energy. Shepparton Milger is one of the richest men in Gotham City. He is also the biggest supporter of the Court of Owls. One of the people behind the scenes. I was woken up from bed early this morning. Shepparton looked annoyed. Gavin, you'd better give me an explanation. Facing his old butler, Shepparton's face was a little ugly, but it wasn't too much. He also knew that the loyal old housekeeper would not wake him up without sufficient reasons. Mr. Milger, something has happened to Lincoln March. According to reports from people below, there was an explosion in his villa. Hearing this, Shepparton Milger frowned slightly. I'm afraid it's not worth waking me up so early. No matter how powerful Lincoln March is, he is just their dog. There are many people like this under the Court of Owls. The old housekeeper nodded. All Talon members in Gotham City have lost contact. Hearing this, the expression on Shepparton Milger's face became serious. Killing the watchdog is nothing, but the meaning becomes obvious after this. There is an old saying that goes well. Beating a dog depends on the owner, someone with a claw in Gotham City. He no longer takes the Court of Owls seriously, and he doesn't understand. When did Gotham City have such power, can take out dozens of claws in one night, meditate? Shepparton Milger had no idea anyone had such ability, who has such a motive, although the claws are their minions. But in his opinion, it is already very well behaved, never cause trouble outside Gotham City. In this way, you won't offend any big forces. No one should do this. Puzzled, Shepparton Milger asked. Have you found out who did it? Not sure, it's still under investigation. I contacted a lot of people and they didn't have a clue. The old housekeeper said faithfully. Shepparton Milger nodded. He wasn't surprised by the answer. If the candidate for mayor is killed, what do these police officers do for a living? Someone actually dared to touch their watchdog in Gotham City. Also, contact other people and have meetings. Monitor everything in Gotham City, get a surveillance video from them. Simply ignore them. In Gotham City, someone has violated the dignity of our Court of Owls. 2. 6. He would be surprised if someone who could do such a thing could be found out so easily. Few people dare to challenge their dignity anymore. Court of Owls. Gotham City. Shepparton Milger sneered, put on clothes and went out. Go investigate and contact the Gotham City Police Department. You can tell from his name, Shepparton Milger was no longer sleepy. They are courts of darkness. Jason felt refreshed. I took a short break of 2 or 3 hours. There is a feeling of energy. After strengthening his body, his physical fitness has improved a lot. Even the need for sleep is much reduced. Just take a few hours of rest each day. You will be energetic after having breakfast. Jason returned to his laboratory again. Did Lincoln March come back? Master, I brought it back and locked it in the lower level of the laboratory. Skynet said it at a glance. Jason nodded. Very well, then bring him over. Made myself a cup of coffee. The old god Jason is always sitting on the chair, waiting for Skynet to bring Lincoln March over. Soon, Lincoln March had already been brought over. After several hours of recovery, Lincoln March's wounds have fully recovered. The scars on his face also disappeared. There seems to be no trace at all, at the moment. Lincoln March wears electromagnetic shackles on his hands and feet, wearing a prison uniform. 26. If not in a laboratory, he looks no different from an ordinary prisoner. Please take a seat. Want coffee? Jason asked very politely. Lincoln March had no intention of accepting Jason's kindness. There was a sneer on his face. Jason Wayne, do you know what you're doing? If you let me go now, I won't be able to do anything beautiful for you. Jason yawned when he heard this. These people. Every line seems to be printed from the same mold. It's really very nutritious. It seems that you still haven't understood the statement. Jason snapped his fingers. Lincoln March suddenly let out a scream. The whole person seemed to be convulsing like an epilepsy. It took half a day to recover. Only, at the moment, he seemed to be fished out of the water. The highest electric current that an average person's body can withstand is around 36 A. If the electric current is higher, it may cause cardiac arrest and death. Commonly sold electric shock prods on the market sound like hundreds of thousands of volts or millions of volts, which is very powerful. But in fact, it is not very powerful. The electric current that passes through the human body in an instant is probably less than a few amps. It can only make people comatose. Jason just passed through the electromagnetic shackles on Lincoln March, electrify the inside of his body. Electric current of tens of a passes through the body, even if the voltage is very small. The pain caused is also very great. Prolonged sperm spasm, coupled with the thermal effect caused by electric current, the pain caused would be much more severe than any torture. But for Lincoln March, this doesn't seem to work very well. Lincoln March once again had a smile that deserved a beating. Jason Wayne, is this all you have? You expect this to make me surrender? Jason glanced at him, speaking, "Don't get me wrong, this is just for you to understand the situation. If I want to get something out of your mouth, I have plenty of ways. I advise you to tell me what I want to know. For example, the Court of Owls, the forces in Gotham, secret bases, and so on," Jason said slowly. Lincoln March merely responded with a sneer, "Then don't speak." Jason wasn't angry after seeing it, said slowly, "Mr. March, did you know? The human body is a very complex and fragile instrument. The human nervous system is an easily deceived system. With just a little potion, people will unconsciously say what they want. Scopolamine hydrobromide, amibarbital sodium, thiopental sodium, and other drugs can deceive the human nervous system. I wonder, has Mr. Lincoln March received corresponding resistance training?" Jason looked at Lincoln March with interest. Lincoln March felt a little scared when he saw it. Although he looks tough on the outside, he is a little nervous in his heart. Jason's eyes flickered when he saw him, smiling inwardly. The drugs he was talking about were actually the legendary truth serum. By inhibiting the activity of the human cerebral cortex, it puts people in a half-dream and half-awake state. In this state, people simply cannot concentrate and are in a very relaxed state. Many secrets cannot be kept secret in this state. However, for people like Lincoln March, the effect shouldn't be big. His body tolerated it too well. Too much medication can make you stupid, too little won't work. Jason decided to take a more decisive approach. Clearing his throat, Jason threatened again, "For Mr. Lincoln March, maybe these means don't work. Let's have something dry. You claws should be familiar with punishment. I don't know how it compares to mine." Jason clapped his hands. The metal bed slid over. There are restraint devices on it and various intravenous syringes and catheters next to it. When Lincoln March saw this, he panicked. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing, I just want you to experience a quiet life. Don't worry, there won't be any danger." Jason smiled and started to show off. In fact, he was waiting for Skynet to give him information. "Let me introduce you. This device can isolate you from all perceptions of the outside world, then maintain life through intravenous nutrient solution. In absolute darkness and silence, I wonder how many days Mr. Lincoln March can survive." Hearing this, the expression on Lincoln March's face twisted. Punishment is such a thing. There are essentially several purposes, including torture, intimidation, and simply torturing people for fun. Like many torture methods in history, such as early morning, this actually has a stronger taste of intimidating others. It is actually not easy to use this kind of punishment to torture the enemy. A punishment that truly tortures the enemy. These are mental punishments that are very costly and will not cause damage to the human body, like waterboarding or something. What Jason is talking about is a very cruel punishment. Nutrition is provided through an IV. He felt that he might not be able to hold on. Physical discomfort is secondary. He couldn't move or make any sound, and even excretion was done through a catheter. The whole person was trapped in the bed. This was the principle behind confinement in prisons in the past. There was no sound at all. Lincoln March, who had tortured many people, knew very well the horror of this kind of punishment. No matter how vicious the criminal is after being locked up in a solitary room for half a month, the punishment, Jason said, was even worse, trapping humans in absolute darkness and silence. The real horror is spiritual. Ordinary people simply can't stand it. The heart is constantly suffering. Nothing for a short time, but as time goes by, you will feel that every day is like a year. Jason stared at Lincoln March in front of him. I was laughing in my heart. What kind of torture methods does he use to extract confessions? Skynet found these from the internet, just to scare Lincoln March. If Lincoln March really didn't give in, there was nothing he could do. At most, a shot of truth serum. If you really can't ask, there's no need to torture him to extract a confession. Just kill him and that's it. When he is strong, he doesn't care what the Court of Owls is like. Clearing his throat, Kunson continued to lie. It was just an appetizer. I've recently mastered a technique. The human brain can be completely separated and placed in a nutrient solution. Although people are still alive. Jason glanced at Lincoln March and licked his lips. Lincoln March was so frightened that he trembled in his heart. Just listen. He could feel the horror in it. If a person only has one brain left, what is the difference between alive and dead? These scientific people are really scary. Although he is a professional under the Court of Owls at the moment, but he is not a dead soldier. Due to his physical condition, his lifespan may be longer than that of ordinary people, can live hundreds of years. If he really lived like that, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Plus, originally he wasn't very loyal to the Court of Owls. Lincoln March felt that he had better make the move early to avoid suffering. He didn't believe that anyone could refuse to accept the surrender of a super-ability person. Determined, Lincoln March is no longer reserved, just say it directly. I can tell you where the secret base of the Court of Owls is. There are still a lot of secrets, but you have to promise not to kill me. Jason glanced at Lincoln March expressionlessly, said, "Can." Lincoln March rolled his eyes and spoke again. "I don't believe you have to take off my shackles." Jason stared at Lincoln March, staring at him until his scalp went numb, then he spoke. "Okay, but if you don't have the answer I want, you will die miserably. You'd better not play any tricks." Jason glanced at Lincoln March. "Will not." Lincoln March smiled ingratiatingly. Jason was non-committal, snapped his fingers. The electromagnetic shackles on Lincoln March's hands and feet fell instantly. At the same time, a piece of armor stood behind him, as if protecting him. "Say it," Jason said coldly. Lincoln March moved his wrists and ankles while secretly looking around. "See all kinds of equipment around you." Lincoln March felt a chill in his heart. He spoke slowly. "Long before Gotham City, there was the Court of Owls in this land. In fact, Gotham City was built by several major forces. Your Wayne family is one of them. The Court of Owls is also one of the forces. It's just that compared to the Wayne family, they use more of their power to build their own territory." Lincoln March paused and glanced at Jason. "Continue." Jason shifted into a more comfortable position in his chair, seems unusually relaxed. Lincoln March's eyes flashed and he continued to speak. "The Court of Owls spent nearly a century underground in Gotham City. Built a maze of huge amounts of money. The roads inside are very complicated and only the people in the Court of Owls know about them. And there are all kinds of traps inside. It's impossible to get in without someone to lead the way." "I can take you in." Jason didn't pick on Lincoln March, asked, "Where is the exact location of the maze?" "Below Lord Lupin's estate, but in many places in Gotham City there are paths into the maze." Lincoln March said honestly. Hearing this, Jason nodded. "It is said that he is a descendant of the Duke from the Eagle Kingdom, one of the oldest people in Gotham City. He likes to be called Lord. He is also the owner of the largest estate in the suburbs of Gotham City. His manor is larger than that of the Wayne family." Jason used to be weird. How could such a guy own such a large piece of land? It now appears to be the property of the Court of Owls. No wonder. In this way, release. The underground maze built by the Court of Owls is probably based on Lord Lupin's castle as the surface structure. Put it in Gotham City, totally impossible. The foundations of high-rise buildings are often tens of meters deep. How is it possible that there is an underground base? Wanting to understand all this, Jason continued to ask, "What else do you know?" Lincoln March lowered his head as if in deep thought. "The members of the Court of Owls are very complex. Nearly half of Gotham City's tycoons are in the Court of Owls. I also know something related to your Wayne family." "Oh, what's the matter?" Jason raised his chin and asked with interest. Lincoln March moved forward 2 steps calmly. "Bruce Wayne's great-grandfather was a member of Talon." "What?" Jason's face was full of shock at this time. Lincoln March took a leap and crossed to Jason's side. That's so fast, it even left an afterimage in the air. His arms were wrapped directly around Jason's neck. "Jason Wayne, you are being too careless. Let the Iron Man behind you step back or I will break your neck." Haha, Lincoln March was extremely proud now. In his opinion, Jason Wayne is too naive. He actually thought he could easily restrain a member of the Talon this way. Now it's in his hands. He deserves to be prosperous. Maybe he can covet the Wayne family's wealth. While Lincoln March was daydreaming, Jason spoke. "Why do you have to seek death when you live a good life?" "What?" Before Lincoln March could react, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his Wang Qian's hand. Then he saw it. He couldn't even resist that kind of power. The arm that he had always been proud of was lifted up by a very delicate-looking hand. It really makes him feel like he has a child who overestimates his ability to shake a big mountain. After Lincoln March said these words, it seemed as if a great revenge had been avenged. His face was filled with joy. "What did you mean by what you just said?" Jason then asked. "Power Megumi is stronger than a trained super ability user." "What do you mean?" "Hahaha, why Jason Wayne is a young man." Lincoln March's face was filled with disbelief. It was like being caught in a vice. "That power, how can it be? Your great-grandfather died in his hands." "It was definitely your great-grandfather who was one of the most powerful members of the Talon. He couldn't resist at all." Easily restrained Lincoln March. Jason looked at Lincoln March lying on the ground, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't understand where Lincoln March's feeling of revenge came from. Even his great-grandfather who couldn't hit a 3-shot. Really a member of Talon. What does this have to do with him? Not to mention, he originally traveled through time, even if he is biological. He has no feelings for someone he has never met before. Jason never thought so. Family love is never simply a blood relationship. There are many biological sons who are unfilial. Family ties are built through constant interactions. He didn't recognize this relative who appeared out of nowhere, so. Lincoln March is dead, a very clean death. The neck rotated 360 degrees. No matter how powerful the vitality is, it will take a long time to survive. Not to mention, a free cremation service is waiting for him later. This time, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive no matter how strong his vitality is. Washed hands, let Skynet dispose of the body. Jason acted like nothing was wrong, asked directly to Skynet. Have you finalized the list of personnel for the Court of Owls? After dealing with the claws, next up is the Court of Owls. As for the remaining people in Talon, as long as 340 is not in Gotham City, he doesn't want to worry about it for the time being. Wait until the Court of Owls is dealt with. Free up your hands to clean up one by one. It has been confirmed that there are 54 core members of the Court of Owls, non-core members 128. So much, Jason sucked his teeth. The Court of Owls has a history of 300 years according to historical records. The number of members is actually very small. Skynet explained from the side. I know, Jason said somewhat depressedly. He was not surprised that there were so many people in the Court of Owls, but it was the trouble it caused later. So many people. This probably includes most of the rich and powerful people in Gotham City if he kills them all. The entire Gotham City is shutting down, not to mention the uproar it would cause in a capitalist country like Bald Eagle. The country serves the rich. His behavior is tantamount to provoking the entire powerful class. One can imagine the impact it will have. I'm afraid the entire Bald Eagle empire will be hostile to him, but soon Jason laughed to himself. After all, you're still scared, Jason. Yes, how can we not be afraid? Traveled through so many years, he also has friends and relatives if such a thing is really done. What would they think of him? But soon, Jason stood firm. There are some things that cannot be avoided just because of fear. The Court of Owls must be killed. With a cold face, Jason spoke. Skynet, investigate everyone in the Court of Owls. Those who have committed the most heinous crimes will be marked on the list, and those who have committed minor crimes will be kept. Warn them and they'll get into trouble. Jason knows, even in the Court of Owls there are still good people. If he kills all of them indiscriminately, what is the difference between Thanos and the anti-human psychopath? Definitely treat them differently. Soon Skynet gave him the results of the investigation. Jason looked at the screen, somewhat terrible. There are nearly 200 people in the Court of Owls. There are only about 20 people who can meet his standard of innocence, almost less than a 10th chance. That means everyone in the Court of Owls has their lives at stake. This is nothing. Even someone like Captain America who is willing to sacrifice himself to help others. There are also a few innocent lives on hand. In this society where people eat people, it's normal to have a few lives on your hands, but the really scary thing is, killing someone and not regretting it. It definitely feels right. Some of them even enjoy torturing people. What I've done is that even the devil in hell might not be able to do it. Jason glanced and said nothing. About 30 people were crossed off the list again. Seagad, according to this list, prepare for action tonight. Yes, master, Skynet said silently. Jason looked at the scenery in the distance and sighed. Send Nick Fury the list and let him prepare. After being silent for a long time, Kunson finally spoke. Then Jason looked into the distance again, fell into silence. Half a day later, an urgent message came in. Nick Fury said angrily there. Jason Wayne, are you crazy? Nick Fury never imagined that Jason Wayne would become such a big player. He thought Jason Wayne had killed a few or more than a dozen, which was enough. He didn't expect that. He underestimated the madness of Jason Wayne. More than 100 people, still the most powerful group of people. The combined wealth of these people could probably buy the entire New York. If these people die, the political world of Bald Eagle will be shaken. Maybe the world situation will change. Jason Wayne will also be subject to crazy revenge. He felt that Jason Wayne was really crazy. Jason was silent for a long time. He said it coldly. Shouldn't they die? Nick Fury choked. These people deserve to die. The wealth they hold is truly astonishing. Even if he is S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he still has to compromise. Not to mention, these people still have value. In fact, in his opinion, the value of these people is actually much greater than the value of dead people. There was silence for a moment. Nick Fury said, they're still useful. Soon Deadman is of no use. Look, Nick Fury, you think they deserve to die too, but you don't have the guts to do this. In other words, you always have a lot to think about. Perhaps in your opinion, the people who died are insignificant, but keeping these people may be able to create greater value. I do not think so. I came to fight in this world, not to compromise. Why? Maybe it's an unfair experience in the past, maybe it's a memory from a previous life. But I know very well that I'm not crazy. Jason's words became more and more calm. Let's all die. Gotham City is called Sin City. Why do they think they can do whatever they want if they have money? That's the rich people behind it. Are the people at the bottom of Gotham City really born to be vicious? Why can they kill people at will without being punished if they have money? After letting him see all this, he couldn't bear it anymore. Don't civilians have any way to survive? There is only one true evil in Gotham City. Like crime, you think I am. If it weren't for them, Gotham City would never have developed into such a deformed state. Naturally, he doesn't need to endure these people he doesn't like. Now he has strength. Nick Fury spoke across the phone. You can all hear the determination in Jason's voice. Sighed. Nick Fury spoke. Even if you make up your mind, you shouldn't do it so quickly. You should have planned for a while. I felt the dissatisfaction and determination in Jason's tone. Even Nick Fury has a little bit of admiration in his heart. Just be an adult. Just know that society is dark, but there are only a few who really dare to resist. Most people succumbed unconsciously. He is one of them. Could he just get used to these people? Is he just used to seeing those bugs in SHIELD? But he couldn't do it. Stability is the prerequisite for everything. There were just too many things for him to think about. To maintain peace on Earth, sometimes a little sacrifice must be made, but in my heart, but he envied Jason very much. At least Jason did what he always wanted to do but couldn't do. The only drawback is the method is a little rough. If he does it, it will definitely be much more precise. The impact can also be smaller. Jason glanced at Nick Fury, let out a laugh. I know what you're thinking. You must be trying to have an elaborate plan. But the more detailed the plan, the higher the chance of problems. And if I'm not wrong, if it were you must have chosen to recruit a group of people and kill only a few of the culprits. Right or wrong, Nick Fury was silent. What Jason said is absolutely correct. In the eyes of people like him, secular moral concepts of good and evil can no longer restrain them, as long as it's something that's good for humanity. He can do things that are not allowed by human morality. Not to mention forgiving a few rich people. Jason saw Nick Fury's appearance. He laughed disdainfully again. A politician is a politician. I'm afraid I can just slap you as long as my value is high enough. You will also be able to take it calmly and face it with dignity. Jason sighed. Someone like Nick Fury who has a thick face and a dark heart. Kai is more like a traditional successful person. They think about gains and losses rather than others. Jason can do the same, but he doesn't want to. As long as you are big and powerful enough, you don't need to satisfy other people's wishes. Others will follow your wishes instead. Jason didn't want to look at other people's faces. Okay, that's enough of our conversation. Let's talk about the division of interests. I believe that as long as there are enough interests, no one will retaliate against me head-on for a few dead men. There are definitely things going on behind the scenes. But on the positive side, these people only want to get benefits. We'll definitely be very honest and licking him everywhere. Jason thought about it and swallowed everything himself, but after much thought, he can't do it. Wayne Group is not his yet. He doesn't have many available people at all. Let Bruce Wayne acquire other people's assets. It would be better to kill him. Therefore, the property he can control must only be a small part. It's better to let it out and reduce some hostility. Just because he is reckless doesn't mean he is stupid. Nick Fury heard what Jason said with some surprise. Looks like you're not completely crazy yet. If Jason kills these people, he will keep all the wealth to himself. That's really an old man who hangs himself because he thinks his life is too long. In addition to being abandoned by the entire human society. There is no other way out. Others may not be able to beat you, but I can choose not to communicate with you. Can you kill everyone? On the contrary, throwing part of the property as bait can make a group of people fight to the death. Of course, some people will be afraid of him and hate him, but there are certainly more people who would be unimpressed. Profit is a really good thing, think about it. Nick Fury cleared his throat and shouted loudly. We SHIELD want 80%. When I heard this, I almost jumped up. Nick Fury is this piece of shit. It's really a lion's mouth. He did all the bad things. SHIELD gets 80% for doing nothing. Think beautifully. Don't even think about it. Give SHIELD at most 30%. Jason said with a cold face. 30%. HMPH, go and deal with the Congress, the military, and the major giants yourself. And you are responsible for dealing with these industrial disruptions. We also need to deal with the aftermath. Also, Mr. President and the top executives of Bald Eagle are no joke. Please give me flowers. The chief official of an autonomous prefecture asked you to kill him. This is the most serious incident since the assassination of President Kennedy. I'm afraid you will become the biggest terrorist in the world, wanted and hunted by the bald eagle government. Please consider whether you want to share 80% of our SHIELD. Jason's mouth twitched when he heard this. This old thing. This has convinced him, right? Hasn't this old guy already thought about it and prepared to plot against him? Maybe it's Nick Fury, old guy. I thought about selling him in exchange for some benefits. SHIELD. D will never lose money. What a good calculation. HMPH, do you think I'll be stupid enough to leak clues? They will indeed die, but they will never have anything to do with me. Even if there is suspicion, there is no evidence. What can they do to me? SHIELD, if you want benefits, you can. I want 50%. You share the rest with the others. As for the trouble caused, that is your SHIELD matter. What does it have to do with me, Jason Wayne? Jason said with a nonchalant expression. Nick Fury feels like he has a toothache. He didn't expect that. Jason Wayne is so cunning. SHIELD will never accept such a chaotic situation. Maintain world stability. It is originally the responsibility of SHIELD. You think very well, but you don't have the ability to accept these things. He gave Jason a deep look. Yes, I really don't have the ability to accept these industries. Okay, our SHIELD wants 40% and the rest will be shared with others. But the cost is too high and not worth it. The specific circumstances of the nuclear explosion outside New York Manor are not yet certain. He felt that Jason Wayne would die with him. This is the right way. Cooperation can lead to a win-win situation. Jason said very bachelorly, but I can't let others take over these industries. He really couldn't do anything about Jason. He thought about reporting Jason directly. Nick Fury sneered. Let's do this, SHIELD, accept my share and exchange all of it for me. Nick Fury said. Jason said, pretending to be generous. The expression on his face looked very disgusting. Jason nodded with satisfaction. Nick Fury looked at the confident Jason across from him. I wish I could go over there and kill him directly. Isn't this a hooligan act? Are you really barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes? He had no doubts. Jason has the ability to be a troublemaker. If it really causes trouble, it will definitely be very troublesome. More importantly, he was still a little helpless. SHIELD meets this guy. It's really like a lion biting Quill and there's nowhere to start. The more he thought about it, the more Nick Fury felt aggrieved. As the director of SHIELD, when had he ever been so angry? Think about it. Nick Fury decided not to talk to Jason, the B*******D, otherwise his life would definitely be shortened by several decades. Jason Wayne, so be it. Our SHIELD. Phil Coulson agent will contact you. Also, don't let this happen again. All 757 things must be done according to the rules. You can kill them if you want, but you have to follow the rules. Nick Fury stared at him with one eye for a long time. I don't know if Jason heard it. He hung up the phone immediately. Jason didn't take it seriously when he heard this. Of course he knows. What does Nick Fury mean? Nothing more than a traditional set. Use various games and compromises to bring others down. It's really not possible to engage in assassination or anything like that. Jason doesn't think so. Deal with people like Alpha Ting. It would be better to directly carry out physical destruction, because these people are the makers of rules. Play with others under the rules specified by them. Isn't that seeking death? He didn't want that to happen. Who in the hall dares to accuse me of this farce? Deal with this kind of person. You have to defeat them in the areas you are good at. You can't fight with others on words. It just so happens that Jason is very good at using force in other areas. Hang up on Nick Fury. Jason started preparing directly. Skynet, are you ready with everything you need? Ready. Skynet's voice sounded silently. Very good, let's start taking action. Jason spoke. Dealing with ordinary people is much easier than dealing with people with sharp claws. Ordinary people are simply too fragile. The human body is a very fragile system. Normally, it's just a small accident. People may lose their lives quickly. Cerebral capillary hemorrhage, aortic dissection, myocardial infarction, etc. all can cause death. If poison is used, it will be even simpler. The FBI of bald eagles alone has dozens of toxins that cannot be detected with modern technology. Not to mention a guy like Jason who has mastered various technologies. He wants to make people die unconsciously, and there are hundreds of ways. For example, benzopyrene, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon compound, is the main component of smog. It is also widely found in car exhaust, fried foods, and cigarettes. Reaching a certain dose can cause death. But detection is very difficult, because there are too many ways for ordinary people to be exposed to this compound. Generally, the dose is not enough, will be excreted from the body. Accidental death is absolutely normal. Nitrite 5 milligrams can cause death and can cause serious harm. And it is a very wide range of industrial raw materials, very accessible. He could name hundreds of compounds like this. This is still a substance that humans have discovered, not counting things he researched himself. It is certainly shameful for others to use this method. But very easy to use, no one will doubt it. Skynet studied the data of every member of the Court of Owls, then summarized the most likely way they died unexpectedly. It is implemented by the Shadow Armor, ZA. These people will die in various accidental ways. What others see may just be a coincidence, but I couldn't find anyone to drink. Not even evidence can be found. The armor that performs the mission will be rebuilt. No evidence will be left behind. As for suspicion, did he still fear suspicion after doing such a thing? He only fears the most extreme situations. For example, Nick Fury, the old man, is crazy. Not only did he sell him, but he also used the power of SHIELD to deal with him, if this really happens. He can only run away to the Mars base, then wait until the aliens invade and then become the savior. Come back and save the world. But this is the worst-case scenario he thought of, and it is generally unlikely to happen. Take a breath. Jason looked into the distance. At the same time, inside the secret base of the Court of Owls, several heads of the Court of Owls are meeting. Under the chairmanship of Shepard and Merger, the meeting seemed a bit dull. Still no news? Shepard asked, frowning. No news. If you know how these people died, maybe something happened to them themselves. The speaker was a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Among a bunch of old men, he looked very conspicuous. What happened to me? It was a few superable people with self-healing ability. They all died together in one night, Ms. Gillen, can you believe it? An old man said in a very unkind tone. Clem, you old guy, didn't you just lose a few people? Why are you so angry, haha? Lost a few people. Clem still wanted to refute. Shepard, who was sitting at the top, was heard roaring. That's enough, we are here for a meeting, not a quarrel. Shut up if you don't have information. When Shepard said this, many people became quiet. After a while, a man wearing a red brooch spoke. Could it be Batman? Batman, the transvestite Joker? Perseus, you're not awake, are you? Old man Climb taunted. Okay, do you have any other comments? Did you smell a mushy smell? If there are no objections, we will go back now. It's Lord Shepard. Shepard glanced around and was about to say goodbye to the meeting. Gillen, the only woman doing it, spoke up. Shepard said viciously, Perseus said with a bow. Perseus, this proposal makes no sense. Batman does not have this ability. This kind of provocation to our Court of Owls must not be divided. Everyone who was doing this just looked at each other and said nothing. Shepard said in a deep voice. I know he destroyed several of your factories. I'm just raising a possibility. Go back and investigate carefully. Just smile and say 3-0 is here. Perseus, wearing the red gemstone brooch, was not angry. We will give him the punishment he deserves, but this is not the interface for you to bring this up now. Jason didn't sleep all night, that's it, until morning. This is just a very normal thing for him, early in the morning. Although there is no news on the internet, but the major print media in Gotham City are indeed very lively. It's like causing a world war. All kinds of sensational news appeared in newspapers, like something. The Gotham Justice who took over the case was involved in a car accident. Was it an accident or a deliberate murder? Is it negligence or betrayal of several rich people to die tragically in the castle? The top rich man commits suicide out of fear of crime. Jason looked at the titles on the other pages. The corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, the media all over the world are one. This bald eagle's media is on par with some of the newsrooms he had in his previous life. In general, the news is full of chaos, but Gotham City was not really in chaos. Many companies that suddenly lost their leaders have remained stable, especially a big group with 5 children in the family. News 26 actually said that after the leader died, they are a kind father, a filial son, and respectful brothers. Jason almost tore the newspaper at that time. What a liar, normally they would beat the dog's brains out. Now I am dead. Are you getting along? Does anyone believe this kind of nonsense? Jason knows. This must be someone from SHIELD starting to intervene. How else could Gotham City be so peaceful? Definitely, it could also be the reason why the news didn't leak out. For some people, the old man in the family died. It may not be a bad thing. You may choose to remain secretive and not develop. This possibility also exists. So Jason, who usually doesn't like to read newspapers, I just ate breakfast and read the newspaper all morning. His face was full of bewilderment. He really didn't know that he had done so many things by himself. Nick Fury, this old B*******D is really shady. He actually let me take the blame. Jason looked at a newspaper in front of him. Tusk. Above is the news that the head of an automobile company fell to his death while out hiking. Jason remembers it clearly. This is one of the few people in Gotham City who has not participated in the Court of Owls. But something like this still happened. Jason didn't believe this was a coincidence. There are several examples of this. Today's morning news. It has almost become a promotional advertisement for the crematorium. Just when Jason was looking at the newspaper and marveling, Skynet's voice rang. "Master, Phil Coulson agent is here. Let him in." Jason threw the newspaper directly on the table. He picked up a cup of coffee and said, soon, Phil Coulson, wearing a black suit, walked in from outside. "Mr. Jason." Phil Coulson gave Jason a respectful look. He knew what the young man in front of him had done. The bodies of more than 100 high-ranking big shots in Gotham City haven't even cooled down yet. That's someone even SHIELD doesn't dare to deal with. Therefore, Phil Coulson still admires Jason in his heart. "Phil Coulson, agent, please take a seat." Jason sat up straight and said politely. Jason didn't speak until Phil Coulson sat down. "Your director, Nick Fury, is really scheming." Quietly, I was left with a big pot on my back. Phil Coulson had no expression on his face when he heard this. He also said it directly. "Mr. Jason, director Nick Fury already said it. A batch of rare metals will be sent to Wayne Group in the near future." Jason nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Nick Fury is such an old guy. Rare metals. It is a strategic resource no matter which country it is in. No one was selling at all, and most of the minerals are controlled by the state. Ordinary people simply can't get it. It's not just rare resources that are this way, like oil. If you look at the international market, except for a few small oil-producing countries, which big country sells oil, aren't they all buying like crazy? This is especially true for rare metals. The Wayne Group could only get a small part. This still includes the associated minerals produced in the mines at home. Nick Fury was very sincere in sending him a batch of rare minerals. Jason immediately no longer felt like taking the blame. Anyway, if there are too many lice, you are not afraid of being bitten. He even hopes that Nick Fury can come more often. I cleared my throat and stopped having these strange thoughts. Jason asked, "How do you SHIELD plan to take over these industries?" Phil Coulson had an awkward yet polite smile on his face. "The heirs to these businesses are very kind. Volunteer to help our SHIELD take care of these industries. Definitely we can also take responsibility for keeping them safe." Look at the smile on Phil Coulson's face. Jason cursed inwardly, a kind heir. "Will you volunteer to help you take care of your property?" What a liar. Does this mean he is a fool? If you really believe it, you are retarded. I'm afraid I don't know how to threaten others. Maybe he would become some sort of backdrop to threaten these people. Nick Fury was able to do such a thing. He was not surprised at all. "I'm too lazy to argue with the SHIELD people about such trivial matters," Jason said lazily. "These people shouldn't cause trouble for me anymore, right?" "Probably not. In fact, they don't even know who did it now." Phil Coulson said with a smile. "I guess they'll find out soon." Jason talked about the 787 nonchalantly. "Jason, you are worrying too much. We at SHIELD will keep it confidential." Phil Coulson quickly explained. "The main thing is that I'm not worried because of your SHIELD," Jason complained in his mind. "I don't know how many Hydra members are hidden in SHIELD. These people do nothing else every day. Just want to rule the world, this kind of thing. It would be strange if they didn't take action." Jason had a premonition. Trouble will soon come your way. However, this will be useless with Phil Coulson. Maybe at this time he still feels that SHIELD is a very powerful organization. Nick Fury is good at everything. It's just annoying that I like to keep it a secret. Loyal men like Phil Coulson are also somewhat ignorant. He deserved to be penetrated like that by Hydra. Jason thought about how people from Hydra would cause trouble for him in the future. It was very disturbing. There was no interest in continuing the conversation with Phil Coulson. "Well, Phil Coulson, there's no point in talking about these things. Go back and tell Nick Fury to bring me what I want as soon as possible." "Okay, Mr. Jason." Phil Coulson glanced at Jason. I knew he had no intention of continuing the conversation. He chose to say goodbye very decisively. Jason sent Phil Coulson out. He returned to the room again and began to meditate. How should he deal with the coming storm? Jason spent 2 days worrying. He resumed his peaceful life again because he found that this kind of worry was really unnecessary. He had no way of predicting where the trouble would come from. It's the people from Hydra who are causing trouble, or there are some guys among those people. Suddenly his mind twitched and he wanted to avenge his father. These are all unpredictable things. So he asked Skynet to closely monitor these people. I began to return to my balanced life, do research every day, He is currently working on Asgard's anti-gravity technology. The name anti-gravity is actually inaccurate because the force of gravity does not exist, what we call gravity. In fact, it is the Earth that produces the gravitational pull on us. But gravity is a very magical force. Like the other three forces, such as the electromagnetic force, they all have opposite repulsive forces. Like poles of magnets repel each other, which is a manifestation of this repulsive force. That's the magic of gravity. It has no repulsive force. All matter has gravity. Gravity is essentially a space collapse effect produced by mass. According to Einstein's general theory of relativity, gravity is a macroscopic manifestation of the collapse of space. As long as you have mass, gravity will never disappear. Gravity is another name for the Earth's gravity. So, anti-gravity technology simply does not exist, unless you allow yourself to have no quality. But in fact, even light has quality. Therefore, in a strict sense, anti-gravity does not exist. If someone tells you that he has developed anti-gravity technology, he is definitely a liar. Asgard is also a race in the universe. Naturally, there is no way to violate objective physical rules. Their anti-gravity technology is just a name. Skynet, how much do we have left of our high-concentration bismuth? Master, there are still a few tons of mercury left and only a few kilograms of bismuth metal. Do we need to mobilize resources? Skynet spoke. Well, mobilize resources and activate the factory. I need to make something. Jason spoke. Is there a new project that needs to be established? Skynet asked. Well, create a new project file, temporarily named Anti-Gravity Effect Generating Device. The project has been archived. Do I need to make an annotation? Skynet asked. Jason smiled. Skynet is becoming more and more humane in reality. It's obviously curious about this technology, right? Skynet's way of observing the world is different from humans. Logically speaking, it is impossible to understand human technology, but he was very curious about it. Curiosity is a good thing, allow it to grow constantly. So Jason never minds introducing a certain technology to Skynet. Clearing his throat, Kunson sorted out his thoughts. What we want to create is some kind of device that can achieve a similar anti-gravity effect. Although anti-gravity does not exist, we can achieve similar effects. The most common thing in life is magnetic levitation. An effect similar to anti-gravity levitation is achieved through repulsive magnetic forces. However, magnetic levitation is a substitute for magnetism, and it is not an analogy in the true sense. Jason paused. Skynet asked, so what is true analog anti-gravity? Jason smiled and said, modern physics believes that all forces propagate between objects through propagators. Like the longest magnet we've ever seen. During the process of taking effect, there are certain microscopic particles that are exchanged between the two, achieve the purpose of communication. Jason built a model through projection and explained it to Skynet. Different forces have different microscopic propagators. For example, the propagator of electromagnetic force is photon, and the propagator of gravity is graviton. The two particles have different spins. We base it on complex calculations. Photons with spin 1 can propagate both gravitational and repulsive forces. And a graviton with spin 2 can only propagate gravity. We want to achieve anti-gravity in a macroscopic sense, which is the so-called anti-gravity effect. We must be able to isolate these two microscopic particles. Skynet's voice sounded nearby, as simple as it sounds. It really sounds simple, but it's very difficult to implement. Currently, the physics community has not observed such microscopic particles. This is just a possible hypothesis. It just conforms to the rules of mathematical operations, so it is considered correct by most physicists. But what it actually looks like is not yet certain, Jason said with a wry smile. The cornerstone of modern physics is Einstein's general theory of relativity. Anti-gravity is an existence that challenges general relativity. One can imagine how difficult it is to realize the so-called anti-gravity in modern physics. Asgard's technology is a different kind of technology. Then, Master, how did you come up with the anti-gravity technology project? Although your scientific achievements are outstanding, you still can't overturn Einstein's general theory of relativity, right? Yes, that's true. But if science can't do it, magic may not be able to do it. Jason smiled and said, Asgard is still a magical civilization after all, although there has also been certain technological development, but their science and technology are still based on the use of my subdimensional energy. Like Bifrost, this kind of thing that can travel through a distance measured in light years at will is very outrageous, but this does exist in Asgard. Besides, Bifrost can instantly transform into a star-destroying weapon. How much energy does it require? If all the nuclear weapons stored on the Earth explode together, they will not pose any threat to the original Earth, but Bifrost can split the Earth in half. Fortunately, this is what the system does. Otherwise, he will be humiliated. This is not an ordinary difficulty. To make him understand, this effect similar to anti-gravity is also achieved through subdimensional energy. It can be said, Jason wants to use scientific methods to analyze this stuff. How many nuclear reactors would it take to provide this huge amount of energy? This is something that can overturn the existing system of physics. Let him answer Skynet's questions, but the Asgardians solved it. This is all very unscientific, a method of directly converting corresponding technologies into technical data. The seawater there has been there for many years and it still has not drained away. Subdimensional energy is a very incredible power. There is also the sea below Bifrost that leads directly into space. Where does this huge amount of energy come from? But it exists objectively. Skynet's increased intelligence is a good thing, but for Jason, there is distress in this too. For example, Skynet asked more and more questions which made him very distressed. He still had to explain, which made him very distressed. For example, now, he had to explain some problems to Skynet. Although there is no anti-gravity in the strict sense, we have a trick. Gravity comes from the original mass of matter. Logically speaking, as long as it has quality, it will have success. This cannot be changed. But what if we could find a substance with negative mass? Negative mass, what is this? Skynet asked, very confused. Negative mass is actually a description which refers to matter that is lower than vacuum. Modern physics thinks. There are a large number of pairs of virtual particles being created and annihilated in the vacuum at all times. In 1948, H. Kashmir made a new discovery. He found that the energy of virtual particles between parallel guide plates in a vacuum is smaller than in a vacuum. There will be a slight attraction between the two plates. This phenomenon is called the Kashmir effect, and such particles are equivalent to having negative mass. Substances composed of this negative mass substance will be the same as substances with 80 mass. Create a relative motion away from each other. This can be equivalent to an anti-gravity effect. Jason smiled and said, so that's it, but how do we produce this negative mass? Skynet continued to ask, use some kind of device. Insert mercury into the device so that the two devices run in opposite directions. A stable core with a bismuth core added to it, passing subdimensional energy into it. We can obtain a certain amount of negative mass matter through the constraint device. Jason opened his mouth to explain. This seems very simple, but it is very difficult to implement. First, that's how to utilize subdimensional energy. This is not a simple matter for Earth scientists other than him. We want to capture the energy from the interior of the main material universe. Not a very easy thing to do. The second is the choice of materials. He chose mercury as the raw material. It's because this metal is very special. Just as it happened, Skynet also asked, why choose mercury as the raw material? Because mercury is the most special metal. Every metal we see, except mercury, they all exist as solids under normal temperatures and pressures. Mercury is the only metal that is in a liquid state under normal temperatures and pressures, Jason said with a smile. The metal in thermometers seems like very common. It's not that precious either, but very special. The reason why metals can appear in a solid state, it's because they will have a metallic crystal structure under normal temperatures and pressures. Ordinary metals can form three structures: face-centered cubic, body-centered cubic, and hexagonal close-back structure. And none of this is true for mercury. Jason paused as if giving Skynet time to react. Why? Skynet asked. This is the result of the combined effects of relativistic and quantum effects. Jason smiled confidently and began to explain. According to Pauli's dissimilarity principle, two identical fermions cannot be in the same quantum state, and the electrons in atomic clocks are all identical fermions. Their quantum states correspond to properties such as energy level, spin, magnetic moment, and angular momentum. So they can't be in the same quantum state. It's those attributes that make the difference. This results in the atoms having to be arranged in layers inside and outside. That's the key to why mercury is so unusual. Skynet silently records these things in the database. It should be trying to understand. Jason wasn't impressed either. The reaction speed of artificial intelligence is much stronger than his. He didn't have to wait at all. Jason continued to explain. First of all, the electrons in the atomic tree have strong static electricity. This allows only the electrons with the highest speed to move around the nucleus in the lowest orbit without being sucked in. Obviously, the heavier the nucleus, the greater the speed of the innermost electrons. For elements after cesium, the speed of these electrons is already so large that it creates a relativistic effect, making them heavier and reducing the radius of their orbits. Jason took a sip of coffee and calmed down. Secondly, although electrons move in an orbit, this orbit is by no means a smooth circle like the planet orbit we imagine. It's a geometric shape that extends in 3 dimensions. Electrons randomly appear somewhere in each moment, which can be approximately understood as a standing wave of probability waves. Among them, the highest energy orbit of electrons in each layer is a perfect concentric sphere, called the s-orbit. When the relativistic effect causes the one's orbit to shrink, all s orbitals will shrink correspondingly. But the shapes of other orbits are very complicated, and when the one's orbit shrinks, the impact on them is not as obvious. Having said this, Jason clearly felt that Skynet's computing capability had reached its maximum. Because of this, Mercury cannot form corresponding metal crystals. It can only exist in the state of liquid metal atoms. The result is that the electrons in the 6's orbit are extremely stable and unwilling to share with other atoms. Therefore, it is difficult to form ordinary metal crystals and only attract each other through intermolecular forces. He continued to speak. Now that this orbit is lowered, the electrons in the 5D orbit below can energy absorb smaller visible light photons to jump up. This shows that Skynet's computing capability has reached its limit. The energy saturation is also very high. Jason sighed. But there shouldn't be any big problems now. After all, it is hardware that limits the development of Skynet. And it is precisely because of this state that he has good shaping ability. Mercury has one more electron than gold, filling the 6's orbital, and the electrons below will not jump up. Even the armor next to him showed signs of sluggishness. Jason took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, "Each orbit of an atom can accommodate 2 electrons with opposite spins and is therefore stable. It would be great to use this metal as a working medium to generate negative energy." For example, the last electron of the gold element was filled in the 6's orbit, but it failed to fill the orbit. And because the 6's orbit has lowered due to the relativistic effect, it is further away from the next 6p orbit and requires more energy to jump to it. Jason finished talking about these things. I also feel a little dry in the mouth. I drank some water and took a rest. Jason just started preparing the manufacturing equipment, want to create negative mass matter. Specific equipment is essential. The most important thing is the centrifugal device. A clock rotates 500,000 times and the centrifugal force can reach 4 million G in an instant. There are rumors on the internet that the centrifuge used to separate uranium ore to make atomic bombs is like a younger brother to this thing. In the face of this incredibly powerful centrifugal force, Mercury will assume an ionic state, under the supply of subdimensional energy. It is possible to centrifuge negative mass matter, but this centrifuge is not that easy to make. There is no centrifuge of this level in the world. A centrifuge commonly used to separate uranium elements. Only 1/5 of the power of this one. One can imagine how terrifying this thing is. Are all the Skynet materials ready? Preparations are complete: ductile titanium alloy, tungsten molybdenum alloy steel, magnetic levitation system, vacuum system. Skynet identified a long list. This creates the various parts needed for a centrifuge. Manufacturing of centrifuges. The biggest problem faced is actually the tolerance and midway deflection of the rotor. Everyone knows that friction generates heat. Ordinary people can generate high temperatures by rubbing their hands together quickly, and the rotor of a centrifuge can rotate hundreds of thousands of times per minute. The amount of heat it generates is amazing. This requires a very strong rotor material, as well as good heat dissipation and insulation. Heat dissipation is to dissipate the temperature of the rotor quickly. Thermal insulation means that the heat generated by friction cannot interfere with the sample. Like isolating viruses in a biological laboratory, the sample is very fragile, and a slight change in temperature will cause the death of the virus. This requires constant temperature measures. Although his requirements for experimental temperature are not high, but too high temperatures can also affect production efficiency. Of course, he doesn't want to do this. Is the thermostatic unit ready? Jason asked. The thermostat unit he ordered was produced by Bald Eagle NANS, a device specially used on the space station to maintain temperature equilibrium. It's just a micro unit of the size of a computer file. It cost him tens of millions of dollars. I also got a lot of favors. Master has prepared it and has sent it to the laboratory. It will be installed soon. Jason nodded with satisfaction. Is the magnetic levitation unit ready? The phenomenon of internal friction and heat generation in ultra-high-speed centrifuges is very scary. In order to avoid this happening, people have thought of many ways. Among them is the magnetic levitation method. The rotor floats directly in midair, turning in the air, minimize friction. It can also reduce material loss. The machine has been installed, the rotor is ready, and the vacuum chamber is ready to be manufactured. Jason nodded with satisfaction. The air still has some friction, but in a vacuum, the friction will drop to a very low level. There is basically no thermal effect. This is for a device with a rotation speed of hundreds of thousands of RPM. It is a very important unit. Very well, quickly assemble the two centrifuges. A core of bismuth in mercury. Soon we will be able to obtain sufficient amounts of negative mass matter. There was a bit of joy in Jason's tone. This is a state similar to anti-gravity. It's actually very powerful. He can float in the sky without any energy, just add enough negative mass matter. Thus, the flexibility of his armor can be increased to a very abnormal level. Actually, putting this kind of thing on a battle armor is overkill. The real purpose is actually on the space carrier. The space carrier seems powerful, but it also has its own shortcomings. The first is the slow movement speed. Originally, it had a strong mass and excessive inertia. Plus, the main engines in the sky are used to fight against the Earth's gravity. There is simply not enough engine thrust to maintain the movement of the space carrier. The second point is, the launch of the space carrier is not that simple. 12 turbine engines need to maintain an absolute balance of thrust. Only in this way can the stability of the space carrier in the sky be maintained. If one of the engines fails, the space carrier will lose its balance and crash easily. It is not so easy for such a huge creature to change its posture in the sky. If anti-gravity is used on a space carrier, that's completely different. This behemoth can float in the air on its own. Various engine groups can be used to control the movement of the space carrier. Please give me flowers. In this way, the flexibility of the mothership is greatly improved. The most important is, many weapons can be installed on it. For example, there are many weapons that are incredibly heavy. Because of the weight, it is impossible for an air carrier to carry many weapons. With an anti-gravity system installed, everything is possible. It can really be turned into an aerial fort. By then, even the Kuritas, Jason can beat the shit out of them. I thought about it in my mind, excited about the future. A smile appeared on Jason's lips. Skynet, put in the materials and get ready to start. Get the electromagnetic generator ready. Start momentum constraints. Jason said slowly, although negative mass matter is said to be matter. In fact, it is somewhat different from ordinary substances, more similar to microparticles. Ordinary equipment has no way of containing this substance. Only electromagnetic restraint systems can be utilized. Utilize another force of the four fundamental forces, the electromagnetic force, to constrain these material actions. Soon, Skynet began to be manufactured in the factory. Various industrial robots under the control of Skynet assemble equipment for production. It looks very pleasing to the eye. Soon 2 azure blue devices about 2 meters long were produced. These 2 devices look like larger refrigerators, but the speed of the rotor can reach hundreds of thousands of revolutions. The 2 are linked by 2 transparent plexiglass panels. In the middle is a transparent strong electromagnetic restraint device. Let's start. It looks like starlight in the sky. It seems like there is electric current flowing in it. Soon, Jason even felt the hairs on the surface of his skin stand up. The transparent organic glass plate between the 2 centrifugal devices lit up with a little fluorescent light. Jason ordered. He knew that this was an ionization discharge phenomenon caused by excessive electric current. A buzzing sound sounded in the laboratory. Jason saw it. Jason knows. All high-power consuming equipment in the laboratory was powered off. Huge amounts of energy are injected into the device. The lights all seemed a little dim, in a circular pipe. This is the phenomenon of clusters of negative mass matter. In order to power these 2 devices, Skynet began to control the reactor to start functioning. A buzzing sound sounded in the laboratory. Some small items in the laboratory began to float naturally. It's like the gravityless environment in space. Jason knows. This is a symbol of gravity being cut off on a microscopic level. The similar gravitational representation produced by negative mass matter and the original gravitational representation of the Earth. Quite the opposite. Thus, the external manifestation is the chaos of gravity's characteristics. It has begun to interfere with the gravitational field outside. Skynet calculated the power consumption and saw that several large arc reactors can provide complete power supply. Start to simultaneously establish facilities at the Mars base and start production work. Start simulation calculation. Information in progress. Skynet's voice rang in the laboratory. Jason looked at the device in front of him. My heart felt relaxed with this substance. 687 His industrial process on Mars can be much faster. Mars is very rich in minerals, with the work efficiency of the armor. All kinds of minerals mined without sleep can be used in a few years. The real difficulty is getting minerals into space. Because of the influence of gravity, objects on the surface of the planet want to escape the gravitational pull of the planet. The speed must reach a certain level, like a space station in outer space. It took major countries decades and hundreds of slow industries to complete its construction. This is because the rocket's carrying capacity is very limited, although Mars' gravity is not as strong as Earth's. But the armor's transportation ability isn't too strong either. The construction process of the space carrier is very limited. It's good now. As long as there is such a thing, he can even build large ships on the ground and then fly into space. There is no need to manufacture it directly in the spaceport. Definitely, large spaceships still have to be manufactured from the spaceport, can avoid a lot of trouble, such as oxidation, welding, and other processes. The difficulty of construction in space is much lower than on Earth. Jason just has the ability to work on the ground again. All of this is brought about by this negative mass matter. Therefore, technology is the ultimate expression of the progress of human productivity. Jason thought for a moment. Skynet's calculations have been calculated. We need to build 50 large reactors on a Mars base. Only in this way can the collection of materials be completed within the estimated time. At the same time, the basic operations of the Mars base are maintained. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched so much. These arc reactors add up. I'm afraid it can maintain power supply for all large cities in Bald Eagle. Sure enough, industrial energy consumption is much more terrifying than daily life. Let's start building. By the way, build an ecological base on Mars. Follow the plan of dozens of people. Jason thought for a moment and said he suddenly remembered. Continue to develop at this pace. He may really not be able to survive on Earth. Maybe we really want to take refuge on Mars. It's better to prepare on Mars first. Anyway, as long as there is enough energy, building a stable base is not difficult, although it takes several days to get from Earth to Mars. But it is still very good to have a refuge on another planet. Skynet will start preparing according to the plan, then increase the production of steel armor and begin international exploration. There may be some precious resources on Jupiter and Saturn. We need to explore first, lest you suffer wrath on Earth. Jason thought for a while and spoke again. It is very troublesome for him to obtain resources on the Earth. Many big forces are not so easy to talk to. It's different in outer space. Everything is ownerless, as long as it can be explored. There are endless resources available to him. Did Wakanda's vibranium just fall from the sky? Maybe there are more precious metals in the universe. Fighting on Earth, it's really a very stupid thing. Not to mention the endless space outside Corboy's small planet. The 8 planets alone are enough for humans to explore for hundreds of years. On the outer planet of the Earth, which resource is not richer than that of the Earth, Jupiter has a mass 318 times that of the Earth and a volume 1321 times that of the Earth. Saturn has a mass 95 times that of Earth and a volume 830 times that of Earth, not to mention the more distant planets Uranus and Aquaman. Although several huge amounts of planets are gaseous planets, most are gaseous substances. But there are still a lot of heavy metals in the core, not to mention the various planets around. The resources contained in this, I'm afraid I don't know how many times it is the Earth. However, some people can only see the resources on Earth. It's really a very sad thing. Jason doesn't look like these idiots, now that we have the technology to explore outer space. He will actively carry out various space exploration programs, but before that, he needed to solve the communication problem. There is also the issue of long-distance interstellar navigation. Not to mention Saturn, which is further away, there is Mars. There is a huge delay in communicating with the forward base on Earth. In the universe, which is often measured in light years, the light still needs to run for several years, not to mention the slower electromagnetic waves. Jason is extremely envious now, the communication technology that Avengers mastered in the later period. On Earth, you can communicate with Star-Lord, Rocket, and others in other galaxies, and you can make instant calls. There is no delay at all. This is something very incredible to Jason. Pity. Now he has no contact with the Guardians of Galaxy. This remote communication technology is not available. No, it doesn't seem impossible. Jason rubbed his chin. It seems like there really are living aliens on Earth, although this group of people is a group of refugees. But he not only mastered the remote interstellar communication, but also the curvature jump engine. Perfect shapeshifting is also possible. Very incredible. These are for him, all are very valuable for 3-3. Nick Fury, this old B asterisk 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 D is indeed cunning. No wonder SHIEL. D has so many black technologies. At first, he thought it was developed by SHIELD scientists themselves. Now it seems that there may be help from the Skrulls, an alien race. Nick Fury has a lot of connections with these guys. In the later stages, this old guy even traveled to outer space himself. Let two Skrulls do the work for him on Earth. This is definitely something that requires a lot of trust. Jason thinks it's time for Nick Fury to P asterisk asterisk P him out. Let him also meet these alien friends. As a benevolent and peaceful Earth scientist, how could he not care about some of these alien friends who came from afar in the spirit of humanistic care? Wishes are good. The reality is cruel. Jason has everything planned for the near future. But something unexpected happened, but it caught him off guard. What? I'm ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee. When Jason got the news, people are stupid. He didn't expect that. He also had his day with a bald eagle Senate subpoena. The Senate is one of the two houses of the bald eagle, the bald eagle legislature. The Senate Armed Services Committee is an agency responsible for overseeing the country's military legislative powers. The things I am responsible for are very complicated. As long as it involves military matters, they can take care of it. Their regular parliament is essentially a place where major members engage in wrangling and exchange of interests. Anyway, the level is not much higher than the ant who quarreled in the vegetable market. It is common for everyone to greet each other and their families. When Tony Stark attended this regular meeting, the Hydra congressman once greeted Tony Stark's family in person. Unexpectedly, it was his turn this time, looking at the beautiful woman in front of her. Jason was a little helpless. Are you serious? Yes, Mr. Jason. You were indeed ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing, 26. The time is 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I hope you'll be on time. The smile on the beauty's face looks very nice. But Jason had no intention of appreciating it at all. Really, trouble still came. Let me ask, will the moderator of this hearing be Congressman Stern? Yes, it is indeed Congressman Stern, the beauty said with surprise on her face. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched. Damn Hydra. Forget it if he doesn't bother these people now. Do they still dare to come to him? And so does Senator Stern. Why are you dancing like this day after day? Don't you want to live anymore? Is it true that if he is from Hydra, no one can deal with him? A sneer appeared on his face. Jason spoke. Very well, I will attend the hearing on time. The beautiful woman who sent the message nodded when she saw Jason, agreed and left directly. Jason had a sneer on his face. Hydra, a group of lunatics who think about unrealistic things every day, remnants of the Nazis. In the past, he didn't dare to take action because he didn't have the strength. Things are different now. It's better not to provoke him. How dare these people dare to provoke him? It's like an old man hangs himself because he thinks he has a long life. Skynet, have you monitored the target I asked you to focus on? Monitoring, recording video, and other materials have been prepared. Skynet's voice said meticulously. Put the information on the screen for me. Let me see if Congressman Stern is so pure and innocent that he dares to cause trouble for me. Jason snorted coldly. To deal with the Hydra, he decided to start with this congressman. Politician stuff, especially bald eagle politicians. Maybe it would be unjust to kill them all, but if we kill every other one, that's absolutely no problem. Not to mention this person is from Hydra. These people don't take ordinary people's lives seriously. He didn't believe it. This congressman has no shit down his asterisk asterisk. Jason quickly started browsing various information. Soon he figured out why Hydra was looking for trouble with him. Hydra has been coveting the steel armor for a long time, but last time I did the Tony Stark thing, they didn't succeed at all. Tony Stark doesn't put technical information in Stark Industries at all. The people at Hydra can't steal the data they want, but they are persistent in their evil intentions. The idea hit Jason's head, plus Jason causing trouble in Gotham City gave them an excuse. He really didn't have any leverage against those powerful people, but when dealing with Claws, but a lot of evidence was left behind. There's a bit of surveillance involved. Get these videos. The people of Hydra are like treasures. The leader of Hydra's branch was even more excited. I feel that the opportunity for Hydra to rise has come. I contacted him immediately. They were the vanguard of Hydra, Senator Stern. The hearing was then prepared in secret. Plans to steal Jason's technology secretly. The abacus is a good one. I'm so naive. Do you really think I have the same temper as Tony Stark? He is from the Wayne family. Stark's family is a new family after all. Howard Stark is really awesome, but their family's accumulation was too short. Only 2 generations. The Wayne family is different. Hundreds of years of accumulation. Let them be ingrained in Bald Eagle. In Gotham City, he is like a local emperor. Now he has destroyed the Court of Owls, an organization that has been causing trouble behind the scenes. The strength of the Wayne family has increased again. Not to mention, in addition to the Wayne family, he himself is also powerful. If you really want to P***s him off, he will flip the table over. He directly killed everyone in Hydra who can do anything to him, but he wouldn't do it unless he had to. Hydra is a bunch of lunatics. What if we die together with him? They have mastered nuclear weapons. They dare to drop a nuclear bomb in New York City. There's no reason why they shouldn't dare when Gotham City's turn comes, if it really comes to that. He will be in trouble. On the contrary, the hearing seems to be relatively simple at the moment. That's fine, I'll just play with you. Jason had a sneer on his face. Don't talk about 880 for others first. This Congressman Stern alone is full of shit under his butt. Forget about taking bribes, buying assassins to kill political opponents, and doing all kinds of things to make money. There are countless private illegal incidents, although these things are all hidden rules. Everyone is doing it secretly. But Jason can't be elected as long as he puts these things at the hearing. Whether the protection level of electronic equipment in the Senate will be improved, as an old friend of Tony Stark, maybe Hydra will protect them. The boss of Hammer Industries and several congressmen were extremely embarrassed, but he needs to be more prepared. He directly hacked the electronic system of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Jason felt like he wanted to recreate this scene, but Jason would never let these people succeed. Just bring the projection equipment. Tony Stark only uses a cell phone. The congressman's political career was over. I don't know after what happened with Tony Stark. Give them a surprise then. Skynet has prepared all the information. A sneer appeared on Jason's face. Instead, he had to use some rancor to make Hydra suffer a big loss. The last hearing about Tony Stark turned into a joke. This prevents legislators from getting angry and unplugging the power directly. New York is the most prosperous and developed city for bald eagles. Often appears in various movies. Many people believe that New York is the capital of the bald eagle, but actually, the capital of bald eagle is Washington. Many famous attractions are in Washington. Scenes such as the White House, Pentagon, Lincoln Memorial, Washington Monument, etc. that often appear in movies. In fact, they are all in Washington. Jason is attending a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing, also held in Washington. The location is near Capitol Hill. Gotham City is not too far from Washington. Get on a private jet. It only takes about half an hour. He went directly to Washington, this time to support myself. He even took Alfred, the old butler, with him. There was even a team of secretaries seconded from Wayne Group. Therefore, when Jason entered the hearing site, the aura is very strong. He looks very much like a gangster who teases good women on the street. Seeing him brings so many people in. Counselor Stern, who was sitting at the top with a solemn face, twitched the corner of his mouth. He hammered the wooden hammer in front of him hard. Jason Wayne, please do not bring irrelevant people into the hearing. Unrelated persons. Then why are you here, Congressman Stern? Is this a hearing for you? Jason asked with a look of confusion on his face. Everyone in the venue burst into laughter, hosting hearings. It doesn't matter if you're a member of parliament. The reason why Stern can be in the primary position, it's the Hydra people who run it. Otherwise, there will be too many big guys among the members. Who is Stern? If he dared to argue, Jason could really find someone to replace him. The Wayne family knows quite a few congressmen. There are also many powerful ones. After hearing Jason's words, Senator Stern also felt a little helpless. Quiet, quiet. Jason Wayne, you'd better take your seat first. Senator Stern spoke up, but the topic of letting irrelevant personnel leave was never mentioned again. Jason sat down on his seat, followed by a group of people from various political circles. The large group he had brought with him sat in the back. See Jason take a seat. Senator Stern banged his gavel. Jason Wayne, we have evidence that you possess a weapon of destruction. Wait a minute, Senator Stern. What do you mean by weapons of destruction? I also said that our president has a weapon of destruction. Jason interrupted him directly. The venue burst into laughter again. Jason Wayne, you know what I mean. Steel battle suit. Counselor Stern said, steel battle suit. Congressman Stern, please provide evidence that this is a weapon. Otherwise, I will sue you for false accusation. Jason crossed his arms and sneered. Stern nodded. The person next to the TV started playing a video. That's the scene where Tony Stark controls the suit and destroys things in the oil country. Among them, the combat effectiveness shown by Tony Stark is only painful. Jason looked at this video with a sneer on his face. Congressman Stern, what do you mean by showing this video? Definitely proving that your steel battle suit is a weapon. This powerful weapon should be given to our bald eagle government. This way we bald eagles can face increasingly powerful external threats. Senator Stern said in a high-pitched voice. He said that he was like the savior of the bald eagle. Congressman Stern, I don't understand what you're saying. Whose steel armor in the video belongs to? Tony Stark. Senator Stern seemed to remember something unpleasant and spoke. Oh, then I'm surprised. Why do you use Tony Stark's armor to prove that my armor is a weapon? Senator Stern's face darkened and he spoke. All I have is a steel battle suit. Definitely the same threat. Jason sneered disdainfully and retorted, if you say so, I have an employee who has shit in his head. Congressman Stern, you must have shit in your head too. After all, we are all human beings and we all have brains. Hearing what Jason said, the whole hall burst into laughter again. Senator Stern banged the gavel in front of him vigorously. Jason Wayne, you are sophistry. Congressman Stern, you're slandering me. Jason didn't show any weakness and stared back. Now he kind of likes the parliamentary system of bald eagles. At least on the surface, everyone wants to argue. In this regard, he has never been afraid of anyone. He has been the king of Zooin for 10 years. Are you afraid of these congressmen who can't even compare to a wet market lady? He showed no sign of weakness when he saw Jason. The expression on Congressman Stern's face was very unpleasant. With a cold snort, he spoke again. We have other evidence. We have weapons experts who can prove that this is a new weapon. Now we invite our weapons expert, chairman of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer. Senator Stern just finished speaking. The surrounding hearing members burst into laughter first. Obviously, Justin Hammer left a very deep impression on you last time. Jason even mocked. I didn't see any weapons experts. Congressman Stern, can you really find someone else? Justin Hammer is pretty lucky. Under Jason's intervention, he didn't meet this guy Ivan Vank directly. So although he is still causing trouble now, but not in federal prison, and because of Stark Industries' withdrawal, he also received many orders from the military, although Stark Industries' high-precision and cutting-edge technological items cannot be purchased. The military does not dislike the products of Hammer Industrial, which are under the control of National Taiwan University. Osborne Industries, Lockheed Broadcasting, etc. are all well-known arms companies. Any company like Hammer Industries is much stronger. But Jason obviously wouldn't let their wish come true. So, it started with a mockery of Justin Hammer. He can't afford to mess with any member of the Senate. Easy to control and soft. Money and Justin Hammer is much easier to control than Stark. Is it because Bald Eagle doesn't have other more powerful arms dealers? Why does the Senate always look for this guy Justin Hammer? The reason why I use Justin Hammer every time? Definitely not. Rather, it was because he was weak. Although this Justin Hammer has made a fool of himself many times last time, if you try another big company. Maybe a slap will knock you out, so don't keep your smile on your face. Just hope that he can play a little role. They had no choice but to call him up. In a burst of laughter, Justin Hammer walked up, only this time. He is obviously much more low-key. He didn't openly express his hatred directly. In accordance with our many years of research experience at Hammer Industries, Jason Wayne's battle suit obviously has weapon functions, and according to our speculation, the performance is very powerful, although not high-profile. What comes out of Justin Hammer's mouth is not very pleasant, but Jason quickly found the flaw in their words. Hammer Industries experience. With all due respect, you Hammer Industries probably don't have any relevant experience, right? Do you want me to play the video of you experimenting with new armor again? I have a lot more powerful information than Tony. Jason said with a sneer on his face. Justin Hammer heard Jason say this. He silently shut his mouth and asked someone to unplug the monitor. The people at the hearing once again burst into laughter. A trace of displeasure flashed in Stern's eyes, not just for Jason but for Justin Hammer. Jason Wayne, are you threatening others in public? No, 740, no, Congressman Stern, I'm just stating a fact. At what point did providing evidence become a threat? Jason said to Senator Stern, it's just that this smile looks very hateful in the eyes of Senator Stern. Congressman Stern, do you know what the threat is? Jason asked very seriously. What's the threat? Counselor Stern asked with a frown. Look at this check in my hand. This was originally your political donation this year, but now it's gone. Jason tore up the check on the spot. Representative Stern's face turned green on the spot. The Wayne family is able to control Gotham's wealth so securely in Bald Eagle, not without reason. Every year, many members of Congress receive money from the Wayne Family Trust Fund. It's called supporting the campaign. In fact, it is just to build relationships and engage in bribery. After all, you can say whatever you want about political funding. Even if you go out and hold a cocktail party, you can say that it increases political assets. Isn't it normal to charge some money? The Wayne family has such an expenditure every year. but generally no one from the Wayne family participates and everything is entrusted to other institutions. But Jason just wants to. He can cut off any member's source of funding, naturally including Senator Stern above. Jason did this. He gained the upper hand instantly. As everyone knows, in a capitalist country, who is the boss? Rich people. Even the federal government is just a dog in the hands of rich people. Senator Stern looked very majestic, but compared with such a wealthy and famous family, that's really haha. Congressman Stern heard this. His face was naturally very ugly. Only, now that Jason Wayne has been offended, he can only go to the dark side in one way. If he really made peace with Jason now, he would really become a big joke. There is no good end for wallflowers anywhere. Jason Wayne, don't say anything that has nothing to do with the hearing. Please proceed with the hearing. Mr. Justin Hammer, the accusation has been made. Do you have anything to refute? Senator Stern completely ignored Justin Hammer's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, decided to just ignore this guy. However, Justin Hammer did not dare to refute. Being weak is so sad. Jason felt a little pity for this guy. But in a blink of an eye, he felt that this guy deserved it. Poor person must have something mean. Who makes him insist on participating in these wars that he cannot participate in, not to mention the Wayne family Stark Industries could bankrupt his company. CGBB, Congressman Stern, I have to marvel at your persistence. You have to use some shameless people and things to attack me, want to achieve your goal. I just won't let you get what you want. Jason sneered. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Representative Stern's expression changed. Turn that thing off quickly. At the moment, he was reminded of the fear of being dominated by Tony Stark. What electronic protection measures are in place in the Congress chamber? Tony Stark can invade. Jason Wayne, also a technical genius, can certainly do it. But Jason had been on guard against this move for a long time. A gloating smile appeared on his face, just turned on the phone. A projection was cast directly on the big screen behind Senator Stern. Inside is the scene where Senator Stern ordered Justin Hammer. Justin, you need to deal with Jason Wayne this time. As long as we can characterize his armor as a weapon, we have a way to gain control of this thing. When the time comes, we will naturally give you the corresponding military orders. Justin Hammer could only nod silently. The scene changed and Senator Stern appeared somewhere else again. We made a mistake last time not getting Tony Stark's technology. Tony Stark is too cautious. But Jason Wayne is different. He has a lot of holes. We have to seize this opportunity. As long as we have the technology of war armor, the organization will become more powerful. The bald eagle government can only watch us succeed. What remains are several video clips. It includes clips of Senator Stern accepting bribes, buying fake death certificates, and even performing some beastly acts on some children. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the entire conference hall, so he must save himself. Everyone who saw his gaze lowered their heads. Jason scanned the week. Everyone was discussing among themselves. He knows, people from Hydra will not let him go. Senator Stern, who was completely ignoring him, looked like he was dead. But once he is brought to the surface, it will be impossible for him to survive in the entire political world. These things may not be anything secretly. Even the Wayne group doesn't get involved. He could only end up with a sad exit. On the contrary, Congressman Stern, who was at the center of the storm, quickly calmed down. I now doubt, Congressman Stern, whether you are qualified to support this hearing. So Senator Stern picked up his gavel again. He has a chance of survival. When did our bald eagle empire allow a criminal to become a senator? He's finished. If he can take Jason down before I get busted. The sound of the gavel. It's so insignificant in a noisy meeting place if you say before. If the people below still have any scruples, now they really have no scruples. Everyone knows, Stern is done, he is after today. I'm afraid that not only will he not be able to keep his seat as a member of Congress, he may also be directly imprisoned in federal prison. Of course, no one cares about his opinion. It was Jason who finally stopped everyone. Everyone, please stop arguing and show some quality. Maybe Senator Stern will plead guilty and face justice. When Jason said this, everyone present burst into laughter again. Stern said with a cold face, I will not give any explanation for the above video. Maybe these are synthesis videos. Stern's words caused a burst of boos at the venue. No one here is a fool. Anyone who believes Stern's words is a fool. Jason doesn't care about that. He wanted to know, how else does Stern want to fight to the death? Congressman Stern, do you have anything else to say now? You know you probably don't have much time. Jason's face was full of amusement. It looks like cat playing with mouse. Stern had a cold face. His eyes were bloodshot. It proved that he was not as calm as he appeared at the moment. A wave of his hand. Several people posted a video. Above is the video of Jason's armor team assassinating members of the Talon. Jason Wayne, how do you explain this? You must hand over this dangerous weapon to the government. Hear what he said. He narrated that several congressmen who wanted to take action looked at each other and stopped. Stern is going to be finished anyway. It is not impossible to reuse waste. They wouldn't be here if they didn't have ideas for Jason's suit. If Stern can pull it off, that couldn't be better. They can have S*X for nothing. Jason saw the small actions of several congressmen. He smiled disdainfully. That's what politicians are like. Dogs can't change eating shit. Politicians cannot change their behavior of seeking benefits for themselves. Congressman Stern, what can these videos show? I don't make any excuses for these videos. Maybe these things are synthesized. Jason spread his hands. Stern's words were passed back to him in a decent manner. Stern was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Jason is still not satisfied. Get up and shout loudly. Is there anyone here, Tian? Where is the security? Where is the security? Why am I still being questioned by a criminal? Don't bald eagles have laws anymore? If this is really the case, I would like to consider whether to give some advice to the president. Take a good look at the congressmen in Washington. Hearing Jason's words, several congressmen sitting next to him couldn't sit still. Wave immediately, several policemen ran over directly. Mr. Stern was arrested. Fucksquid Jason Wayne Fucksquid. Even so, Counselor Stern still stared at Jason fiercely and shouted, Jason certainly wouldn't be afraid of such a guy, just say it directly. Don't worry, Congressman Stern, I'll have someone take good care of you. You will not suffer any injustice in federal prison. 11 Jason showed 2 rows of big white teeth. Stern was really trembling when he saw it. He knows best what kind of virtue Bald Eagle's federal prison is. With all kinds of bullying, coupled with the corruption of the prison guards and their inaction, low-level prisons are simply hell. Hydra will not ignore me. I have made contributions to the organization and I have shed blood for the organization. While muttering quietly, Representative Stern was pushed out directly. Jason gave him a cold look. He turned around to receive cheers from the entire hearing room. A long time passed. Jason just got out of it. My own Rolls-Royce on the upper left, Jason said it directly. Skynet, monitor Stern's actions closely. Don't let Hydra take advantage of the loopholes. Federal penitentiary in Bald Eagle. To say it is a civ is to exalt it. For some people, certain places are completely unprepared. Like Tony Stark's Ivan Vanko from the attack, such a serious criminal. A military fixer like Justin Hammer could get him out. What's more, Hydra is hundreds of times more powerful than Justin Hammer. They want to get someone out of federal prison. That's as simple as eating and drinking. Jason wouldn't let that happen. After thinking for a while, Kunson dialed the phone again. As soon as the call is connected, please give me flowers. Nick Fury's tired voice came from the other side again. What trouble did you get into again? Hearing this, Kunson was a little unhappy. What is trouble? I just did the right thing and it's called trouble. You just did the right thing. Nick Fury was speechless, killed nearly 100 rich people. It caused turmoil among tens of millions of people throughout Bald Eagle. Is this called doing the right thing? He really wished there were fewer such correct things. Too lazy to argue with Jason about this, he asked directly. What did you do again this time? Jason was subpoenaed by the Senate. He heard about it too. This gave him a huge headache. The members of the Senate are a bunch of idiots. No matter who they mess with, they have to mess with Jason. This is a ruthless character who can kill them. These people are really stupid to the extreme. It's a pity that he is SHIELD, not the highest organization of Bald Eagles. It is simply impossible to block the Senate's decision. He had a premonition. With Jason's temper, he will definitely cause some trouble. Nick Fury, you show a deep distrust of my character, Jason said aggrievedly. Hee. Nick Fury didn't bother to speak. I just brought down a congressman this time. I didn't do anything at all. Jason said with an aggrieved tone. A congressman, didn't you add a 0 at the end? Nick Fury asked suspiciously. Definitely not. Jason said angrily. That is not bad. Nick Fury breathed a deep sigh of relief. It's just a members, not a big deal. Anyway, there are a lot of Bald Eagle congressmen. What state legislators, city council members, congressmen, etc. The Bald Eagle is most in need of this stuff. Cats and dogs can become members of parliament, so that's nothing, just a member of parliament. Nick Fury just breathed a sigh of relief. Jason on the other end of the phone spoke again. It's just that behind this congressman is Hydra. Nick Fury almost lost his breath when he heard this. Is there anything else you haven't said? Tell me together. Nick Fury shouted angrily. It's really gone this time. Jason smiled. The tone was full of gloating. Nick Fury was a little silent when he heard Jason's words. Hydra. This wasn't the first time he heard this name from Jason's mouth. Back when Jason pretended to be a prophet and fooled him, the name Hydra was proposed. This reputation has a long history. However, during World War II, he played for the formation of Red Skull. It was once a nightmare that haunted the Allies through the Paperclip Project. He even took root in the shadow of SHIELD. He also investigated carefully when he went back. The results are shocking. SHIELD's penetration may be deeper than he imagined. As far as he knows, there are multiple bases large and small around the world. Research is ongoing that has not been reported within SHIELD. What does that mean? He knew it all too well. As an old agent, he had already smelled something ominous. 857 Therefore, when Jason proposed this, even Nick Fury, who has always been strong, chose to remain silent. After a long time, he just spoke. Now is not the time. It's not the time. What is the time? Are you waiting for SHIELD to become a Hydra organization? Jason had no intention of saving face for Nick Fury. Just say it directly. Nick Fury was filled with annoyance. What do you know? Do you know how many bases Hydra has? Do you know how much power Hydra has? What if these people harm the poor? If you touch them, what if it causes a global crisis? Nick Fury responded with a bunch of questions. SHIELD is different from Jason. Jason is just a human being. It can be said that people who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. The Wayne Group is not a weak organization. Of course, he wasn't worried at all. SHIELD cannot. SHIELD is an organization that protects the Earth. A shield for the Earth. Their mission is to maintain the stability of the Earth, protect the majority of people on Earth. Therefore, this kind of clearing operation aimed at sacrificing peace and civilians is completely unacceptable to him. Jason didn't speak when he heard this. He understands Nick Fury's concerns, so he spoke directly. SHIELD don't have to do anything, but it should be okay if I do it. Congressman Stern caused trouble for me and I retaliated several times. No one will say anything wrong, right? Jason never wanted Nick Fury to take action. He wanted something else. You want the information I have? Nick Fury spoke. It's a pleasure to talk to smart people. Jason smiled and said, that's right. He was eyeing the information in Nick Fury's hands. Skynet is a powerful and ruthless intelligence gathering machine, but there are some things that cannot be collected on the internet. For example, various secret base locations. Most of the sites for the construction of these bases were in uninhabited places. Even in the downtown area, it is well disguised. And after the construction is completed, there is no connection with the external network at all. I'm afraid there are only a few network ports that connect to the outside world, and it's not just a multi-layered network springboard, and can physically disconnect the network at any time. It is not easy for Skynet to investigate this kind of thing. The old guy Nick Fury is different. SHIELD was originally the largest intelligence organization on Earth, and we have very close cooperation with various countries. A lot of information is also shared. Many of Hydra's bases are very secretive, but in the eyes of SHIELD, I'm afraid it's not a hidden place. Not to mention, many of the bases were built with SHIELD money. Nick Fury wants to investigate more easily. Before, it was just that he didn't want to investigate, and he was just deceived by the Hydra people. I understand Jason's request. Nick Fury fell silent again, obviously considering the gains and losses. Seeing his hesitation, Jason spoke again. Then hurry up and don't leave any ink marks. Even if you don't tell me the information, I can still investigate some of it myself. It's just more troublesome. The end result is the same anyway. Why are you thinking so much? Nick Fury heard the impatience in Jason's tone. After a moment, he spoke. I'll give you relevant information, but you have to promise me not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Jason agreed immediately after hearing this. He's not a pervert. Killing Hydra's base was just revenge. It's not just for killing people. Besides, it's not like there aren't good people in Hydra. Many people are actually just ordinary people. Don't think there aren't ordinary people in SHIELD in the logistics, scientific research, teaching, and other departments. These are ordinary people. These people may not agree with Hydra's views, but under the threat of Hydra, they had to join in. It's just like being a monk and ringing the clock every day. Jason is not a perverted murderer. His heart is so twisted that he would even kill ordinary people. Nick Fury is obviously worried. Get Jason's assurance. Nick Fury was relieved. Although Jason is unreliable in various ways, he is still very good at keeping his word. I'll send you the information. Try to be quiet when you move. Otherwise, I will really wipe your asterisk. Jason heard this. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. He said shamelessly, "Who is wiping whose butt? This is not my business in the first place. The aftermath is what you should do. I haven't asked you SHIELD for labor fees yet. When Nick Fury heard this, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The face on the other side of the phone became even darker. He hung up the phone immediately. He was afraid of his old bones. After listening to Jason say a few words, I immediately died of cerebral congestion, really lacking in quality. Jason hung up the phone and muttered something. Did Skynet receive the message? At the same time, a map was projected in front of Jason. But this unpleasantness was quickly forgotten. When the time comes, we will directly block the communications of these bases and kill all the five-headed snakes inside. Jason nodded. Let people rescue people under their noses. You can prepare your armor and strive for success. Catch ordinary people and hand them over to SHIELD for trial. Information from 5 secret bases has been received, although SHIELD is penetrated very deeply. Are they all in Bald Eagle territory? Skynet's voice sounded. Jason asked. Jason said Skynet said, 3 of them are in Bald Eagle territory, 1 is in Mexico and the 3rd is in Peru, but Nick Fury is not that stupid. He was very relieved to leave it to them. In Jason's opinion, Nick Fury is just too petty so long. The locations of his 5 Hydra bases were only given. This thing is a joke, even 50. He can also kill them all easily, just 5 bases. It gave him the illusion of using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Even so, he wants to do it too. Anyway, it is to teach the people of Hydra a lesson. He reluctantly took action once. Said it was a move. In fact, he just watched Skynet manipulate the steel armor to take action. After inputting the location information of the base, Skynet began its investigation. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Killing several Hydra bases is very easy, but if you can reduce the loss a little, reduce the loss a little. Skynet's method of investigation is simple. Send out the armor and go directly to the base. Then the nanorobots mounted on the armor will be under the control of Skynet. Start invading the internal networks of various bases. Generally. 26. The internal network of this secret base is completely cut off from the physical connection with the outside world. I am just afraid that someone will hack into the network, poses a certain threat to the base, but they would never think of it. Jason has nanorobot technology in his hands. This tiny robot is a few nanometers in size and cannot be seen with the naked eye. In terms of invasion, it can be said to be uniquely endowed. Nowadays, humans have very few technologies that can prevent the invasion of such things. Hydra is no exception. After controlling the nanorobot to enter the internet, soon Skynet obtained the corresponding information and control authority in the database inside the base. Skynet even discovered many secret technologies of Hydra. Among them is Hydra's base, studying his steel armor in secret. And the research is very close. It's a pity that they can't solve the energy problem at all. Otherwise, it is also a sharp tool. Others include human body modification, biology, new materials, new virus weapons, energy weapons, etc. It was very eye-opening for Jason, have to say. Hydra's technology is also quite impressive. Many scientists in SHIELD have been corrupted. In other words, only those who follow Hydra can achieve their goals. For example, human body modification technology. This is a very taboo technology internationally and within SHIELD. SHIELD is a bit dabbling though, but the level is very high and very strict. Nick Fury is personally involved in some issues regarding volunteers, but Hydra is different. They never consider ordinary people to be human beings. Inside the secret base in Mexico, at least a few poor people die in the laboratory every day. They even colluded with local white powder buyers, take control of local politics, so that people can provide them with human experiment materials. The organization Hydra should not exist. The more Jason looked at this information, the angrier he became, not to mention that the results achieved by these people are all unattainable, even if it has value. Paying such a price is also very anti-human. Skynet, is the armor ready? Sweep all these bases for me immediately so that I won't be upset when I see them. Kill everyone inside the Mexican base. By the way, clean out all the local white powder sellers. Leave no chickens or dogs behind. Anyone who sells white powder should die. Jason said murderously. This is the first time he has shown such murderous intent since he traveled to this world. These people have gone too far. His bottom line has been violated, whether it's selling white powder or using humans for inhumane experiments. None of it is within his tolerance range. Skynet also felt his emotions. The armor is ready to go at any time. Enter Annihilation Mode. Annihilation Mode is an extreme mode of the Warframe. The Warframe will destroy the marked target at all costs. No need to go into Annihilation Mode. You control the armor to destroy other bases according to the original plan. I will personally take action and destroy the Mexican branch. Jason said coldly. Ever since the steel armor took shape, he rarely takes action personally anymore. The armor is so useful. There was absolutely no need for him to take action himself. No matter in terms of efficiency or accuracy, he can't compare with the armor controlled by Skynet. Naturally, he had no need to take action. But now, he really couldn't stand what these people did, prepare to take action personally to humanely destroy it. Jason snapped his fingers. Nanorobots covered his body like running water. Wearing the armor, Jason took to the sky because the body is very strong. Jason would not consider at all the tremendous pressure caused by the huge acceleration. As a result, his speed reached a very astonishing level. Mach 20, Bald Eagle's latest F-35 fighter jet has a top speed of less than Mach 3, SHIELD's Quinjet. The top speed is only Mach 5. This will also face the risk of disintegration, and the pressure on the flight crew will also be extremely high. Jason's speed is 5 times that of the Quinjet. It only takes him less than 10 minutes to travel from the east coast to the west coast of Bald Eagle. From Gotham City to Mexico, it only takes a few minutes. Arrived at the location, Jason slowed down slightly. It crashed directly into the base's several-meter-thick alloy door. After a heart-wrenching sound, this fan has been used in 373 disguise. The super alloy steel door a few meters away was directly torn apart. It was as if it had been forcefully broken open by some monster. Sirens were heard ringing inside the base. Jason shook his head. Skynet blockade the entire base. Don't let anyone out. Jason relaxed his body. There was a rattling sound. He waved his hand. Nanorobots stretched out from his palm like flowing water. A silver-white long knife appeared in his hand. Jason said coldly, "Wait for the security personnel inside the base to come out." Soon, dense footsteps sounded from inside the base. A group of people wearing black special operations uniforms ran out, a combat posture. Without saying a word, he opened fire. The 7.62 bullet hit Jason. There was a burst of sparks, then shape-shifting to the ground. In a matter of tens of seconds, a layer of warheads accumulated under Kunson's feet. Those people also began to reload their ammunition in batches. Some people even took out grenades and threw them directly. Jason was like standing on a rock in the middle of a big wave, motionless. Wait until all their bullets are exhausted. Jason just raised his head. A solemn smile appeared on his face. "It's my turn now." Saying that, he stepped forward directly. A large pit of half a meter file size was left at his feet. With Jason's current strength, to deal with ordinary people who have not undergone body modification, that's 2 words: massacre. For a moment, the person opposite him had not yet reacted. Jason had already re-entered the crowd. The long knife in his hand swung out. Several people in front of him were directly cut in two, under temperatures of several thousand degrees. Their body armor is more fragile than paper. The human body is even more exposed to the high temperature, and its internal organs are instantly carbonized. People will die directly in an instant. Not even a hint of pain could be felt. The firearm next to it was also turned directly into molten iron by the high temperature, dripping on the ground and emitting a burst of smoke. Jason didn't even look at the corpses. Go directly to the inside of the base. Hydra's base is extremely well defended. Behind this door there is another sealed metal door. Between the two is a silver-white metal channel. As soon as Jason walked in, the 2 automatic turrets began to fire. This 6-barreled Vulcan cannon is generally installed on armed helicopters. The caliber reached a terrifying 25 millimeters. The length is an astonishing 120 millimeters. It is more powerful than the bullets of ordinary antimaterial weapons. With continuous fire, it can easily shred special steel plates 30 to 40 meters thick. Humans are vulnerable to such weapons. One bullet can directly turn a person into a pile of minced meat, but it's no use. The armor can withstand the bombardment of tank main guns, coupled with Jason's inhuman physical fitness. The firepower of these cannons could not even make Jason retreat. Jason ran up, jumped, and swung the knife. The Vulcan cannon was cut directly in half. There is red molten iron constantly flowing down the port. That's all you have. Jason raised his eyebrows and looked at the camera in front of him. He knew these people would be able to see his actions from the camera, so he taunted directly here. "If you have no other skills, I will go in." Jason held the long knife and walked slowly along the metal passage. The pressure it causes is very powerful. A slight vibration sounded from the front. Jason's 5 senses are very sharp. Take a closer look. I saw a few dim blue lights in the corridor in front of me, sealing the entire road. Jason narrowed his eyes. Laser channel. This thing became very famous because of the movie Resident Evil. But in the world, the temperature and cutting performance of laser are determined by power. The greater the power, the higher the power of the laser, like Asgard's Bifrost. In fact, it can be regarded as a laser weapon. Their power is enough to cut an entire planet in half. Moreover, the power of laser file size, it has nothing to do with its brightness. Sometimes, it looks very dim but may be very powerful. It's like a laser in front of you, it looks very dim. It seemed like it would go out at any moment, but Jason could feel a faint sense of threat from it. It shows that its power is much more powerful than Jason imagined. His armor might not be able to stop him, but Jason had no interest in blocking it. Laser weapons are truly a perfect weapon. The energy is highly concentrated, powerful, and destructive. It also has its own high temperature and penetrability. But laser weapons also have corresponding disadvantages. One is that the energy consumption is very high, and the other is that it is easily affected by the outside world. Why are there no laser weapons in various countries now even though they are equipped with them? That's why. Laser weapons are very large and difficult to move. And when encountering an air environment with dispersed particles, the power will plummet. Let's put it bluntly. It's just that laser weapons are afraid of smog. A large number of floating particles in the haze will cause a large amount of refraction of the laser. Energy loss in eyes. The power is extremely reduced. After penetrating a certain distance, even human skin may be burned. Several of the protagonists in Resident Evil are bad at studying. At that time, no matter what kind of dusty material it was, it could greatly weaken the power of the laser. Such as now, Jason waved his hand. Use your hands to snap off a piece of metal from the wall next to you. Nanorobots quickly break it down into granular powder. Jason threw it out. The laser immediately became light and dark. It seemed like it was going to go out at any moment. Jason sneered and walked over. Only a few scorch marks were left on the armor. Standing in front of the metal gate, Jason snorted coldly. He punched him directly. Boom, a muffled sound sounded around. Jason's fist was stuck in the metal for a long time, and the entire door showed signs of denting downwards. Jason retracted his fist and shook his head. It seems that he is not very satisfied with himself. But watching Jason move Hydra personnel from the surveillance camera, his eyes almost popped out. Half a day later. Only then did someone murmur in the deathly silent monitoring room. What kind of monster is this? Their doors are made of special tungsten molybdenum alloy steel. In some ways it is harder than diamond. The melting point has even reached 5,000 degrees. Ordinary lasers can do nothing about it, but now, got a dent from a fist, everyone present shivered. Doctor, can our experimental subject do this? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible for carbon-based life to reach this level. That's probably the result of that armor. In the monitoring room, a very kind-looking old man held his eyes and said, the force is mutual, since he can dent steel with one punch. It shows that the hardness of his hands is harder than tungsten steel. Otherwise, it's like an egg hitting a rock. It was definitely his hand that was injured first. The guy known as Doctor is very calm. Continue to speak slowly in the control room. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the powerful countershock. The person in charge of Hydra asked anxiously, the speaker is a leader of Hydra. We don't have enough fighting power. But Doctor, what are we going to do? He is also the person in charge of this base. The Doctor regained his kind demeanor again. He spoke. A trace of fanaticism flashed in the Doctor's eyes, making his originally kind face look a bit ferocious. Even if his armor is powerful, his physical fitness must be beyond ordinary people. He is actually a logistics support person. Combat effectiveness is sometimes not reflected in how strong you are. The Doctor pushed back his eyes, but he knows. The power of poisonous snakes is very small, but by coincidence it can kill the elephant Gan. Denu, then what should we do? The one who had the final say was actually the gentle and kind-looking Doctor in front of him. We must capture this individual alive. Jason, who was still in the passage, didn't know that someone was trying to harm him. He was a little dissatisfied with his progress. Been fighting for so long, it can't even penetrate an alloy wall several meters thick. Isn't it just an alloy wall that can block a missile? Why can't he wear it? He remembered that Hulk could stop starships, the 1,000-ton floating battleship of the Kurita aliens. He stopped with just one punch. Breaking down this wall should be easy, but he couldn't do it. Now his power is actually not as strong as Hulk's. If only others could know what Jason was thinking. I will definitely want to beat him to death. How many years has Hulk been exposed to radiation? It took Hulk more than 4 years to develop a team with that kind of person. It only took Jason a few months to strengthen his body. His strength already exceeds that of most people in the world. For him to think this way is totally a shame. Jason looked at the unrecognizable metal door in front of him, sighed. The laser cutting device on the armor was still used. After the reactor modification, laser cutting weapons that consume a lot of energy can also be used as conventional weapons. Jason's fingers glowed red. Start cutting directly on the metal door, although it is a metal door several meters thick. In fact, there are also various mechanical facilities in the middle. Otherwise, it is impossible to control at all. 783, it's just that the total thickness is only a few meters. I was already a little shapeshifted by Jason. There were even cracks in some places. Now cutting is not very difficult. Soon, there is an extra path for one person to pass through the door. Jason slipped through the door and thought about walking inside. There is still a corridor inside. It's just that there are many doors in these corridors. I don't know if they are laboratories. Jason opened a random laboratory. Inside is a pile of various glassware as well as some biological tissues that have been cultivated. Jason didn't notice anyone's presence, and nothing looks cluttered. I think the scientific researchers were not in a hurry when they evacuated. Jason frowned. Skynet, where have all the people in the base gone? Master, they cut off the power of the internal network and now I can no longer monitor their location. CGBF, all we know is that they ended up on the lower level of the base. Jason frowned even more when he heard this. In that case, they won't be able to see me either. That's right, most of the surveillance is no longer available. But the internal cameras that are directly connected through lines should still be usable. Skynet said calmly. Jason nodded. Various local area networks are used within the base, but this kind of network can be cut off. It's like a router at home. After cutting the router into sections, you can't use the network. But standalone games and cameras on computers can all be used. The people at Hydra use the same thing. Connect various cameras directly with lines, not the wireless connections that are so convenient these days. Although the cost of rebuilding some lines has been increased, but in this situation it is very useful. Jason shook his head and didn't care, just head towards the inside of the base. He is strong and can't match these, as we walk further into the base. The route also became more and more complicated. There are many corridors. If it weren't for Skynet's internal storage of the structural diagram of the base, he might actually get lost in there. As he went deeper, there are also more biological tissues in various laboratories. A lot of nurturing stuff. Ordinary people might lose their sand value when they see it. I couldn't sleep well for a few days. Jason is a very determined guy, also suffered a lot of mental pollution. Holding back his nausea, he burned these things directly. The people at Hydra are really crazy. I don't know what I'm studying. Comparative analysis based on database. They seem to be genetically modifying humans. There are also various biological organs integrated. Many biological samples have characteristics of insects, Tianwang said in a calm tone. Although he is an artificial intelligence, he does not have human moral values and concepts. There is no human uncanny valley effect at all, naturally unaware of these. Not so with Jason. When I think of these people cultivating organs from insects and then transplanting them into humans. Jason felt sick in his heart, thinking about what if they succeed in the future. He is going to face mantis people, fly people, and the like, and he is disgusted. I will never take action on my own again. Jason made up his mind. This mental pollution is too great. This group of people is indeed not strong, but they are really disgusting. Jason gave up on checking the various small laboratories around the corridor, walked directly along the main path towards the bottom of the base. After directly brute force breaking an elevator, Jason arrived at the lower level of the base. Master, we have detected the presence of unknown biological spores in this layer of air. Please ensure that the filter mask is functioning properly. Skynet's reminder rang nearby. Jason frowned. Although the mask of the steel armor looks like an iron sheet, but function is very powerful. The scanning unit, data exchange unit, air filtration, and purification unit are all on the mask. There is also a self-circulating system of air and water inside the steel armor. Blocking these spores is easy, it's just that Jason is weird. Why are they filled with all kinds of spores in this layer of space? Skynet, check to see what the spores are used for. The nanobots in Jason's hand quickly gathered. A file-sized testing instrument appeared in his hand. Spore. This kind of thing is generally used by fungal organisms to reproduce. In nature, various fungi produce most of this stuff. Don't underestimate fungi. The largest creature in nature, it's actually a fungus. Its root system grows naturally. It can spread all over the ground within a radius of 2 kilometers. So, fungi are very tenacious creatures. The spores it produces are also very tenacious. This is especially true for this species that has been transformed by various mad scientists. Jason had no intention of testing other people's biological weapons with his own body. Soon Skynet's voice sounded. Master, the genetic structure inside these spores has been specially modified. It paralyzes the human cerebral cortex, causing humans to hallucinate. It also stimulates the production of corticosteroids in the human brain, may interfere with human perception. Jason's mouth twitched when he heard this. Fortunately, he is smart. Otherwise, he will really fall into trouble this time. This thing cannot be stopped by a strong body. Jason used instruments to investigate this scene. It was completely seen clearly by Hydra in the monitoring room. The doctor stared at the screen at the moment, intently. It's incredible. A certain medium-sized particle machine, the technology has reached this point. It seems that the IWG-331 spores are completely ineffective. Deploy experimental subject number AWI-23. Yes, doctor. An operator shouted from the side, under surveillance. Two very fat worms about 1 meter long came out of the equipment, started to squirm slowly, thinking about crawling forward. And move slowly. The traces of the two worms gradually disappeared. Only by looking carefully can you find some incongruities. Acid worms, one of my most satisfying works. I don't know if you can stop it. A flash of excitement flashed across the doctor's kind face. His eyes were glued to the screen. Under surveillance, Jason is moving forward. It's just that he was a lot more cautious. The people in this base are not strong. The research results are very weird. What is the most precise thing in the world? They are not various machines developed by humans. Rather, they are various organisms that have emerged through evolution. Take the human body as an example. Although some of the organs in the human body are very irrational and function poorly, but it's extremely subtle. Take the human heart as an example. The human heart is very powerful. Although it only accounts for 1/20th of the human body's weight, it is indeed one of the most important organs of the human body. The heart can pump 70 milligrams of blood per beat and 5,000 milliliters of blood per minute. He can pump 7 tons of blood every day. It is equivalent to more than 20,000 times the weight of the human body. What an incredible number. It is definitely one of the most delicate structures in the human body. As for human beings, with the development of technology to this day, they still cannot create a completely simulated heart. Only various auxiliary equipment can be manufactured. This shows how sophisticated living organisms can be. With such a base proficient in biochemical experiments, who knows what crazy things it will research? He had better be careful. Walk forward cautiously. While letting Skynet control the scanning instrument, pay attention to the surrounding situation. He is wearing a helmet and his observation ability will definitely be greatly weakened. Might as well let Skynet watch carefully. While walking, a sudden voice came from his helmet. Careful, Skynet's voice has experienced huge amounts of ups and downs. One can imagine how anxious Skynet is. Jason ducked as soon as he heard the sound, but it's still too late. 2 streams of green liquid spurted out of thin air on Jason's body, immediately began to crazily corrode Jason's armor. Warning, warning, detecting super acid, the body is damaged by 10%. Warn. The damage to the machine is too high. Start mobilizing nanorobots to prepare to repair the body. First timing. Skynet reacted. Start mobilizing the nanorobots inside the space compression device to repair the body. Warframe is constantly fixed. It is also being constantly corroded. Jason didn't freeze either. Just swing the knife to kill the 2 monsters that spray acid. Plasma cutting weapons. Because the high-temperature plasma above is not corroded by the acid, it also has a certain role. Just after killing these 2 worms, the plasma blade was also directly corroded into disarray. Jason threw the already fragile thing on the ground, under the repair of a large number of nanobots. His armor has also been repaired, but Jason still had some palpitations, nothing else. The metal plate on the ground has been corroded to create a large pit 1 meter deep. To know, those worms look huge though, but the acid sprayed out is less than 1 liter at most, but it can corrode like this. As you can imagine, this stuff is very acidic. If sprayed on people, I'm afraid not even the bones will be left. What is this stuff? Jason manipulated a probe into the worm's body and began to detect it. Looks like some kind of modified creature. Skynet's voice rang inside the helmet, but Jason seemed to hear something weird in it, but he didn't care. What is this acid? According to the test, it should be the biological acid produced by this organism, but it's more corrosive than the strongest acid known. Hydrogen hexafluoroantimonide is not as corrosive as others. Please give me flowers. Skynet's voice sounded a little surprised. Jason also nodded. Hydrogen hexafluoroantimonide is already the strongest acid among the current acid theories. It's like aqua regia is a younger brother in front of it, able to easily corrode inert metals like gold. But compared with these biological acids, it really pales into insignificance. This bit of acid. 1/5 of his nanobot inventory was directly corroded, just direct economic losses. I'm afraid it cost several $billion. This is probably the biggest setback he has suffered so far. There's something about this Hydra bunch. At least this biological weapon is very powerful. Jason commented pertinently. This thing is not only very lethal. It also has a very powerful hidden ability. The scanning device on his helmet couldn't scan it. Just what he can see is the hidden ability of protective coloration, body temperature regulation, etc. Can focus these abilities on one creature. This Hydra scientist is indeed quite a genius. As expected, no one who engages in scientific research should be underestimated. Skynet, take this thing's body back and give it to Dr. Connors for study. I think something can be learned from this thing. At least this kind of acid is very good stuff. Jason nodded and ordered Skynet to collect the worm's body. This is good stuff. This gain alone may be able to make up for his losses. Jason spoke. It's really incredible. Jason moved on. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. He deserved to be assassinated. It seems I have to release a more powerful and experimental body. This level of technology is very powerful. A doctor in a white coat. Let's go ahead and start the spectral scan. He was negligent just now. Yes, it is indeed a good research target. I didn't expect that these Hydra people would research biotechnology to this extent, then start operating as ordered by the doctor. After this little episode. Inside Hydra's control room. Seeing this scene, a glint of praise flashed in my eyes. The surrounding subordinate researchers looked at each other and swallowed. Release AOWGN Type 3 and AIWNG Type 5. The technology in the Marvel world is incredible, even if he is an unknown person. What he researched was beyond Jason's expectation. These biotechnologies are very advanced. It made Jason a little suspicious that this was not technology on Earth, but Jason guessed these biological weapons should have certain flaws, otherwise he wouldn't have heard of it at all. While thinking about something in his mind, Jason continued to walk in carefully. I also had a little vigilance in my heart. Although these biological weapons are not fatal, but disgusting enough, it is very likely to make him very embarrassed. Jason didn't want this. Skynet also turned on full-power scanning mode. High-power scanning equipment consumes a lot of energy. Naturally, Jason cannot turn on the scanning device anytime and anywhere. Now, in order to discover the hidden danger of 933, he accepted that the power consumption was higher. Master high-energy reaction was discovered. Skynet's voice sounded without any ripples. New, Jason replied. The nanobots in his hands gushed out like water. A long knife appeared in his hand again. Holding the long knife, Kunson walked forward. Soon he saw a very obvious target. What is this? Jason looked at the electric blue creature in front of him, couldn't help but speak. The creature in front of him looked very strange, although generally humanoid, but there are blue electric lights all over the body like electric eels at night. The limbs are also similar to insect arthropods and are no longer human. On the face is a mouth part similar to a chrysanthemum. It looks really terrible, made Jason want to puke. This thing obviously has a lot of intelligence. Meet Jason. Without saying a word, he started attacking directly. Among the ugly mouthparts on the face, a ball of blue plasma was shot out. A flash of surprise flashed in Jason's eyes. Bioplasma weapons? Plasma weapons are a type of energy weapon. It's actually a plasma weapon. However, plasma weapons emit large amounts of high-temperature plasma. Relies on heat and corrosiveness to cause massive amounts of damage. It is generally impossible for living things to possess such weapons, because the body of carbon-based life is very tolerant after all. At temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius, carbon-based life is theoretically impossible to withstand. Stronger than Hulk. If you want to block this high-temperature attack, you need to rely on your body's powerful repair ability. Although Thor is a carbon-based life form, but there is divine power within him. This energy can help him block a lot of damage, like when Thor lost his powers. It's just a little stronger than ordinary people. So now a creature that can spit plasma appeared in front of him and he was very interested. Interesting, let me see what you are capable of. As he spoke, Jason rushed forward quickly. There is a big hole under your feet. In the blink of an eye, it only takes a few meters. Just when Jason's long knife was about to hit the blue monster, something suddenly felt wrong. It was as if he had stepped on a puddle of mud under his feet. There is no use of force at all. Jason looked down. A pool of something similar to transparent liquid appeared at his feet, and it flowed up his body quickly. Interesting. Use high-energy index to interfere with my perception. And then carry out a sneak attack. He is indeed wise. As soon as Jason finished speaking, he was completely enveloped in this seemingly transparent liquid. A cocoon of huge amounts of flesh then forms. The blood vessels above are still pulsing. Hydra, who saw this scene from the surveillance camera, immediately let out a burst of cheers. Success! The doctor also smiled and nodded beside him. It seems that he is very satisfied with his research results. Okay, inject the biological paralysis toxin. We have a very successful material. There was excitement in the doctor's eyes. His research has reached a bottleneck. Now there is an urgent need for a new theory to inspire him. Did not expect. Inexplicably, while doing research in the base, a gift suddenly fell from the sky. It was really an unusual surprise for him. Thinking of this, the doctor couldn't help but tremble a little. Quickly, get the experimental subject into the laboratory. The doctor issued his own order, but he heard a cry of surprise from his members. Impossible. The doctor looked at the escaped Jason on the screen and exclaimed. At the moment, the huge flesh firefly in the room had opened. Jason is standing in the room, constantly jumping. This thing is so disgusting. Jason can understand the various biomass liquids around him. His face was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have just broken away. With his speed and strength, this thing can't stop him at all. He just wanted to see what this thing was capable of. I didn't expect this thing to be so disgusting. Inside, it is surrounded by various semi-solid biomass. The properties of this biomass are very strange. If Jason doesn't move inside, it has amazing hardness. But when Jason resisted, the biomass softened instantly. Becomes like mud. Although Jason's power is great, but it didn't work at all. It's like a person is in the mud. To outsiders, it seems that it is very easy to break free. Only those who are deeply involved in it understand. There is no use of force in the mud. That was the state he was in. Fortunately, he was wearing nano armor. Various functions are powerful. Through vector spouts above the arms and legs, he escaped from it easily. Shake off the mucus on your body. Jason took out the long knife again. Did I let you go? It turned out that Jason came out of it. The creature that could fire plasma weapons and emit blue light wanted to sneak away. But this thing is full of lightning. It was like an enlarged version of the laser light walking in front of Jason. Jason 3. 9 is not blind. How could he not notice it? Easily dodged a plasma weapon. Let it melt and create a big pit on the ground. Now he can see it too, these biological weapons. It is indeed very powerful in one aspect, but it also has its own shortcomings. For example, the creature in front of me. The plasma weapons emitted are indeed very powerful, even capable of destroying his mecha, but the speed is too slow. Both the ballistics and the original action ability are too slow. It took so much effort to move less than half a meter. If it really goes to the battlefield, this thing can only be used as a target. It looks so obvious and moves very slowly. It is simply unreasonable not to be aborted. Jason stepped forward quickly. Just cut it out with one knife. Didn't feel hindered at all. The monster was cut in half. Jason looked at the long knife in his hand, full of doubt. If it weren't for Skynet, then we would monitor it. He even had some doubts that his long sword had become some kind of magical weapon. This is too watery, Jason said speechlessly. The flaws of this thing were bigger than he thought. It seems to be a typical example that only strengthens attack power, completely ignoring other aspects. In terms of defense, I'm afraid it's not as good as ordinary humans, probably similar to jellyfish in the ocean. Jason even felt that. Maybe the temperature is a little higher. This thing might just be killed by itself. Skynet, collect this thing and give it to Dr. Connors. He is really not very proficient in biotechnology. The United States and Europe have also obtained related technologies. Let's leave it to guys like Dr. Connors who specialize in biotechnology. As long as he can research something a little bit. He made a lot of money this time. Wait until the battle suit sent by Skynet collects the body. Start exploring often ahead. However, Jason no longer had the patience he had before. The efficiency of exploring like this is really too low. Skynet, send the armor directly in front to explore the way. I-26 would like to see who is the person who can research this kind of thing. Under Jason's orders, Skynet controlled a large number of armors to enter the base from the outside. These are ordinary armors that he just transferred from Gotham City without personnel inside. The speed of the warframe can be increased to maximum. The armor will be in place soon. Then it began to swarm crazily towards the inside of the base like a colony of ants. It quickly broke through 2 levels. This Hydra base has only 5 floors in total. Nearly 50 meters underground, he is actually on the 2nd floor. Under the violent breakthrough of the armor, only the last layer was quickly left. The armor is not afraid of death, and it's very unreasonable. The meeting was just a dozen small rockets. The power of the explosion can even set off a storm throughout the entire floor. If it weren't for Hydra's building, it would be pretty solid. The entire base could collapse, those half-baked biological weapons here. It is naturally impossible to resist these human hot weapons that have been developed for hundreds of years. Master, we have encountered trouble at the lower level. There are a lot of spores in the lower layer. The spores are extremely aggressive and corrosive. The armor can't bear it at all. Skynet directly played the video taken by the armor. The entire lower layer is filled with a layer of brown spores. The presence of these spores is visible to the naked eye, the armor that breaks into the lowest level first. The damage has been very serious. The entire body is covered with hyphae. Jason had to lament the greatness of life. A seed can easily break through the concrete floor. This kind of mycelium can penetrate armor that even a tank's main gun cannot penetrate. It's incredible. Take a sample. Then burn it. Jason spoke. He planned to use special mechas to clear the area directly, combustible agent mixed with white phosphorus. Although the temperature is not high, only less than 1,000 degrees, but it is still very easy to deal with some fungi. Just clean the lower layer with a flame. This is the terrible thing about modern industry and technology. The horror of a large-scale cleanup operation may be beyond ordinary people's expectations. Soon, 5 special pieces of armor were mobilized by Skynet from outside. These very fat armors look red in appearance, and he looks kind of cute. The function is also very simple. There are only 2 large flamethrowers. 5 pieces of armor went out. From the 2 arms, flames dozens of meters long shot out directly. A large number of spores were directly ignited and turned into ashes. To a certain extent, there was even a chain explosion. A large amount of dense combustible dust is ignited inside a confined space. The power is actually almost the same as that of ordinary gunpowder. Huge amounts of explosions went off throughout the lower level. After a long time, it stopped. Wait until Jason reaches the bottom. The entire lower level has been cleared. Have the samples been collected? Jason looked at the dust everywhere. Jason said to Skynet. A large number of samples have been collected. It's just that this thing doesn't seem to have the ability to reproduce itself. Skynet's voice sounded slowly. It's normal. If there were no restrictions on biological weapons, it would be a disaster if they were leaked. Jason said biological weapons are much more dangerous than thermal weapons. Most biological weapons actually have genetic limitations, may not reproduce at all, or those that reproduce for 1 or 2 generations will die directly. This protective measure is very necessary, like this spore in front of him. If there is no limit, that's very scary. Only 1 spore escapes. According to the powerful vitality and reproductive ability of the modified creatures, a few days, it can erode a state's territory. Very scary. It's still good to have genetic restrictions, shaking his head, Sen asked. Skynet, are these people in the last room on the lower level? That's right. Skynet typed a structural diagram directly on his helmet, the lowest base, divided into 2 parts. Part of it was the room he was in now. It should be a test interval. Although it was messed up by the explosion, traces of various experimental equipment can still be seen. The other half is the tightly guarded core control room. The entire base is controlled by this room 507, so the defense here is very tight. Defense measures of more than 10 meters of concrete alloy structure. Jason thinks this thing can withstand nuclear weapons. The Pentagon's defenses are not that tight. This also caused him a lot of trouble. The process of clearing the way for him caused great obstacles. How long will it take to break through? It will take at least half an hour. Skynet's voice also revealed a rare helplessness. General reinforced concrete contains steel bars, stones, cement, and other materials inside. In the face of high explosives, this thing is actually very easy to dismantle. But the people at Hydra are crazy. There is a lot of metal structure inside the concrete. The dynamite wouldn't explode at all. It is also necessary to use laser cutting to cut the metal first. Then carry out fixed-point blasting. Very troublesome. Jason knew it too. Even if Thanos comes, this thing can only be dismantled slowly. He could only wait patiently, but Jason was a little surprised. Why don't these people want to surrender or escape, instead wait for death in this room? Just when Jason was puzzled, the final room inside the base had become dead silent. The whole room was filled with blood. It seemed like some monster had broken in. The only person in the room whose body is intact is the doctor. But he was also lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.